Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Nottinghamshire. A hugely eventful day yesterday where Nottinghamshire amassed 407 in the day but were bowled out after Durham had won the toss and inserted the visitors. Cody Youssef, the star of the show with the ball for Durham, taking 4 for 99, and Haseeb Hamid not out 206, carrying his bat all the way through the day. You'll notice from your pictures that it is a little bit overcast here this morning, so good bowling conditions. There's still that breeze coming through from the north. And umpires Hartley and O'Shaughnessy walking out to the middle, and you can see Alex Lees and James Minto just about to cross the rope and enter the field of play. James Minto opening the batting for Durham, coming in as a night watchman and successfully negotiating the last over. He's on 2 not out, and Alex Lees didn't get to face a ball last night, and I'm sure he was very pleased about that. You're here with me, Ash Thorpe, and good morning to Rob Rush.
Morning, Ash. How are you?
I'm really good, mate. Really good. Excited for another day of cricket here after yesterday. I don't think I've ever seen a day like it.
Nah, it was incredible. Haseeb Hamid carrying his bat for a sumptuous 206 not out. Partnership of 122 for the 9th wicket, really rescuing Notts from a position of peril after Durham kind of blitzed through them in the afternoon. Cody Youssef with a 4 for Bryden Carr's first appearance of the year. For him, picks up 3. George Giselle, Ben Rain and James Minto 1 each. Ben Slater 52 and Carl Verena 41. Brett Hutton 32, but it was that 9th wicket partnership that really did the damage for Notts last night.
Yeah, it was, and Brett Hutton, who was a huge influence in that partnership, facing I think 95 or 96 balls for his 32 in a massive partnership when Durham looked like they were on the verge of bowling Notts out for less than 300 at around the tea break. That wasn't the case. And they got to 407 before they were bowled all out, and Durham just had to face the one nasty over, and James Minto negotiated that successfully. But it'll be Alex Lees on strike.
Brett Hutton to bowl the first over of the day. Played out into the offside. Not starting with 3 slips. Mid on, mid off. Liam Patterson-White looks like he's going to be at catching mid-wicket to start with. Long leg, point, and extra cover. See it again, Ash. Their slips are very tight as well. We saw it with Durham's slip cordon yesterday. It was a pretty tightly packed cordon, not a lot of space to move. Hutton immediately getting the radar located.
Probably indicates that they're really close to the wicket. Normally, that is the case. The closer you get, the more you bunch up.
Is it just because maybe? What's the reasoning behind that? Do you think?
I think the ball will come quick and low in the slips, and what you don't want to do is allow that to go into a gap. So you want to be the person responsible for catching that ball, even if that means having to dive across in front of second or first slip.
Alex Lees is underway. Nice punch through the offside. Didn't overly attack the ball, just a nice push, and he gets off the mark with a couple. After last night, there was a bit of fun watching. Alex Lees knew he was batting, he was running off, and then you had Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay kind of waiting at the edge, being like, "Are we gonna have to go up skip? Do you need us to pad up?" And then Alex put the call out and saying, "Minto, pad up." Eventually, it got relayed to Minto, and he sprinted up the stairs and got his gear on. Did his job last night.
Did.
Looked like he has a very solid technique as well.
Yeah,
he opens for Norton, doesn't he?
He does. He's a more than capable batsman. Bats has done through the age groups as a genuine all-rounder. Obviously, his bowling's really kicked on. His batting's more than solid. See the first signs of sunshine and maybe a couple of breaks in the grey cloud up in the sky, which is good signs for Durham batting.
It's Joe Clark at first step. I believe Freddie McCann is in the cordon as well. For Notts, obviously Carl Verena, experienced South African international, has the gloves. Nicely played by Lees. Down to Hutton, just a couple off that first over of the day. 4 without loss. Deficit now 403.
Yeah, nice start from Hutton.
Wonder if we'll see an extra slip come in now for what should be Mohamed Abbas to James Minto. I think last night there were 4 slips waiting for that outside edge. Looks like it's going to be 3 to start with, though. They're going to keep it at 3. So it's Joe Clark at first slip, who looks like he's going to, as first slip is a bit. He's the furthest back of the corner. You've got Freddie McCann at second slip, and Jack Haynes is at third.
Mohamed Abbas getting choice of ends, no doubt, with the wind. Experienced campaigner from Pakistan. As he says, he has Minto in his sights. Young 17-year-old thrust into night watchmanship. 3 slips await. Minto solid in defence. First ball.
Yeah, 780 first-class wickets isn't bad for Mohamed Abbas.
Not the worst.
100 test wickets as well.
Good cricketer. Been around the county circuit a little bit now.
He's been with Hampshire the last, I think, 4 years. Him and Kyle Abbott used to have opposition batting lineups terrified.
I'm sure he destroyed us at Leicester one year as well with a huge gale behind him away. Minto squared up a little bit there. Not a great pace from these two.
They don't need to, though, with their accuracy.
He's got skills, hasn't he, Mohamed Abbas?
And this is why County Championship is sometimes known as the great reducer. You know, Marnus Labuschagne coming over, playing for Glamorgan, removed for a duck yesterday. You can have all the test runs in the world that you run, or all the first class runs in the, but you come to county grounds in May, and you get some very accurate bowlers that maybe don't have that outright pace, but they still find ways to get you.
Minto gets an inside edge, and he'll get underway this morning and move on to 3. Durham now 5 without loss.
It's very left-hander heavy top order now for Durham with Minto opening. Going to have Ben McKinney in at 3, Emilio Gay at 4. We won't see the first right-hander till Colin Ackerman at 5.
Love it. Nice from Abbas, right on the money. Solid Alex Lees in defence.
We've mentioned it a lot over the first 2 games that were played here and yesterday. It seems like a square this year that is going to be key to survive your first 20, 30 deliveries and get your eye in. And if you can do that, then, as Hasib Hamid proved yesterday, you can cash in for fun.
Yeah, it was a funny day yesterday, wasn't there? There was 3 main partnerships and then clusters of wickets. Abbas just getting a little bit looser there, a little bit more on that one. Lees again solidly in behind it. Feet moving well for the big left-hander. Good morning to everybody listening, wherever you may be, whether you're local, whether you're from Nottingham or anywhere around the world. Great to have you with us here in Chesley Street. And like I said, overcast day. The sun is trying to break through, and the clouds are starting to separate. First signs of blue sky all morning. It has been really overcast. And that's edged by Lees. But a gully in place, and Patterson White who does the fielding, and that ends the over. Durham 5 without loss.
Just noticed there, we mentioned it me and Sam mentioned it for those last 2 games.
Mm.
Alex Lee's got very straight backlift. Kind of, he looks back and he's very settled. He's very calm. We mentioned the trigger points yesterday. Is there anything as a coach you look at with bat lifts? Is there any advice you give to younger players, or is it again just a feel for how the player prefers it?
Yeah, they're all different. So you'll see Alex has got his bat up in the air. Some people will tap the bat on the ground. I think the most important thing with your backlift is that you're able to access the ball. So what you don't want the bat to be is stuck behind the body. So then you're having to get the bat around and probably struggle on the leg side a little bit.
James Minto with the first boundary of the day. A lovely cover drive for 4.
It's a beautiful push, wasn't it? Nothing more than that. Lovely timing from young Minto. Slightly over pitch from Hutton and well put away. Great opportunity for him. I mean, we talk about this all the time. Everybody's looking at him, a 17-year-old making his way with the ball. And if he all of a sudden starts to put a few scores together with the bat, who knows what could happen.
It's someone who just came pretty much out of nowhere last year. Kind of, obviously, John Windows and all the academy staff would have known about him, and Ryan Campbell, I think, story goes, he was playing a twos game, and Ryan Campbell just invited Alex Lees to come down and have a watch as well, and the takeaway at the end of it was, there's something with this kid.
He's okay. He's always been talked about all through the pathway. He's the one to watch.
As they played some one-day cup last year, then due to international call-ups and injuries, was kind of forced to play a Red Bull role as well. As we mentioned, he's gone through some tough times to start this season, but did pick up a 5 in Zimbabwe on pre-season. And like I say, if he can start putting some runs with the bat, then his importance is only going to grow to the side, which is crazy to say for a 17-year-old.
He's definitely got all bases covered. Had a bit of a nightmare in the field yesterday, the young fella. Couple of missed fields. But there's no questioning that the most important thing, he has ability, but his temperament is absolutely outstanding as well. Very level-headed young man. Moving his feet nicely into the ball.
Underway everywhere else around the country. I think all 18 sides in action for these next 2 weeks after the last few teams had their rest weeks last week. Durham were one of them. I think Derbyshire as well were one of the sides that had to wait a little bit longer for their rest week. Minto thought about playing at that. Retracts the bat just in time. That lovely cover drive along the carpet. The only runs from the over 9 without loss. As Will Gidman and Graham Onions walk down below us.
Yeah, solid start from Durham, 9 without loss. And this is an important partnership as well. That Notts will feel that they've got the night watchman in. They'll try and get him early and get Ben McKinney. As you can see there from your pictures, the two coaches. Having a wander around, having warmed up a few of the lads before the day's play.
I think Ben Rain and George Rizal were in the nets.
There'll be a bust to continue from the Lumley end. That's just on Lee's pads, and he tucks it away nicely. He'll get at least one. And they'll settle for one as Slater does the fielding and does it well. 10 without loss. Lee's on to 3 now.
I mentioned Mohammed Abbas used to terrorise opposition batting lineups with Carl Abbott. Carl Abbott's still doing it. He's picked up an early wicket for Hampshire against Warwickshire.
So good.
30 for 3. The hosts are down at Birmingham.
A bit more nip off the surface with that one from Abbas. Just zoning in on a really good line and length.
Worcestershire have done well. They're currently 358 for 9. Matthew Waite, 73 from 91. Tom Taylor, 43. Ben Addison still there on 38. Sorry. Rob Jones, 54. Considering they were 182 for 6. Very good recovery from that lower middle order. Who, as I mentioned yesterday, they need to start picking up wins and need to start picking them up quickly. Otherwise, it could be a tough season.
Nice and solid again from Minto.
Surrey 52 without loss at the Oval after dismissing Yorkshire yesterday for 255. So they'll be looking to build up a sizable lead on first innings. Somerset, after their opener ploy worked yesterday, they are currently 325 for 6 against Sussex at Taunton. Kent, Grant Stewart and Chris Benjamin have led a miraculous recovery for them, 395 for 6. Lancashire, 259 for 5 at Old Trafford.
And this is edged, but in control. Patterson White doing the tidying up there at a backward point / gully position.
Leicestershire dismissed Middlesex for 232. They're 28 for 1 in reply. Northamptonshire skittled for 185 yesterday by Glamorgan. Glamorgan are 98 for 3 in reply and trail by 87. Marnus Labuschagne removed last night for a duck, I think, by Harry Conway.
Nice. Deep backward square going out there. Just putting that in Minto's mind that he might get a short pitch ball. And this one's edged. And again, Patterson White doing the fielding. Might just be worth getting him in a catching position there from a Notts point of view. A couple of thickish outside edges from Minto. As usual, if you want to get in touch with us, you can comment on the live stream, as I can see that some of you guys are doing, asking questions to each other, which I absolutely love to see. You can get in touch with us at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. And this one is edged. Well, just saying there, you should maybe get him in a catching position that flashes away when at catching height. And Minto will pick up a boundary. And Durham are 14 without loss.
Yeah,
missed opportunity there for Notts.
Through that fourth slip, Jack Haynes is at third. He was rooted to the spot. Wide of him, if Patterson White had been at fourth slip, then it would have probably been a regulation dismissal. But as it stands, Durham get the boundary. T20 Women's County Cup got underway last night, Ash.
Yeah, nothing exciting happened in that one.
Nah, pretty mundane result, I think.
Pretty mundane, just a tie and a super over, which Durham got the chocolates on, which was nice. Through to the next round.
Yeah.
They'll face either Surrey or Hampshire, I believe, in the next round. Away again, unfortunately.
Just 2 slips now for Hutton. Alex Lees tucks him away. They're going to run the first one hard, and Lees wants to.
Yeah, good running.
You'll get them. Yeah, Maddie Villiers bowling the super over for Durham, picking up 2 wickets in restricted Somerset to just 8 runs, so giving Durham 9 to win, and Bess Heath deciding reverse sweep's the way to go.
Yes, I sent a message to Danny Hazel last night, said maybe Bam should bat left-handed. She also took 2 stumpings in that super over as well, so really good return for her and a great win for Durham.
Nice looking drive, but straight to Hamid. So yeah, Jack Haynes has come out of the slip cordon for Brett Hutton. Maybe the lack of pace I don't think is going to carry, and they've seen both Minto and Lees are willing to drive. So as you can see there, at a short, very short extra cover for Haynes, and you've got someone, I think Lyndon James is at more regulation cover. So Lees rocks off the back foot through point. It's going to be another couple to the Durham captain.
Yeah, Ian Warrington agrees with you. He says he thinks that the field is a little bit defensive. He says after 20 overs, the pitch will become even more benign. Only 2 slips already is another indication. Lee's
going to recheck his guard. I think he's going to mark out legs off stump, excuse me.
What they might do is, with this breeze, they might look to hold from this end and then attack really down breeze with Mohammed Abbas and whoever's coming on first change from that end.
Hutton changing angle around the wicket now. Maybe that's why Lee's just changing his guard.
Umpire might have a look at that follow through as well, I think.
Do you get that? Do you see that a lot, Ash, when bowlers changing angles, batters often retake guards?
Yeah, Leesy does like to bat on off stump. He likes to get in the umpire's mind that if he's moving his feet, he's outside the line. Seen him being given LBW actually a few times where he's looked pretty perplexed by the whole thing. But yeah.
Pushes out into that short extra cover. Notts bringing in Rob Lord for Farhan Ahmed as their only change from their victory last week, going for that extra seamer, which looks like it's going to be key on a pitch like this where there is going to be a lot of, dare I say, grunt work required.
The pitch is still really, as a surface, in fantastic condition. Rock hard. Went out and had a look this morning. There's a tiny bit of foot marks on that kind of first step, as you can probably just see on your screens there. But the actual surface itself, I was just worried. Normally, if you have a lot of grass on, there might be a couple of indentations in the surface, but it looks a really good surface to bat on today. You can see it's a little bit lighter than it was yesterday in colour. And again, as we speak, the skies are just starting to break up a little bit more as well. There's more and more blue sky starting to appear. That breeze is still the same from the north, but not quite as strong as yesterday. Mohammed Abbas is going to continue to young Minto. Still third slip's kind of gone into maybe a 4/5th slip position. And Minto's in a really good position to play that first ball.
Umpire's having a word now with Abbas as well. Alex Lee is, I think, offering a gentle his opinion.
Got an email there from Gerald Milano. Nice to have you with us, Jared. He says it's great to join you on the live feed. He's had the good fortune to watch Notts' 5 matches so far, and he's starting to dream of big things.
Why not?
Title.
Why not?
Great start to the season, and that's edged away. And again, maybe a little hand on that one. Minto will pick up another couple. I'd get Patterson White in and make it 2 and 2 in there. You want to take an early wicket. You want to get Durham's best players in against this new ball. I think it's Jack Haynes there in that floating slip. He says, Rob, as outsiders looking in on Notts, what do we think?
Very
impressive. First.
Oh, absolutely very impressive start to the season. I dare say a little bit unexpected based on how last season ended for them. But you look at the results, you look at how they've played. Fergus O'Neill, absolutely outstanding start to the season for him. Just a shame if you're looking...
right in the head for Minto, and that will be a leg by. In league cricket, that would be a dead ball. But that was a pretty quick bouncer, and what somebody like Abbas does, he just lulls you onto the front foot, and everything kind of, because he hits the same areas a lot, you almost get into a routine. And that one's really surprised Minto. It's hit him in the head. We're going to have a little break in play while the Durham physio comes out and does the relevant concussion protocols.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to that question, Rob.
Fergus O'Neill, absolutely outstanding bit of recruitment. Just a shame as if you're looking at it from a neutral point of view, that he's not around for longer, because he was very enjoyable to watch. Not so much when he's against your team, but as just a cricket fan, very enjoyable to watch. Carl Verena, I think, will prove to be a very solid signing for the rest of the year. Very experienced international wicketkeeper. They seem to have got the balance of their squad right. Maybe in previous years they maybe too much one side or the other. Lyndon James, a very, very solid county pro, very good all-rounder as well. Being able to offer that stability in the middle. Faharan Ahmed looks like a really, really good player, and if he's this good at 17, we've spoken a lot about Minto. Farhan Ahmed, we won't see him this game, but watching him throughout the season, he looks a really talented spinner.
I look at their fast bowling, and they've got some real depth. They're obviously missing Stone and Pennington from this game, but if you have those two available, I mean, fortunately for Durham's point of view, but if you had Abbas and those two, that's a pretty good attack going on. You mentioned Fergus O'Neill, who I think will probably play in the Ashes coming up next year.
You reckon?
I think he'll get a chance. He's been really high on the domestic wicket takers list for Victoria. Done very well. More of an English type bowler. He'll run in and just hit a really good area and compete. But I think you're absolutely right. I think he was a fantastic signing, and if he could have stayed for the whole season, then tell you what, Notts would be in with a right shake. But pretty good replacement in Abbas, who's, as you said there, taken north of 700 first-class wickets. So yeah, Notts batting really strong. You look at that batting lineup. You've seen Hamid, and you look at somebody like Joe Clark, who's pretty explosive, and I really like Lyndon James as an all-rounder as well.
I think as well, one thing that stands out is the consistency that they've had with this bowling group. Bar maybe Pennington, who's obviously being watched by the ECB a little bit in terms of...
Do they have Tongue as well?
Yes.
Wow.
Like Tongue obviously now away with the England Test squad. He's probably going to get a chance against Zimbabwe. You'd imagine he's going to have a good chance to play against India as well. So the fact they've been able to have that group together for a lot of this opening portion of the season, and as you say, now they're starting to lose a couple, but they've got replacements, high quality replacements bringing as Abbas is going to come around the wicket.
Nicely negotiated there by Lees.
I wonder if that's the umpire again, just after that last ball, did have another look at that where his foot was landing.
Conor McCurr as well. Andy Essam mentioned there on the live stream that he's part of the
permanent addition now
from Surrey. That's a serious bowling group, that.
You look at, I know we're still in red ball season as the ground gets bathed in sunshine for the first time on day 2. Look at the overseas, they've got Moises Enriquez, Daniel Sams.
Yeah, very exciting.
For the T20 Blast.
It could very shape that from Lees. Solid down to mid-off. That ends the over. 21 without loss, Durham.
It could be a very exciting season for the East Midlands outfit.
They've got good options, haven't they? And I think similar to Durham, they really are going to be tested with the depth of that bowling unit when you've got high-profile bowlers getting pulled away with England. Then, as naturally as fast bowlers, you are going to suffer injuries. It's a horrible job and a hard job to do. So you're going to really test the depth. And this is no disrespect to having Lord and the likes of Hutton. This is probably where Notts is. I don't want to disrespect them because they're all good cricketers, but I think Notts at full strength, these guys wouldn't be playing, is probably the best way I can put it. And Tim said that Doggett might be a chance to play in the Ashes as well. Yeah, he is a chance. He's a chance for sure.
Haynes is going to slot in at that 5th or 6th really slip now for Hutton. Comes out of that short extra cover. Gentle push from Minto. We'll see him pick up 2 through point.
It's nice and calm, doesn't he, at the crease so far?
It's a basic thing to say, but he is looking to score. You know, he's not some night watchers, you know, they'll do their job at the end of the day and then they'll come out and they'll kind of do the same thing again. They maybe won't look to open up and play some shots, but Minto has looked to do that. He has had a couple edges, but he's also played that lovely cover drive for 4 last over against Hutton. Gets up on his toes for that one. I'm with you, Ash. I think for Minto, I'd be looking at just packing that slip cord. And we saw it for that 1 over last night. They went with 4 to him. I get maybe the pitch is a little bit slower and it's not offering as much, but still.
It should probably be quicker today a little bit. You can see now that they've got that kind of floating slip/gully in place. But
we saw the genuine edge, the last over or two from Abbas that went flying into that 4th slip area.
Yeah.
If you had him in there, then you've got that first wicket there. You've made the breakthrough.
I agree with that 100%, mate.
Yes, you get the double-edged sword of it's Ben McKinney coming out next, and Durham can revert to their normal batting order. But
you want to put wickets on the board early. I think that it's really important against this new ball, and Minto's doing a good job so far. What are we? 7.5 overs in. And again, just to put it in Minto's mind, they're going to put a deep square leg in place.
Too full from Hutton. Hamid will give chase. He'll do really well. Pulls it up inside the rope.
It's probably
and
the shortest
batters have to settle for 2.
Yeah, not perfectly timed, that one from Minto. A good chase from the skipper, preventing that going for 4. But positive signs there. He's got a full ball and he's really moved nicely into that. Whereas after being hit in the head last over, he might have had a little look over his shoulder and saw a deep square leg and thought, hang on, I might just hang back in the crease a little bit here.
Lovely.
Wow.
Cut away for 4 by James Minto. He moves into the 20s. That
reminded me a bit of Simon Kadich, the way that he used to flash really square of the wicket. Showing my age, that way he's the same age as me, actually, Cat, but got a little bit of width and he climbed into that. Like I think you mentioned earlier, he was actually looking to score. So, nice start. I can't mention the name, but I'm just going to say the Beaver. Minto is a tearaway quick and opens the batting. Well, he doesn't normally open the batting, but he's getting an opportunity here.
Hutton going to come back over the wicket. Have some of that. Good. James Minto matches his first-class high score of 25. Takes Hutton for 12 off the over. 33 without loss.
Lovely batting from the youngster. Climbed into a few full balls there. Just what you want to see. Just playing with a bit of freedom. 33 without loss. If you mentioned Minto, 25. The senior partner to Alex Lees, who'll be absolutely loving life at the other end watching this. He's on 7.
It allows Lees to play his own game. He doesn't have to worry about trying to marshal Minto through. He can let him crack on, and especially as a Lees with the added responsibility of skipper this year, can just really focus on his own game and focus on his own batting.
You can just see there the pitcher's Lee's really deliberate in his setup. A little bit of shape away from the left-hander. Zabas is again trying around the wicket. But yeah, if you watch Lee's set up there, he gets set in his stance and then his bat picks his bat up and he looks once and then he looks twice.
And he zones in.
You guys are killing me on this live stream feed. Love it.
There's the one.
Keep the comments coming, lads. Really enjoying it. Good crack. Nice from Abbas again. Really challenging lines and lengths. Lees looks in good order so far, moving his feet well. And that's what I was saying around accessing the ball. So that line in particular, if your bat is maybe a little bit stuck behind you, then you're having to play around your front pad. And again, if your bat is maybe too far out towards the offside, then you're kind of playing in an arc, which means that you can't present that full bat face. So,
which opens up outside edge.
Absolutely. So you can see Lees there again, looks once. Very still at the crease. And leaves this one outside the off stump.
Mentioned it yesterday with Ben Rain and Ollie Robinson about they didn't stand up to the stumps in the end, but I've noticed Minto to Brett Hutton is batting. He's not far out of his crease. We saw Haseeb Hamid almost batting on the danger strip a couple times. I just wonder potentially whether if Minto does take a couple little strides else, would it be worth not going to that early, trying to
It's always tough,
Pinning
and I
back.
think Verena naturally will be a keeper that stands back, being from South Africa, especially to medium paces. Nicely met by Lees, but we'll find the fielder at mid-off. Yeah, I was surprised that they didn't try and stand up a little bit more yesterday, Ollie Robinson, if I'm honest. They must have felt that there was enough that they thought was happening with the ball, that the best chance of taking that wicket was the edge, rather than potentially trapping him on the crease. I think it was really the aim there. But again, 2 slips in that maybe 5th slip slash fine gully, and a backward point in place for Lees. And he pushes that through the vacant point area and will pick up a single. Really nice positive foot movement. As soon as he hit that ball, he knew it was a run. Minto more than ready at the other end. 34 now without loss. Lees moves on to 8. Minto 25 from 29, doing a great job here. Again, more and more blue sky just coming through, as you can see from your pictures there. The sky's really breaking up. It started off as overcast. The whole sky was grey, and there was a bit of moisture in the air. But now it feels like a good seeing and batting day again.
Going to try come over the wicket now. Bass trying to
to
push that
Minto.
across.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had success there, hasn't he? And he finds the outside edge again, and Patterson White. Honestly, I would have them in another catching position there, but I am not the skipper. I'm sat on my big backside 100 metres away with the perfect view. So that ends the over from Mohammed Abbas. Been very tidy so far, the overseas. Durham 34 without loss after 9 overs.
Think we're going to get our first change.
Lyndon James.
Picked up a 5 for in the second innings last week. Averages 33 with the bat. Made 21 off 20. I think he'll be disappointed. He got off to a good start and wasn't able to cash in on it. So he's looking to continue his good form from last week. As I mentioned, picked up that 5 for in the second innings to skittle Hampshire to get that game done inside 3 days. He's taken 92 first-class wickets, an average of 34.5.
He is the balance to Notts side. That all-rounder, good with the bat, good with the ball, allows Notts to either pick an extra batsman or an extra bowler, depending on maybe the surface. So I'm maybe a little bit surprised with how good he is that they haven't gone for the young spinner with how dry this pitch is. I think it will really turn probably tomorrow and day 4.
Around the wicket. Straight away. Good line of length to Alex Lees.
Yeah, he'll bash a length.
So we've got 2 slips to start with. We say that's a backward point. Cover mid-on, mid-off. And 2 men back on the leg side. 1 in front of square and 1 behind. And there's a man on the sweep. There's a sweeper at point. Tall bloke, Lyndon James. I wonder if, we've seen it from Mohammed Abbas, who pinged Minto on the helmet. Maybe, even though this ball is only just into its 10th over, maybe they will be looking at some of the short pitch stuff as a switch, trying to lull a mistake. We saw that from Freddie McCann yesterday. Got a short ball and didn't make enough contact and just gloved it through to Ollie Robinson. Bit fuller.
Over 1,300 watching on the live stream. Like I said, welcome all. If you've got any comments that you'd like me to attempt to read out or interact with, then whack them in the live feed or contact us at. Just wait after this ball.
Ooh. Dangled outside the off stump and
Died, didn't it, on the way through?
did on the bounce to Verena. Lee's trying to swat that away through cover.
Yeah, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk is our email address. If you'd like to speak to Rob or myself.
Nice looking on drive, but Brett Hutton does the fielding.
Breeze has been strong the whole game. Lucky Ross is upstairs today because that wind will be gone straight over his head. Oh,
Pulled away nicely through vacant mid-wicket. Rob Lord will run round from deep backwards square and do the fielding. Lees will trot through for a couple to end the over. 36 without loss, deficit 371
it's almost
for
like
the
a
hosts.
check pull, that wasn't it? Right, you get your check drives. That one was a bit of a
didn't
check
really,
pull.
It was back of length, didn't really get up.
No follow through from the skipper, but he moves into double figures. Mohammed Abbas to continue from the Lumley end. So far has none for 11 from his 5. Bowled the 1 over last night. To the night watchman James Minto, where we saw Alex Lees backing up, standing next to the umpire last night, which is quite interesting. Definitely wasn't getting run out backing up, that is for sure. We do see, we see one slip and the 2 floaters now.
Well, the odds it goes through second slip.
Yeah. Another good bouncer, sharp bouncer from Abbas that's well negotiated by Minto.
I think I've seen Lees get run out once while backing up. I think he was batting with Scott Borthwick. I think Scott crunched the drive back down the ground. It was one of those flicks the bowler's hands in the follow through, and Lees is backing up and he just immediately turns around and just walks, just sticks his bat under his arm and just walks.
Got some Norton love coming in on this live stream chat. Minto there just getting a little bit early. So Carol Bradley says she loves it, loves cricket, even more when she's watching somebody that she knows, and young James Minto. And the Norton boys are en route to Stokesley. Good luck today, lads.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date this afternoon with the North East Premier League.
One from Craig Symington, top man, Simo. Hope you're well, buddy.
Chester Street in action this afternoon, Ash?
Yes, we have Tynemouth at home. I was just going to mention Simo, his young fella, Luke Symington's part of the academy. I'll just talk about that after this ball. And Minto climbs into that, but can't beat the man at cover. Absolutely murdered Sunderland during the week. So the academy took on Sunderland in a T20 Banks Cup tie. And I think he hit it like 100 and... Oh, it was stupid. 100 and maybe 40 or 160 or something ridiculous. I'm sure one of the lads will put it on what he got, but him and young Owen Harwood, who played his first game back from injury, he got 70 odd, and I think they maybe put on none for 260 or something like that in a T20. Absolutely outstanding. Minto guides that away. Gorgeous piece of timing. That has raced away to the backward point boundary, and there'll be cheers all the way along the A19 down to Stokesley from the Norton boys. Great shot from Minto, and now has a career best score of 29. Long may that continue to grow.
He does not look out of place as a top order bat, which is crazy to say because he was carded to come in, I think, at number 11.
That's just all timing, wasn't it? Beautiful. Just allowed the ball to come on, and a bit unlike the ball before where he probably took it a touch early, played it right under his eyes, and raced away for 4. This one he flashes a bit harder, but he hits it just as well. And this one will race away for 4 more. And Minto putting his name up in lights again with a lovely little start. Here he's on 33 now from 35 balls. and Durham move on to 44 without loss. 1 ball remaining in the 11th over. This is where a little calming word. I think Lees has just said, "Yeah, mate, this is good. Just relax. Keep playing each ball as it comes." And as a result, to the experienced and the legendary Mohammed Abbas, they now have a sweeper out at deep point. Try round the wicket here. Oh, and the beans are just jumping a little bit there as Minto has a little flash at that one. And thankfully for him and thankfully for Durham, that goes through to the keeper without any alarm. And look at that blue sky now. It's turned into another beautiful day here in Chesley Street. You can see that pictures are looking north towards Newcastle. And that's where the breeze is coming from. But even the breeze isn't as strong as yesterday, and it looks a really nice batting day now.
What do you think about change at the Lumley end? Abbas bowled 5 on the bounce.
Yeah, I think so. He's just been hit for a couple of boundaries. I mean, the man is a very, very good bowler. It'll be interesting to see what they look at. How soon will they look to get Patterson White into the attack? I don't think he'll bowl from that end with the wind, so it might be a bit of Rob Lord.
Lees tucks away off his hip through mid-wicket. Those 2 men are back on the fence for the Durham captain.
He's just given the strike to Minto at the moment, isn't he? It's all easy for the Durham skipper. Just let the young pup have a crack. 45 without loss.
Takes that one nicely off the back foot. Will briskly run through for a single. Still just the one slip, I think it looks like, for Lyndon James. There's McCann at second.
He bowls a bit off spin as well, doesn't he, McCann?
Yeah, he's going to come in at very close at second slip, you can see there.
Not to have gone really defensive here. They've got 2 sweepers out either side and the fine leg. There's a couple of slips in place.
It's the danger, though, when coming up against a side like Durham who do want to be proactive, who do want to score quick. Yes, you want to put the sweepers out there. We saw it in the Ashes. Pat Cummins immediately having sweepers out on both sides. But that just allows Durham to rotate the strike, pick up easy singles, and before you know it, they've taken maybe 4 or 5 off the over. That's crunched, but there is that sweeper there. But 4 balls of the over, 4 singles. Durham will quite happily take, if there's sweepers out there, Durham will quite happily take 6 singles off the over. You know, Notts cruised along yesterday at a run rate that never really dropped below 4.5.
They might be just looking to initially stop that boundary count, which Durham struggled to do so at times. But you're right, it is picking up runs at will at the moment.
Shouldn't really have been a run there.
Probably identified that went to Patterson White's right-hand side, with him being a left-hander.
Because you could hear the clear communication just straight away.
That's what happens as well when you're scoring off every ball. It just becomes a little bit easier. Luckily for Notts, I guess at the moment, is it's 2 left-handers at the crease, not that right-hand left-hand combination. Oof.
Crunched by Minto. 6 singles. 50 partnership as well for Lees and Minto. Experience and youth at the crease for the hosts. They have negotiated the first 45 minutes of this morning session chanceless. Well, bar that Minto edge through the slips for 4, but apart from that, there's been nothing given by these two. More of the same.
Yeah, see Abbas to continue. But you're right, he has played beautifully. Got Tim says 400's par. It's always good to see both teams battered, but yeah, I mean, it looked like Notts were going to get 600 at one stage yesterday, and then it didn't look like they were going to get 300, and kind of levelled out there at that 400 mark. It was a really entertaining day's cricket.
Ebbs and flows for first-class cricket.
A bus to continue around the wicket. Minto gets up tall. It's almost like playing a replay there. Crunches it out to deep point for another single. Praveen 42, mate. Go and watch something else, I reckon. Give your head a wobble. Nice from Abbas. A little bit tighter there from around the wicket. Just cramping Alex Lees up a little bit. He plays it nicely with a beautiful full face of the bat. Be interesting. Saw a little bit of spin from Drizzle yesterday. And I wouldn't be surprised if they turned to Patterson White early Notts just to see if he can get anything out of this surface that at the moment looks pretty good for batting for the seamers.
Left-handed spinner as well is going to be able to challenge both left and right-handed batters.
A little edge onto that, and Lees immediately takes off. Slightly interested, the Notts fielders, in an LBW, but definite two noises there. Daniel, I'm not sure I understand. If Durham bowl Nottingham out twice without getting the same amount of runs, Durham win the game. Yeah, mate. So if Durham, in theory, get 600 and bowl Notts out for 150 in the second innings, Durham win the game.
There's a very good tea towel that explains the nuances of 4-day cricket.
Nice areas, nice length that from Abbas.
I can't quite remember exactly what it says off my head, but you know.
I reckon you could Google it and find it.
Exactly. If you Google it, and it's honestly, I think my parents have got it still at home somewhere. Has been a few wickets round the other grounds in Division 1. We'll have a look at the end of the over.
Minto just giving himself a little bit of room there and getting that one away through point, just to keep that scoreboard ticking over. My wife keeps sending me pictures of my little pup all the time.
Rooster?
Yeah, a little rooster. Trying to make me jealous. I have to get a picture of him up on the stream from Sam. He's a beauty. Keeping me busy, that's for sure. Abbas around the wicket. Lees again with a lovely full face of the bat, pushes this to mid-on. That ends another pretty tight over from Abbas. Just 3 from it. He has none for 22 from 7. Durham a 53 without loss, with Minto on 38 and Lees on 14.
Somerset have had a bit of a collapse this morning. Last time we checked, there was 6 down. They're now all out for 338. Archie Vaughan, last man out for 80. Surrey have lost their first wicket. They're 71 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 255. Warwickshire have lost a couple of early wickets this morning. They're 60 for 4, replying to Hampshire's 300 all out. Worcestershire were bowled all out for 358, but they have picked up an early wicket against Essex. So Essex are currently 9 for 1 after 6 overs and 1 ball, trailing by 349. Nicely played out to the sweeper. Kent have lost a couple of wickets as well. They're 3 wickets now, as I mentioned it. They're 4-14 for 9 against Gloucestershire, doing well. Gloucestershire just wrapping up their maximum bowling bonus points before 110 overs. Lancashire have gone well, 304 for 5. That's an extra 54 added for them this morning. Leicestershire have lost a second. They're 64 for 2, trailing by 168 against Middlesex. And Glamorgan have lost their first this morning, but they are 144 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Checked on drive by Lees. Glamorgan trailing by just 41 on first innings against Northamptonshire down at Cardiff. Essex have now lost a second wicket. 9 for 2 in reply to 358. Who turned the lights off? Yeah. Lee's late cut for a single. And I get what you're saying, Ash, about Notts maybe trying to restrict that boundary flow that Minto in particular has been able to put on this morning. But I don't know, at the start of the day you had 405 run lead to play with, and a night watch. Get after them.
Yeah, I hear you. Just trying to explain what might be going through Hasib Hamid's head there at mid-off.
Short and wide, but not punished.
Definitely a one-day wide. Minto unable to get there. Joseph Emerson, I'm not sure I can read that one out, but it's sort of on the gist of, can we bring the fielders back in the ring, please, I think he said. I hear what you're saying. I hear exactly what you're saying, mate. And good for Minto pushing into the gap.
Believe before this game he had 40 runs total in first class cricket. He's now doubled it in just this innings alone. See Freddie McCann going through some warm-ups at second slip. Maybe they're going to turn to spin.
Which is why I'm surprised that Ahmed didn't play, with Durham being so top-heavy with left-handers. But
another push and run.
It's going to really please Joseph Emerson, that one. Another single out into the gap.
4 singles from the over. Durham are looking untroubled so far. 57 without loss. Deficit now 350.
It's just nice batting, risk-free batting from these two, keeping that scoreboard ticking along. So 57 now without loss. Notts just need to have a little change here. Abbas is going to continue.
It's favourite flag, mate.
She's back. She's not as there.
Not wrapped around so far.
Probably indicates that it is breezy, but not as breezy as it was yesterday. I need to give him some things to pick out in the crowd or in the ground, don't we? Keep him occupied. Actually, we'll wait till after lunch when Stevie's up there. Abbas to continue right on the money. He's looked the closest to getting a breakthrough so far this morning for Notts, as you would expect. Your overseas signing 700 plus first-class wickets. Been an outstanding medium pace bowler over the years. Mohammad Abbas learning his trade on the flattest of wickets in Pakistan. Emerson says something, giving Minto one to get Lees on strike. Up the Norton. Getting some Norton love this morning. Not surprised with one of their young guns strutting his stuff out here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Freddie McCann is going through some rigorous warm-up, so we might see a bit of off-spin from the Finkel end into the breeze. Colin Ingram, just happy that the cricket's on. Good morning, mate. Hope you're well.
I think we might get a double change. You can see Rob Lord away to our left-hand side going through some stretches as well.
Should have saved that one, mate. Oh, nicely bowled by Abbas, and this gets a thick outside edge that will run away down to John Bland's favourite fielding position at third man for 4.
I don't think he'll mind not having a third man.
Very true. Very true. Where are the lads, actually? There's no deck chairs out.
They're having a tea break,
might be having lunch. Good morning, lads, if you're listening and watching.
Mention that Kent score, 420 for 9 now. Ajit Singh Dale has 7 of those wickets for Gloucestershire.
Wow. Impressive. I was speaking to Neil Colleen about the two of them. They've got Akhtar down there as well. Very, very impressive quicks down at Gloucester.
Ooh.
Oh, that one's short. I'm not sure if that's hit Lees on their back elbow.
I thought it was elbow as well.
He's a tough boy.
Tough Yorkshireman. Well, adopted Northeastern now.
Yeah, he's just having a little glance at that back elbow.
Yeah, Ajit Singh Dale currently has figures of 25 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 110.
Nice.
I think he went on the Lions tour to Australia as well over the winter. Ben McKinney was on that tour, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised if he's involved in the couple of Lions warm-up games they have against India A very soon.
Lees allows that one to... As it just tails away a little bit after passing the stumps. .61 without loss, Durham. Lees on 20 and Minto on 40. 40 from just 45 deliveries. Oh, Lees flushes at a wide one. Thankfully, he doesn't get an edge, because he'd have been absolutely filthy if he'd have nicked that one. And that ends another over from Abbas, and maybe ends his spell, Rob. As you mentioned, Lord had been warming up out on the boundary quite vigorously. McCann jogs through, so we're going to see a little bit more of the same with Lyndon James. James Welsh enjoying the comms as well, mate. Great to hear from you. Got a job for me yet? But no, mate. Young Minto, he says, going well. Obviously, James Minto has had a pretty turbulent few weeks in his personal life. But he's coming through on the right side of that, doing the thing that he loves, back out on the cricket field. Just signed a rookie 2-year contract with Durham. As rightly said from the comments on the live stream, he is a fast bowler that's come through the academy, but showing his wares with the bat this morning. Very, very talented and level-headed young man. Picks up another single. James Keyes' wagon will be very, very thick and heavy with runs through the point region this morning. Tim saying on the stream that we should be referring to him as an all-rounder. He genuinely is an all-rounder, mate. He'll just need to maybe take a bit of time to transfer that into the first-class arena. But in all cricket that he's played as a kid, he's absolutely an all-rounder.
With a conflab going on here. Hutton, Hamid and James. Good ball, but solidly blocked out by Lees. Again, going to be another chat with Hutton and Hamid. Maybe thinking... I don't know what they'd be thinking. That's why I'm up here.
How are we going to get a wicket? That's what they're thinking. What do we need to do? I'd get spin on early here.
I think I'd agree with you. Late into the ground from Lees, but straight to Gully. Oh, excuse me, it's more back. It's definitely backward point. Slip's going to come out.
Maybe, yeah, that's something you could do. Maybe put him in as a catcher in on the offside there.
They're getting inventive. Just Freddie McCann as the lone slip now. Joe Clark comes out to short point. The one thing it will do is it will stop that flow of singles down to the down to the sweeper.
Obviously reduces the chance of taking that catch in the slip cordon, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to stop that easy scoring option through point. James Welsh not answering my question. Oh, that's a good area.
Lee's able to tuck it away. The one thing James can't really afford to do with that field to Lee's is bowl straight, because there is no protection at mid-wicket. He's got the protection out to deep backward square and long leg, where Lee's can, as he just did, work it off the hips for a single quite comfortably. But, as you can see on your screen, mid-wicket is unprotected. So if he does a 2 straight, it gives that scoring option. James Minto fancies a boundary through point, which is... He's done remarkably well to get it through there, because as we mentioned, there has been a catcher brought in. Joe Clark, I think, is at... or Liam Patterson-White was now at short point in a catching position. Ben Slater's the sweeper out on the boundary, and yet Minto's still managed to crash it through all of them for 4.
Yeah. Reminds me a little bit of last year when McKinney got his 100. They had about 3 or 4 men in the covers, and then he would either hit it over it or through them somehow. But the exuberance of youth, eh? Put a catcher in there.
Fearless.
Yeah, I'm just going to whack it through it. No worry about that. Not sure Deep Point picked it up all that clearly. But another boundary to Minto. He's on 45 from just 47. And yes, he is the night watchman. Yeah, we are going to see that change of Rob Lord. From the Lumley end. Teams put poor seeing ground, question mark. I think, I've played a lot of cricket on a lot of grounds. I think the Riverside is really the glariest ground I've ever played at. Yeah, definite sunglasses required because of the constant squinting. But he shouldn't have really had any trouble picking it up from the background. He's got white seats on the opposite side of the ground to him, but maybe it was just the way that Minto hit the ball. So Lord is the change. Lee's on strike. 67 without loss after 16. So Lee's on 21. Got the best seat in the house. Young Minto going about his business nicely on 45. Lord right on the money first ball. Big strong lad. Hardly a cloud in the sky now. Totally different from when we first arrived. Beautiful day. Beautiful directing as well, Stevie. I love that. This one's on Lees' hip as he tucks it away. Times it nicely, but Lyndon James comfortably around to do the fielding. Just a single to Lees. Moves him on to 22 and Durham on to 68 without loss. Two slips in place, and we still have those sweepers either side. Then we have a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket. So just interesting there. That line is just struggling to access the ball a little bit. So having to give himself a touch of room. Peter Woodward, he's sitting in Portugal. I can guarantee it'll be warmer in Portugal. The sun is shining exactly the same, I would think. But I reckon you've got 10 to 15 degrees on us here in Chesley Street. But yeah, it does look like a good day for batting. You're absolutely right. As all 4 days do look that way, forecast-wise, to be fair. And Minto is beaten by Lord. Good line, good length. Angling across the young left-hander. The two batters just communicating with each other. As that one nips across off the seam. It's a good start from Lord. Minto again just trying to give himself a little bit of room. Looking to score through the offside. Looking to force. And the skipper just coming down, having a word with the young fella, going, it's okay. 45 from 50 is pretty good going. Just relax. Still got a lot of batting ahead of you today. Minto does relax and pushes this one, as he has done so many times so far today, out into the offside for a single. That will end the over. He moves on to 46. Durham 69 without loss. Lee's at the other end on 22. Really nice work so far from this Durham pair. And the surprise of the morning is that young Minto is leading the charge. He's doing really nicely out there. Alex Lee's along for the ride in cruise mode on 22. Young Minto 46 from 51. Just one blow away from a maiden first-class half-century. You can probably hear from the announcer that Brett Hutton is into the attack.
See me turning back to his experienced bowler. Top 5 in wickets taken so far this year, I think on 21. Fergus O'Neill also took 21 in his 4-game spell before having to go back home. Around the wicket to Minto.
Flies
immediately testing that outside edge.
Yeah, Colin Ingram's just asking, does anybody know where Minto started his cricket? If you haven't heard from the stream so far, there's a lot of Norton love in the house. So that's right, that's his club, Norton, in the NYSD, North Yorkshire South Durham League, and he's been part of Durham's pathway pretty much from a nipper all the way through, and he is still eligible for the under-18s. In fact, he played a couple of weeks ago with his brother Teddy in the under-18s. And just loves cricket. Under-18s, second team, first team. It doesn't seem to phase where he plays. He just goes out there and goes about his business. Good morning to Chris from Sweden. The lad looks like a good bowler, and his batting isn't going to hurt either. Absolutely. And Colin Ingram, yeah, again, you're right. We are very proud of him.
Good stop from Patterson White. Looks like he's hurt himself in the process.
Not getting a lot of love from his teammate, is he?
Yeah. You hope it's nothing serious.
I'm not sure if he's just landed on the ball. I see Bamit showing a little bit more concern. Jack Haynes wasn't.
He's pointing his hamstring there, I think.
Durham Physio is racing out onto the ground here. That looked quite innocuous at first, but hopefully is okay. Little break in play here, as you can see the Durham Physio racing across, straight across the pitch. The umpire will be absolutely thrilled with that.
Alex Lees wants a towel.
Yeah, he'll got a towel and a drink.
Change your gloves.
Why not? It's interesting to see sometimes Lees as well, just when he feels like he's in the groove, takes his thigh pad off as well. So yeah, just keep an eye on that.
Sussex 15 without loss in reply after 5 overs to 338 by Somerset. Surrey have lost a second wicket as they try and track down 255. Both openers, Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, have been and gone. Warwickshire 74 for 4, still in trouble as they are 226 in arrears against Hampshire. Essex 23 for 2, trailing by 335 against Worcestershire. Worcestershire desperately needing a win as they are quite a way adrift at the foot of Division 1. Kent have been bowled out for 424. Good recovery from Gloucestershire this morning. Grant Stewart and Chris Benjamin doing the damage for the visitors. I think Benjamin out in the 90s, 93 for him. Lancashire have added 80 runs this morning so far. They only pick up 2 batting bonus points though, 330 for 5. They are against Derbyshire. Leicestershire have lost a third against Middlesex, 77 for 3, currently down at Lords. They trail by 155. And Glamorgan are closing in on parity with Northamptonshire, 160 for 4. Deficit for them just 25. They'll be eyeing up a good first innings lead over the course of the day. Liam Patterson-White has had his treatment and we are ready to go again. Brett Hutton around the wicket, 3 dots to start the over. There is a bit more protection now in that mid-wicket region for Minto, Rob Lord and Lyndon James right there.
Patterson-White not moving well at all there in the covers. But yeah, just another question from Colin. A lot of the Durham players do play league cricket. The big dogs don't tend to, but example, Luke Robinson's playing for my club up at Chesley Street today, which I'm sure that Tynemouth will be absolutely thrilled about.
Nicely off the back foot. Scott Borthwick's playing for Hartlepool.
Hartlepool, absolutely. Yeah, so the lads get out and play a bit of club cricket when they can. A little bit of extra cash never hurts either.
I think Robbie Bowman probably be in action.
Yeah,
he'll be in action today.
A couple of the academy lads.
He's one I really like the look of as well. Good wicketkeeper bat coming through. Mitch Killeen would have been probably playing club cricket this weekend.
He's at Burnmore, yeah, absolutely.
I think Paul Coughlin is registered with Burnmore as well. Maybe it's his brother Josh. Good stop.
Patterson-White doing the fielding there, much to the applause of his teammates.
He does not look comfortable though, Ash. He said it. Maiden from Hutton as he returned, but he does not look comfortable out there in the covers. Very good stop. Durham remains 69 without loss. Trying to think who else. Is that about Dan Hogg, I think is...
Is it Newcastle?
I think he's Newcastle.
Yeah.
George Giselle, when he's not playing for Durham, I think is South North.
Yeah, he made a big contribution to them last week, helping them to win the game.
Also got ex-Durham cricketers, Harry Crawshaw, Ross Whitfield.
Johnny Bushnell, all at Burnett Field. Emilio Gage just signed for CM Park. So yeah, they're all dotted all across the leagues. It's quite cool actually up at the moment. I'm just checking on my club's score. Chesley Street are playing Tynemouth and Luke Robinson, his younger brother, are opening the bowling.
See that's sort of what makes cricket such a great sport. Bringing family together.
100%. Yeah, somebody's just put on Mark Wood. Yeah, he bowled at
Ashington.
He bowled for Ashington against Lanchester a couple of years ago. I think Woody was more petrified at bowling at them in case he hurt somebody than the batters were.
It's past that time that Jofra Archer rocked up to a Sussex 2s game ahead of the 2019 Ashes.
That did not look fun.
I think it was Lancashire.
I'm not sure. He had a few ducking and diving, I know that.
Yeah, just imagine being a 2s opener and you rock up and you catch wind of, oh yeah, by the way, you're going to have Jofra Archer bowling at your head when he bowls 90 mile an hour. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, and you've got a few have come. Obviously, James Minto is a Norton boy, and Luke Symington, and his uncle Mark played at Durham for quite a while back in my day. Nicely tucked away off his pads by Lees. Quite a nice start this from Lord. Been very tight. Just stopped the flow of runs in the last few overs. Hutton and Lord. 70 without loss, Durham. How long is Mark Wood out for? What a question.
I think from what I can remember from the surgery and the news release from England, June or July.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's normally a couple of months, isn't it?
So
Minto is beaten outside the off stump. This is good from Lord. He's come on and started this spell really nicely. It's the first time Minto's looked in just a little bit of trouble.
it's the height that Rob Lord has. We mentioned it with Bryden Cast yesterday. The
Good
height.
release point.
And he almost slows down as he gets the crease through his action.
Yeah.
Always kinds to not stop, but definitely slows down a little bit and
Just rocks back a little bit, doesn't he?
a little bit of a, dare I say, a slingy action.
Catapulty, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a
Good.
bouncer this time that Minto ducks under quite nicely. This has been good from Lord. Impressive spell. He's got the breeze at his back from the Lumley end. And just put the brakes on this scoring a little bit here for Durham.
I think
So-
Hayden Mustard's also going to be back in club action relatively soon.
Yeah, he played a game the other week, I think the first game of the season for Shotley Bridge against Chesty Street, and injured his hamstring in that one. Has played for Benwell Hill as well in the past. Minto gets that one. Probably should have run, as Alex Lees is looking at him going, mate, you could have had one there. But safely sent back by Minto. That ends the over. Just the one off it from Lord, who started off nice and tidily. Durham 70 without loss.
Speaking of Hayden Mustard, his dad Phil has just joined the MJPL Premier League.
Mate, he gets everywhere, this bloke.
Why was he over the winter? He
Went to India, didn't he, or something? He's
I think it was Pakistan as well, maybe.
He does a bit of umpiring now as well.
Lees tucks that through mid-wicket, running the first one hard. It's a comfortable 2 for the Durham skipper. Maybe just looking to go up through the gears a tad.
Yeah, he might just want to take a little bit of pressure off Minto here. Just has had such a good start, but a little bit stuck there in the 40s. Maybe a bit of nerves about getting to that 50 landmark. But he can just take a bit of pressure off him by keeping the scoring going from his end. And that'll help with that line there from Hutton.
Yeah, just 2 straight. 2 straight from Hutton and Alex Lees. That's basically a net ball to him. Tuck away off the hips.
Yeah, man.
Stroll down to the other end.
Left-hander's bread and butter, that.
Is it because of is it the angle for
Yeah,
left-handers?
it's just
Is
almost a free hit.
Is it just as simple as that?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really get out unless you play it really badly. So it's just almost a free hit there. Just allow the ball to come in and tuck it away off the hip. Minto lays back on that one and back cuts it.
That is his maiden first-class 50 for James Minto. Been almost a chanceless innings so far this morning. A handshake from his captain at the other end. Warm applause from his home crowd. This 17-year-old taking to first-class cricket like a duck to water.
Yeah, fantastic. Really, really, really proud of his work this morning. Just seems to grab every opportunity that he gets at the moment.
Youngest Durham half-centurion beats Nicky Peng for that record.
Oh.
Brett Hutton says, "Still got to watch your outside. You still got to watch outside off stump, mate."
That might have just tailed away a little bit, that one.
77 without loss. Been Durham's 80 minutes, sorry, this morning. Yeah, Patterson White still moving pretty gingerly out there. Wonder if that maybe just puts a little spanner in the works for Hasib Hamid.
Oh,
Squared him up. But there is only one slip. So that's going to run away for another boundary for James Minto. Ends the over. A profitable one for Durham. But more importantly, James Minto, maiden first-class 50 at 17 years and 172 days.
yeah, outstanding. Lots of love on the comments on the live stream as well for young Minto. And fully deserved. And he'll just, the thing is, he'll just take it all in his stride as well. He'd probably shrug his shoulders and go, yeah, it's my, in the words of Roy Keane, well, that's my job. But fantastic to see. Always good to see the next generation coming through, no matter where you're at.
I mentioned it yesterday. It was easy to see by how much movement he got. I think by far the most natural movement of the Durham bowlers yesterday. Excuse me. And he's just backing that up today.
Yeah, I've seen no real swing today. I'm not sure that any of the Notts lads are swing bowlers. They all look like pretty much hit the pitch bowlers and look to get some movement off the seam. And Andy says it's almost time for the Notts County fans to leave us. Well, best of luck down there at Wimbledon. Being a magpie of the North East, I hope you do very well. Lees clips this away nicely off his pads. He'll just settle for the single. Out in the deepest, Slater does the work. Yeah, Notts County second leg down at Wimbledon today. FA Cup final day as well, isn't it?
Crystal Palace, Manchester City.
Yeah.
Changing the field, Slater's going to come up from that sweeper roll into, say, straight mid-wicket.
Oh, that's hit him on the head. And maybe a bit of glove and a little bit of all sorts going on. But it's going to run away for 4. And it is 4 runs to Minto.
Don't mind that from Lord.
Unless it's just straight off the shoulder of the bat. But I was under the impression that there was a bit of helmet involved there as well.
Giving his runs, and that's 1
Yeah.
for the over.
Lee's looking around to see if there's any concussion kind of protocols going to take place, but it doesn't look like it. Maybe it was just purely shoulder of the bat.
So don't mind that from Lord. He's got the
It's a great bouncer.
ability, being a taller bowler, but Minto didn't need to get all of it.
Oof. Played that really awkwardly, actually.
Not
But
the
we'll get
most
another 4.
not the most aesthetically pleasing
No.
shot of the morning. And then right back on it.
Yeah, well played. That one in behind it. The youngster, 58 now. Lee's on 27, 86 without loss. Was the Notts County one the one where the striker got sent off right at the end with that kind of 2-footed challenge where the lad dived over the... Yeah, I'm sure it was. Right at the end of the game. In the first leg. I'll let the lads on the stream tell me. This one down the leg side and nearly flicks the backside of Minto, but goes harmlessly away. Conrad, tuning in from New Zealand, Minto reminds him of a young James Franklin. And he's right, he did get some movement through the air. Minto in behind that one as that one rises up off the pitch. Good effort ball that from Lord. and a really nice over. It's cost him 5. I've been impressed with his start so far, Rob Lord. He's got none for 8 from his 3. And we are going to see some spin. Rob Rush, we're going to not see the left arm spin of Patterson White, but we are going to see the off spin of Freddie McCann. Probably because of the 2 left-handers. Just over half an hour to go to the lunch break.
Definitely more of the part-time off spin from McCann. Only got 2 first-class wickets so far. Interesting to see what field Haseeb Hamid sets. Can already see long on is in place. Jack Haynes just down beneath us to our left-hand side. 2 sweepers out. Man on the 45 as well for the Durham captain. Just jabs it down to Haynes.
Colin's asking, do the commentators play cricket themselves? Well, I retired at the start of the year, but then played 3 games in a week last week, so that might answer that one. That one fired through from McCann. Ian Warrington saying Lord's the first bowler to really disconcert the batsman. And he's already got a name ground after him. Very good. I like that. Very flat from McCann. Allowing Minto to play off the back foot. Yeah, we'll have Emily Windsor in today, who's still a current player, currently injured at the moment, but proudly part of Durham women's squad. Nicely watched there from Minto. I'm sure was watching on intently last night as Durham women won via a super over in the T20 Cup.
Yeah, just a quiet Friday night.
Yeah, man.
Tucked away to Hamid, who's in there at that.
I'm sure McCann
wicket.
McCann came on and got McKinney out, I'm sure, last year. Something innocuous. And that was fired through a bit quicker. A little bit of confusion between the batters, but safely negotiated. So nice start from McCann, nice and tight. Looks like he's just intent on firing it through and not trying to get much out of this surface. Just the one off his first over. Yeah, I agree with you, Ian, that Lord has definitely looked the best of the seamers so far. The big fella comes in using his height. Reminds me a bit of Alan Walker in his action, the former Durham cricketer and Durham coach. With that, just that little bit of a rock down motion and then really slamming down the front foot. Bit prettier to watch than Alan Walker, if I'm totally honest. I'm sure Wack won't mind me saying that. No, Ian, it's definitely still Saturday, mate. Unless we've both missed a day. Lee's driving nicely. And we'll pick up a single. Brings Minto back on strike to resume, I guess, the mini battle that's going on between these two at the moment.
Yeah, we saw Lord last over with that sharp bouncer. Minto kind of gloving it over. Did not look comfortable at all, but got the 4 for it. Just tad full there to Alex Lees. Just it's an easy single, but as he just mentioned there, maybe he's not too unhappy that it brings Minto on strike. Field just moving around. No one at mid-off.
Oosh, nice from Lord. Really nice.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Well, not since the first sign of them being in the game this morning, really. Or in this morning session, I should say. 12:30.
Just been sent a video from Craig Symington, who has all the Norton boys gathered round an iPad watching James Minto batting. Absolutely brilliant. It's Good line from Minto. Minto just giving himself a little bit of room, trying to get that ball away through the offside. And Rob Lord is giving him zero width. Yeah, Conrad, stick with him. Conrad saying in New Zealand it's nearly Sunday. Yeah, stick with him. He's a good kid to watch. Maybe one that'll head him down your way on an England tour in the future. Mentioned James Franklin there, former Durham coach. Still lives in the northeast, just a couple of miles away from Chesley Street. Sure, his son's part of Durham's pathway as well, Charlie. Representing Gateshead Fell, the same club that Marcus North is associated with. Marcus' son Archie playing for them, opening the bowling for the seconds last week. I'm sure he'll be playing today as well. Short and wide, and Minto has a bit of a wild slash at that one and be disappointed he's missed out, but probably struggled to reach it.
Nicely taken by Verena as well. Diving away to his left-hand side.
Just under half an hour to the lunch break. Durham 88 without loss. Following a similar pattern to yesterday's start, where Notts ended up the session, what was it, 133 for 1. Having lost Ben Slater just before. Minto well under that bouncer.
Gets a round of applause from Will Gidman. Down beneath us, 88 for none. Deficit 319. Love your work, Ross. Cheers, mate.
Pensive Will Gidman. Walking around Durham 88 without loss. Minto 58. You'll have seen a lot of Minto. Will Gidman was part of the second team structure last year.
A little bit of movement off the pitch there. Not a lot, but something.
Just trying to challenge both edges, isn't he? By bowling it a little bit flatter, hoping that one grips.
Try and zip it through the air. McCann drops Lyndon James a little bit deeper to deep mid-off. Big LBW shout. Think that might have hit Carl Verena in a very uncomfortable place.
I'm going to go with the plums. Brett Hutchinson, unfortunately not available to play club cricket at the moment, just going through a little bit of an injury himself. Well, Luke Robinson's got through a 5-over spell, has none for 9. Tynemouth have started quite nicely. 37 without loss. Other scores in the North East Premier League, Felling 50 without loss against Ashington. Burnetfield 45 for 2 versus Burnmoor. Newcastle are 42 for 1 away to Castle Eden.
Maiden from McCann.
Mentioned Tynemouth 37 without loss at Chesley Street, just up the road. Hetton Lions 32 for 2 against Shotley Bridge. And Sunderland are 30 for 1 against South Northumberland. Lord to continue his mini battle with Minto, who does he's done so often this morning. Punches this one through the point region and will pick up a single. Couple of changes to the field there just to allow Rob Lord to ball a little bit straighter, taking a fielder from the offside across to mid-wicket. So again we have the two slips, the fielder out at deep backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square and a deep fine leg. And this is short and Lees helps it on its way round the corner comfortably for a single. .90 without loss. Lees 30, Minto 59. Try over the wicket here after being around the wicket. And again, rinse and repeat. Apparently, if you have hair, that's what happens. I don't have hair, but Minto manages to repeat his single and gets another one through the point area. James Keys is busy getting a blot through point and backward point on his wagon wheel. Moves on to 60, the young fella. Doing really well. That's nicely bowled at Lees. Good line, targeting middle and leg. And a nice length there from Lord. But well kept out by Lees. Big 20 minutes here up to the lunch break. Notts desperate for a breakthrough. Durham looking to negotiate the full session without loss. Currently 91 without loss. Again, following a similar pattern to yesterday. I'm hoping, from Durham's point of view, the middle session does not follow suit. And Lee's
Tight.
pushing and taking off. Hamid fires it in, but a good run from the skipper.
I think it's Patterson White, actually. Well, no, Ben Slater.
Oh, Slater, is it? Sorry, Hamid's normally at mid-off, isn't he? Is Hamid on the pitch?
He is.
Looking for the floppy.
Yeah, he's just walked across the stumps
there
and
he is.
non-strikers
Yeah,
end.
he went to mid-wicket, apologies. Looking all over the shop, he's right in plain sight. Domestic blindness. That's what my wife says when I can't see something that's right in front of right in front of my face. Last ball of the over. 4 singles so far from it. He's round the wicket and Minto pushes this one back to Lord. To end over number 25. 92 without loss. Minto on 60. Skipper Alex Lees stoic on 31. AFC Wimbledon have taken an early lead in that playoff. 1-0 up. Currently leading 2-0 on aggregate. Nice challenging line that from McCann.
Yeah, tickled fine off the hip by the skipper. Do you reckon we won't see Patterson White until there's a right-hander at the crease?
No, I think he'll come on before that, but maybe see how that injury is as well. Just going to keep my eye on him a little bit here because he wasn't moving too freely, was he, a couple of moments ago? Yeah, leg slip in place. Don't mind that. He's really looking to challenge the stumps, McCann. A little bit slower. I like the mid-on placement as well, just in case Minto is thinking about going mid-on. He's about 3/4 of the way back to the fence.
One off the over. Watchful from the 17-year-old.
Yeah, tidy work from McCann, if not unspectacular. Just kind of doing what you want from your spinner, trying to hold an end up and just reduce that scoring rate. Be Lord to continue. Alex Lees will be on strike, and the shout of put 2 on it, lads, would make it 95 without loss. No, they're looking for 2 wickets, always looking for that scoreboard pressure. 26 overs in now. You can hear the breeze just getting to pick up again. Lees tucks that away nicely off his hip. Really good work from the left-hander.
Then does not even break out of a jog.
Nah.
To get down to the non-striker.
Canter or a waddle, I'm not sure. You can describe that in many ways. It's a bit like me this morning on the treadmill, that. Not pretty. Minto hopping there, and the ball that hit the pitch hard.
Probably ended up, there was a single there to be taken. Alex Lees came halfway down the track and was just
It's the second
stood.
time now, isn't it? Lee's just having a word with Minto.
Just pointing out that field placing now.
You've missed 2 runs, mate. It's better from Minto. More control. A good bouncer and well ducked under by Minto.
Be interested to know from a S&C perspective kind of how you look after young bowlers, young fast bowlers who are looking to be an important part of the first team. ECB guidelines saying, was it 6 overs for under 19s?
Yeah, they restricted the youngsters. So I think he's at 6. I think he might be able to,
So it'd be interesting to know from, Sam Clark's point of view, how he goes about gym work with Minto. And
you've got to be careful with him being young. His body's obviously still growing. He's a strong boy, though.
So, because obviously it's a collaborative effort between S&C, fitness, Minto himself.
Yeah, and the requirements of playing as well.
Just over 10 minutes left of this opening session on day 2.
Another short one that Minto ducks under comfortably. Good effort from Lord. Really enjoyed this spell from him so far. He's none for 14. Durham 94 without loss. Just 13 minutes to the lunch break.
Yeah, not quite been the explosive start that Notts had yesterday, but overall, Ryan Campbell, I imagine, will be pretty happy with how the morning's gone.
Yeah, 100%. Being none down.
Lees checks this one down too long on. Again, barely breaks out of the run. Just taking his time. 34 now for the Durham skipper. There is just that something there for McCann.
Yeah, he's just sliding it on. I wouldn't be against even getting someone under the helmet. Just get in the mind of Minto.
What, offside, leg side?
It doesn't really matter. What you don't want is just that maybe that one opportunity that nicks the inside edge and goes off, even if it is on the offside. Lobs in the air, because the umpire just having a word there about Hamid throwing the ball back into the keeper in the vicinity of the batsman. It's a bit of a no-no these days. Unlike back in the day when the likes of Merv Hughes would deliberately throw it at the batsman rather than to the keeper.
So it's been good from Lord and McCann. They have kind of restricted the run rate a bit for Notts from their perspective, sitting at 3.4 for the innings. There was a time where Durham were just quite happy having 5 or 6 singles and over, but it's not been the case last few. Just 1 or 2 in the over, just 1 there, 95 without loss.
It's simple and pretty non-threatening, if I'm honest, that from McCann. Not looking to turn the ball, just looking to bowl around the wicket and angle it into the stumps. Hasn't really troubled either of these two batsmen. But as you said, they're doing a really good holding job. Stop the scoring, 95 without loss, Durham. Minto 60, Lees on 34. Who's an ours there? I'm not sure that Alex Lees was troubled by that at all. Bit of a half volley on leg stump. He's just tucked it round the corner and picked up a single. .96 now without loss. Lees 35.
Paul Coughlin's having a bat for Hetton Lions.
Is he?
I think it's Hetton Lions. I think it's his brother Josh who's down at
He's at Burnmore, yeah.
Burnmore.
Minto gets that away behind point. He'll pick up at least one and settle for the single.
Yeah, Coughlin stepping up his recovery from a pretty bad side injury.
Yeah, he was here earlier today.
He did a bit of 12th, did a bit of 12th yesterday.
I think I saw Hoggy with the bib on, running out drinks to the batters earlier.
Yeah, think he's not far away either. Thigh pad there?
Maybe a bit of a tickle onto the thigh pad, I think. Yeah, umpire Hartley doesn't signal anything. It sounded like there was two noises.
Think as well for Hogg. I think he stepped up. I think he bowled in a twos game recently, but
Yeah, they had a lot of them coming back from injury, and
something just didn't feel quite right. So just pushing it back another week before going again.
The likes of Hogg, Robinson, Connors all bowled this week for Durham seconds, which is good. Nicely played by Minto Lord round the wicket to the youngster.
I think Connors is huge as that senior bowler as well.
Yeah,
Obviously it's great to have the young guys coming through, but periods this year, it's great that Minto and Hogg have got their opportunities and they've taken them when they've come, but there is that element of protection you need as well. And Sam Connors, having been brought in from Derbyshire over the winter, unfortunately played I think maybe one warm-up game in Zimbabwe. He's not really been seen since.
Yeah, I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago. He's raring to go. Bumped into him in a coffee shop in Chesley Street.
This is
so solidly in behind that one.
This is sort of his chance to get some game time with Potts and Cast now going away for international duty.
Yeah, 100%. And we talked a little bit about the Notts guys being in a similar situation here with at full strength. Maybe these guys that are bowling today wouldn't have got an opportunity. But that's the beauty about county cricket, that injuries and international call-ups do happen, that you need to have plenty of options available to you as a coach and as a club. It doesn't help when you have to change your overseas player all the time. As Minto looks to have got the hang of this short ball and again comfortably ducks under that one. Where are we at? 98 without loss now, 61 for Minto, 36 for Alex Lees. We have probably time for 2 more overs before lunch, unless McCann really races through this one.
Doesn't look to be in a great deal to get it underway. Going to continue with the leg slip for Alex Lees. You can see Patterson White there on that wide angle just going through some bowling warm-up, so maybe he'll be brought in before lunch. Nice flight from McCann, but again just allows Alex Lees to jog his way to non-striker's end. He's accumulating nicely on 37. Still the 2 sweepers on either side out on the boundary. And that single will bring up the 100 partnership between Alex Lees and James Minto. Thumbs up of acknowledgement from the skipper.
I think Minto was looking to go down and get a bit of glove love there, and just a thumbs up from the skipper. Yep, crack on, young fella.
That one will go out to the sweeper as Durham enjoy a profitable opening session of day 2. Deficit down to 306. What this has allowed, Ash, is there's a platform that has been partially constructed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one that Notts had set themselves yesterday, but then had that collapse, going from 104 without loss to being 140 for 4, and then 275 for 8 by T.
4 singles from the over, 102 without loss, opening partnership, passing the century mark in that over. Minto, the aggressor, he's had 102 balls for his 63, and Alex Lees, as I mentioned, just gently accumulating at the other end, 38 from 78 for him, but I think more importantly, Ash, the leadership being shown.
Yeah, it's been a couple of times, hasn't there, where he's just gone down and had a quiet word with the youngster. Keep him on track. Going to see Liam Patterson White with his left arm spin. Reminds me of Ian Blackwell, former Durham, Somerset, Derbyshire, Warwickshire, England. Left arm spinning all rounder. Now currently on the umpiring panel. Tidy start there from Patterson White. If he gets through this one quickly, they might just get another over in before lunch. Yeah, a little bit slower and a little bit more flight from Patterson White. Nicely played by Minto.
Going to change angle now.
Yeah, maybe just try and look to slide one across the left-hander into slip. Joe Clark waiting at slip. Minto safely negotiates that. I think we are going to get another over in before lunch. Comfortably played by Minto. One ball remaining in the over. My clock still says 12:58, as does the one on the scoreboard, which is the most important one.
What have you gone for lunch?
Gone for the Thai green curry, mate. Really excited by that choice. And that ends a maiden over and a nice start for Patterson White, but pretty comfortably negotiated by Minto. And the Notts lads are scrambling through and will 100% get one more over in before the lunch break. What about yourself?
Joined you.
Yeah.
Thai green curry. Reckon players get the same menu as us, or what? Something better?
No, I think that you get a few different choices as the players. This is the one where, as a batter, not out batter, what do? I've struggled, believe it or not, with my size. I hated eating on cricket days, but obviously you need your fuel. Oh, and Lee's back to a full ball. Slightly deceived there by McCann. Yeah, nicely played.
Yeah, jab down to Haynes, who fizzes it into Verena.
Minto maybe not expecting the run there. But Lees is not stupid, is he? Get me at the other end. I'm having lunch and being not out. Thank you very much.
Two balls left for the break.
Lovely shot.
Beats Patterson White, and we'll go for four. First boundary in a while for Durham, but they won't be too disheartened by the lack of boundaries, as this opening partnership now reaches 107. Minto crashes one through the covers. I think that might be his 10th boundary of the morning. 9th.
10th, 11th. Great batting shows, good clarity. Thought that 2 balls before lunch.
Not just going to sit.
Not going to sit on that. He's going to hit that and give it exactly what it deserved.
Last ball of what's been Durham's session is a solid block by the 17-year-old who has notched up his maiden first-class half-century. Played his shot. Been a good foil for Alex Lees. These two have batted brilliantly on this opening session. Not really creating that many chances. There was an edge from Minto that flew through 4th slip early on, but bar that, it took until Rob Lord came on for either of these two to really be challenged. Platform built at 107 without loss. Alex Lees will come back after lunch. He'll be on strike straight away. Notts with a little bit of thinking to do at the break, as Durham pair will receive a good round of applause, and we'll leave you with that while we go to lunch.
And welcome back to session 2 of day 2 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. The Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Nottinghamshire. Well poised. Durham negotiating that first session, 107 without loss in reply to Nottinghamshire's 407 all out, to 300 behind. And I think this is a session, Rob, where we can expect this game to move forward.
Absolutely. Platform has been set by Captain Alex Lees and all-rounder James Minto. I think we can...
All-rounder, I like that.
I think we can move there for 17-year-old. Maiden first-class 50. For him, youngest Durham first-class half-centurion at 17 years old and 172 days.
Since Nicky Peng. Yeah, the scorers have been going through all sorts there over the lunch break. We just had a chat with William and his counterpart from Nottinghamshire. And Grumpy Graham walking up and down the corridor.
Your knee's going again, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. That wind is strong. Stevie might get blown away today up there.
It depends. Well, what do you reckon? Do you reckon he's gone for a Lumi again, or?
I don't know. What was on? I didn't see the vegetarian option on the menu today.
I think it was chili and rice.
I was sold at Thai green curry for option 1. That I didn't even need to hear option 2.
Couple helmets brought out.
Yeah, spin to win. Mohamed Abbas is going to take up the attack from where he started the day at the Lumley end. The experienced Pakistani international, over 700 first-class wickets to his name. Bowling to the experienced Alex Lees, captain of Durham, 39 not out, he'll resume on. And probably the story of the day is young James Minto. He's going to resume on 67.
Perfect timing.
Hello, mate.
We've got his head coach in.
Going to have Ryan Campbell join us for the start of session 2, who I'm assuming is a happier man than he was at the end of session 1 yesterday.
Frustrating day yesterday, wasn't it?
It was a weird day of cricket, that.
Yeah, it's a funny old game. Probably played one of the worst hours I've ever seen us play.
Interesting. Abbas in to start, and Lees tucks it away fine. Gets away for a 4 first ball. Lovely way to start the session for the skipper and for Durham.
Yeah, yesterday, probably one of the worst hours I've seen us put in throughout the day. And then in between, suddenly 7 wickets in that second session was fantastic. And then, obviously a very good partnership. Hamid and Hutton just showed, I know it was frustrating, but just showed that with a bit of application on this wicket, it's a beautiful batting strip. The old 12 mils of grass work.
Yeah, incredible. Abbas again right on the money.
And I'm sure you had Vic on yesterday, and he would have been talking about the wicket. I reckon the difference between this year and last year is that he's trying to make it a lot drier to start. He's always had, a bit of a fear that it might crack too much. But it doesn't really do that.
Yep.
So, our start point is a lot drier. So, therefore, we can leave the grass on, because the grass makes it carry. People see green grass and think, it's going to go everywhere.
Yeah. Lee's driving, getting a thick inside edge.
It's there's more pace, there's more carry. And when that happens, it means
It's
more
better
runs.
cricket, yeah, absolutely.
So I've always been sitting on the fence with the wickets. I've always said to make the best wicket you possibly can. The best team will win. He knows how we want to play. We want to score fast and then, put pressure on with the ball. But the thing is, what we've tried to do is make sure that if you make a mistake as a batter and nick it, you've got to be out. And unfortunately, that hasn't happened in the past. The nicks haven't carried. So, so far, look, it's a good strip. At the end of the day, 400 runs and 10 wickets is, the outfield is lightning fast, which is, again, a credit to the ground staff. And it just goes to show if you do have a winter where it's not just raining every day, the wickets can be a lot easier to prepare, and, replicating them is a lot easier too. Last year I remember coming to Vic and saying, okay, what are we playing on, mate? Because, mate, none of them got grass.
Pick. Yeah. At least solid beat. Just going back before the start of play, a lot of discussion around the toss and what you were going to do if you won it.
I had to bowl first. Like we said, 12 mils of grass is a lot.
Yeah.
But not just that. We think that it's not a bowler team out for 120, 150. We know that. It's still going to be hard work. But we think that we can advance the game by bowling a team out for 250, 300 on it.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, if we had bowled a little bit better.
Well, it was on the cards, wasn't it? I think 278 for 8 at T.
So you think 300. Again, not taking anything away from Hamid and Hutton, but if you get 8 down, you think that you can get them for 25, 30 more. And then with that first innings done and they make 300, then we have to bat well. And if we bat well, we only bat once. So that's the theories behind it. Everyone's going to have their own theories. It's easy to sort of look at the scores and go, oh, we should have bowled first.
Yeah, hindsight's
we
easy, isn't it?
But the facts are we're looking at the best way to get a result, not just I don't think it's a place where you can bat first, make 600 and think you're going to take 20 wickets, because it takes a lot of grind to get the first 10.
Yeah.
And then having to go again, as you can see, our bowling stocks have been decimated as it is with the amount of injuries, which has been so frustrating. It's beyond frustration, let me tell you. I was telling Rob the other day, we've lost people to games. McKinney pushing a button in a lift. Sam Connors now sneezed and redid his side.
Oh, are you kidding?
No, it's a sneeze. Seriously.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah.
Brett Hutton to start after lunch with a bouncer. Did you have to say anything in the change room at lunchtime yesterday, or did you and Alex know that...
Oh, did I give a Churchillian howling speech? Love to say it was all me.
But
that's why we took 7.
Was it just pretty simple? Very simple. Just that's not good enough.
It was, how about we get a few more in the right area consistently? We had gone for so many boundaries.
Minto is out. Second ball after lunch. The plan had been set by Hasib Hamid. Short ball, Minto on the pull. Unfortunately, does not add to his 67 in that opening session, but he has more than done his job for the side. Set a new club record in the process, but you can see he's disappointed with how he got out there. Notts have their first breakthrough.
Yeah, he just got tucked up a little bit there, the youngster. I think when they've bowled at the leg stump, he's found it really difficult to play. Offer him any width, he's absolutely jumped all over it. So there's a little bit of a learn for him moving forward. But honestly, when he ran up the stairs last night and got the job as night watchman, I don't think he could have done a better job for Durham than walk off after lunch with 67 to his name.
Yeah, absolutely. When you ask your night watchman to do a job, it's probably the perfect night watchman situation where you only have to face one over to get through, and then you can become a batter. And the facts are he opens the batting for his club, and we see him as a future all rounder. That's for sure. So to give the youngster a bit of an opportunity to show his wares as a batsman. Batting a session, putting on 100 with his skipper is just absolutely outstanding. He'll be disappointed.
Yep.
No doubt he would have had dreams of 100 to really go on. But, now we've lost that first wicket. It's important that Ben McKinney and the rest of the batting staff get ready to, really put on a show, because if we can bat well the first time, we can really set this game up.
111 for 1. Old Nelson striking.
it's interesting now. Hutton's going to continue around the wicket with a bouncer field to a guy who's supposed to have opened the batting. Be different for Ben to come in with no slips and
no mid-off either in play, so there's not going to be many in his half. Oh, wow.
He's just got to remember, Ben, that no disrespect to Hutton, but he literally bowls 120 kilometres an hour. It's not someone that you should be really fearful of the short ball, surely.
He's pulled that straight into his plums, I think. Nice start to the innings.
Get after that. Ben McKinney off the mark, second ball. As you mentioned there, Ryan, lack of pace.
Well, it's an interesting ploy to, I like when guys try something, but this guy is a guy who nibbles it around and, is very skillful and, has made a living out of smacking blokes on the front pad. And again, it might work, but again, I think it's going to be batter error if that was to happen, which hopefully we don't see. But you never know. It's a strange old game.
Change of angle over the wicket now. McKinney pulls this one along the carpet in front of square. Chase on. Mead will pull it up and they'll trot back for 2.
For somebody as big as Ben, I don't know why you would just get a few batters in front of the wicket and maybe a couple of slips and try and... I think a strength and a weakness of Ben is his driving. He drives beautifully, but sometimes does drive in the air. And as you said, Hutton's skill set at his pace is probably pitching the ball up and giving the ball the best chance to do something, but they're going to persist with it. They've got an extra man out on the leg side now. Because that first one was almost a free hit. It's going to have to get it higher than that to trouble McKinney. And he does get it higher. That one goes down the leg side. There's half an appeal, but nothing on that.
I reckon that swung after it's gone past the bat and made it look a little bit worse. But that's the one that's probably the batter error.
Yeah.
Where it comes into it when it's actually outside your eye line.
McCann got picked up like that yesterday.
Exactly. It's, if you're going to pull, it should always be in front of your eyes or your body. It's those ones down the leg side which does get outside your eye range that can cause some issues, which thankfully he lives to fight another day.
On the positives from yesterday, we'll talk a little bit about Cody Youssef and that he was a real go-to man for Alex Lees yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Cody continues to impress everyone with his, energy and his ball speed around the group. He's been excellent. At the end of the day, we hadn't thought of, getting a bowling pro with, David Beddingham as our guy, but the injury to David and literally the bowling group not having anything left, gave us this opportunity, and David Beddingham was the one. I'll give him a rap, old betters, was very quick to say this is the kid I reckon is probably the standout in South Africa.
That one strikes Lees, probably that gap underneath the thigh pad and the pad.
Yeah, so, and again, mate of mine, Alan Donald, was very quick to sort of sing his praises as well. So, I think we've got ourselves a handy cricketer who can, obviously do a really good job for us. Again, we don't want him to be the one that has to bowl all the overs, but at the moment, we're sort of shuffling the deck as much as we can.
They definitely had 2 great spells yesterday. Good strike power, and it just seemed to be that Lees, when he was looking around the field, it was like, right, Youssef, you're the man. He does, and I think you used the word energy. He just creates something with the way he bustles in. I was watching his release. It's a bit of an unusual kind of release. He kind of cradles the ball and then little fella, but just runs in hard and bowls hard.
Well, yeah, whippy action. And again, like you said, little fella, he's not very tall,
No.
and there's nothing of him, but manages to get it through. He told me the story that he was actually a spin bowler until he was 16.
Right.
16 or 17 and a batsman. And we kept bowling in the nets to his mate, and his mate kept bashing him, and he thought to himself, I'm just going to bowl one ball quicker because I'm sick of going to get it. And apparently hit his mate in the chest and thought, oh, I might stick to this. And there you have it.
There you go. Bit
A
more,
fast bowler was born.
more fun than getting belted over your head, hurting someone. But no, it seems a lovely kid as well. The first time I met him yesterday after playing, very, very polite and very excited to be part of Durham's setup, which is really good. Mohammed Abbas, the veteran. Lees climbs into a drive, hits that in front of square. He'll get at least 2, but that is racing away across this outfield. And we mentioned earlier how quick this outfield is. It's a lovely piece of timing from Lees, and he picks up a boundary.
Well, yeah, and we talk about this a lot at the Riverside, is that, and I know, like, we try to avoid it until things are sort of out of control almost, and people at home are probably thinking, oh, why don't they just put boundary riders out? The problem is here is it's so big that as soon as those boundary riders go out, and I think you saw this in the first session when Knotts was bowling, that you bowl your best ball and it goes for 1.
Yeah.
And then if you bowl something that's not quite your best ball,
It still goes.
it still goes for 4 because you can't stop it. It's so fast. So yeah, it's a give and take one, that one.
Just unable to build pressure.
Well, that's the thing. You know, you think about it. If your best fast bowler's coming in, bowls a great ball, but the batter somehow defends it and it just trickles to the offside, and you take a single, it's like the frustration if that goes over. I reckon there was one over. I think a Abbas
6
bowled,
singles.
Yeah, 6 singles. Like literally bowled a good over, but they went for 6, and you can see that, you know, those sort of things can really frustrate what goes on, and but yeah, so it's that give and take, and you know, obviously we were going for so many boundaries yesterday. It was hard to sort of stem the flow, so to speak. But
Short leg gear coming off. Looks like they're still going to persist with the short ball by the field, but with no bat pad in place.
Also sticking a man out on the boundary at
In front of square.
third. I think it's Freddie McCann who's gone down there. So it looks like the short stuff's going to continue from Hutton. It is, and shades of Liam Livingston in the Big Bash a few years ago.
That was a bit north there, I think. A bit right in the guts.
well, all I can say is that Ben has to switch on here to make sure he understands what they're going to bowl. But this is the sort of thing that he can get himself in a bit of a twist here about how he's going to play it. If he's going to hit it for 4 or trying to hit it for 6, and
It's a big hit for 6 out there.
that's the thing, yeah. And the breeze is up, so I think you need a very clear game plan.
That one is going to drop safe for McKinney. He'll take a single.
I'm almost pleased he's at the other end here.
Doesn't have to face it.
I think they'll still have a crack at Lees, but a little bit out of control, that one from McKinney, and just got to be careful.
Ash mentioned Cody Youssef having Bryden Cast back in the ranks. What's that been like over the last week?
Yeah, it's been great. He's obviously coming back off a fairly long layoff. Getting him back up to speed is always a challenging thing. As
it is short. It's pulled in front of square. It's going to be 2.
For as fast bowlers trying to get their loads up, making sure you're managing them. But, one of the frustrating things for me is when you're trying to do all that, unfortunately, part of the plan is never to actually make them stand out in the field for 6 hours because that's the bit that you miss because, you bowl your overs, then you go over hit, you do some fielding and stuff, but you're not actually out there on your feet for 6 hours, and that's the bit that gets guys.
Yeah. How do you pull up?
All good.
Lees
Look,
ducks that.
I think there'll always be some issues with his toe. Unfortunately, he has this habit that, when he lands on
The
his
old slide.
front foot, his sort of second toe it it's in a bended motion sort of thing and just keeps rubbing on the top of his boot, and it doesn't matter how much stuff we put on it or the England guys have done, and he's got new orthotics, he's skinnier boot, all sorts of things.
Alex Lees goes to 50. Took his time this morning, allowed James Minto to take the majority of the strike, but he's more than done his part. It's 24th first class 50 for Durham, and the captain will be looking to be out there for a fair bit longer to come.
Yeah, that would be nice. There's a big score to be had for anyone who can get in, I would have thought.
It's absolutely nailed from McKinney. More in control of that one. Probably not as high.
Yeah, straight to the man. That is the end of the over. 126 for one.
So Carsey is, obviously, England need him bowling fast. But I guess from our side of things, we're trying to make sure that England understand that he's a guy that actually needs to bowl.
I was just going to say, it normally takes him 2 or 3 games to get into rhythm, and I thought it probably took him 3 or 4 overs in each spell to really get into full stride.
And that makes it hard because he's only allowed to really bowl 4 or 5 over spells. Yeah. So if it takes 2 or 3 to get going. But, don't get me wrong, we know that he is an unbelievably massive asset for England, and they have 10 massive test matches, summer and the winter. And he has to be a priority for them. So look, we're doing everything we can to make sure that he's given every opportunity to be up and running.
Like you said, there's nothing like spending a full day in the field, test those legs. McKinney's solid, probably the first ball in his own half that he's had to play.
Well, I know that sounds simplistic from me and a bit silly, but you can't replicate standing up for 6 hours. You have 2 hours, you're on, you're off, you're fine leg to mid off, you're running. The amount of kilometres, a player with our GPS system now probably covers 17 or 18 kilometres in a day.
I think I did 13 playing club cricket last week, so add that to double the time on the field. That's because I run the fine leg to hide out the way of the ball. But, well, waddle from fine leg to fine leg. But yeah, and these, like you say, it's just even just being stood up, let alone without the rigours of bowling a spell, recovering in the field, and then bowling another spell. It was pretty impressive stuff from Cast to finish off the way that he did, would have given him a little bit of a buzz as well.
Yeah, for sure. It took an unbelievable catch, early on off his own bowling.
Cleaned up the tail. And Bass around the wicket. McKinney defends.
And again, he got those last 2 guys out, and that's what ball speed does.
Yep.
That's what we've always relied on here with our fast bowling since I've got here, is that our point of difference has been we had a couple of guys with genuine ball speed, which can, help you knock over a tail, or, if you've got a good spinner or a leggy or someone who does something a bit different, is always interesting to have.
There's no substitute for raw pace.
No, you can't buy that off the shelf, unfortunately. It's, something that we're trying to, making sure any young kid who's got that bit part of his game, the rest we can help and work with. I always get a giggle when I hear coaches say, "Oh no, he sprays it everywhere. You don't want him in the side." It's like, hey, hang on a minute. You had me at he bowls fast. I don't care about the rest. We can kind of.
You can work on that.
We'll get the rest as long as we can. We've got a bit of time.
You can't teach speed. Lovely timing from McKinney, who stands up tall and punches off the bat. I've seen a lot of those shots today, and yesterday, which indicates that the pitch is beautiful to bat on.
Well, again, and the outfield is absolutely lightning. We've obviously got a massive square here as well. So as soon as it gets on that and off it goes.
Just going back to yesterday, I've never seen a game with so many maiden overs and so many overs that went for 6+.
Well, there was a
Incredible.
stage where I asked our analysts how many boundaries had we gone
Yeah.
for, and this was well before the end. We'd already been hit for 52 boundaries or
Yeah,
something.
I counted them up at the end of the day. That's how sad I am.
The Mead had about, 33 on his own, I
He had
think.
34s and 3 6s.
Yeah, it was, like I say, it was one of those days that was so frustrating because you'd bowl some really good balls. You know, Minty was probably a great example of that. He made people look uncomfortable. He beat the bat. He'd have a bit of a half appeal and then bowl one outside off stump and get hit for 4.
Yeah.
Or bowl one on their hip and a nick down to fine leg for 4. It was, you know, on good surfaces, you have to be incredibly disciplined and get it right. So, you know, it's tough. And I think George Drizzle also showed, like, as a spinner, he bowled some really good overs, but if he missed on the offside.
Yeah.
And when you miss on the offside here, you can
He
get
was driven
driven
nicely,
and he
wasn't
got
he?
driven
Yeah.
quite often.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so, mate, it's all the fun and games of first-class cricket.
Tearing your hair out as a coach, mate.
Not
Who'd do it?
tearing out. It's just I'm going grayer by the day.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the problem.
It could be worse, mate.
You mentioned Driz there, Cambo. Slight change in the makeup for this game, obviously with Cast coming back, does mean someone has to miss out. This game it is Will Rhodes. It's been a tough start for him. So how do you looking after the person first? How do you go about making sure that he's still in the right headspace and attitude to respond as a player when his name will be called? Because it will be called again.
Yeah, of course he'll be called on. He's a wonderful player. He made over 1,000 runs last year. It's why we recruited him to the club. But, you know, at the end of the day, and I'm not a stats person, you know, I'm always about the makeup of the team. But sometimes, you know, when there's some tough decisions to be made, the facts are 102 at 12 was screaming out saying, well, you know, I think I'm in a bit of trouble here.
McKinney charges down the pitch, lofts it over Mohammed Abbas, who's at the wide mid-on, and drops short of Patterson White, who's one of 2 in front of square on the leg side.
I disagree with what Ben's done there running at him, but I reckon what he needs to do now, because they brought the guy from the offside over, he needs to go to the leg side and try and cut
100%.
as many balls as he can.
100%.
To change their field
literally
again.
just pointing to the offside of the field there. I think that was his intention, but maybe he needed to get a bit more leg side of the ball. I was going to say, conversely, stats, and then you look at somebody who, I don't know, I think he's probably the easiest man to drop, but he's such a good bloke. Graham Clark just steps up and puts the runs on the board to be undroppable.
It's 100% you are right. It's one of those cases that, you know, Clarkey started the season as the extra batter. He was always going to be the 7th batter or 8th, whatever we were playing. Probably the 7th batter. Now, the facts are that David Beddingham was supposed to be here for our first game, but then suddenly Western Province found themselves in a relegation hit out, and he had to stay. So Clarkey got that opportunity. He made 45 and 60 in the first game to start the pressure on everyone else, and then got left out of the team because, you know, like I say, in our thoughts, we needed, you know, our first 6, we always wanted to play Ben McKinney as much as we can as a youngster. Emilio Gay's here, obviously Alex Lees. Then you got Colin Ackerman, who made 200s in the first game. Durham Cricketer of the Year last year.
Yep.
Ollie Robinson's your wicket keeper. Will Rhodes made 1,000 runs last year. And remember, Clarkey didn't make too many last year. He's coming off a bad year. And same with what I'll say before anyone jumps on us, you know, Scotty Borthwick as well. So, you know, they've found themselves out of the team. But, that's a better shot.
That's crunched. That is crunched by McKinney. He's moving through the gears nicely. Ends the over with a boundary, 139 for 1.
Just touch on these tactics for a second. I don't think that'll last much longer, because as much as that's hard work to run in and bowl bouncers, and to just get constantly smacked, it is so demoralising.
Well, again, you're hoping for a mistake because they're reading the pitches pretty mundane, so
Yeah.
to speak. But I think you got to go to the other ploy where you just got to dot everyone up, and then the frustration of not scoring comes into the game. Whereas at the moment, they're leaking in all different directions, and you see it a lot in England when England, play. If they're not getting anyone out, they go, oh yeah, let's go to the bumper ploy and just bowl bumpers all the time, which, to be honest, is a bit boring when it comes to watching cricket. In my
Neil
opinion,
Wagner, didn't he, kind of put that into fashion?
Yeah. But yeah, getting back to the batting.
Wow, what a test of the outfield that is as well. Easy 3.
Once we got down to it, you come then the last game, Clark makes 160 to the point where you go, well, sorry,
We
can't drop. And I'll be honest, we're a better balanced side if Will Rhodes is playing because he can bowl.
Yeah.
He can bowl medium pace in the top 6, so we can then tinker with our bowler. The facts are, if David Benningham was fit for this game, I'm not sure if Drizzle was playing. And we might have had to go with 4 quicks and then Colin Ackerman becomes the spinner. So the whole balance of the team is so important to us. But then there's some things that you just can't ignore. Like you can't leave Clark out of the team because he's our leading run scorer for the year now, averaging 60 or 70.
The people's champ.
Yeah, the people's champ has spoken. I asked him this game, do you want me to not tell you picked until the morning of the game and not have a hit on Thursday? We'll keep it exactly what happened last week. And he sort of looked at me with that evil look in his eyes and thought, okay, no, it's all right, we'll let it be. But yeah, it's tough, and we get so many wonderful suggestions from people.
Yeah.
Pick this bloke, this guy's got to play. I'll tell you the one thing that I'll tell everyone, like when everyone suggests these stuff, tell me who's not playing.
Yeah.
Because I get so many suggestions. Oh, he's got to play, he's got to play, he's got to play.
Tell me who you're dropping.
Who's not playing? You can only play 11.
Yeah. The positive side of this, though, is as you've spoken about for since you really took over, there are so many options for you to choose from and to make up your side rather than there not being enough options.
Yeah.
So you have the positive side of that, which you've always spoken about really, is you want to have that rather than you want to have 12 or 13 blokes putting their hands up saying, I can play, rather than 8 or 9 and going, well, where am I finding these extra 2?
And I know my blokes probably get sick of me saying it, and I mention this quite often. I continue to talk to them about 11 shirts on the line, and they're 11 Durham shirts. I don't care who's in them, but once I have 11 Durham players cross the line, then we go play. So we don't have a perfect 11 all the time. We have the perfect 11 for that given moment. So that's what we try and do. Sometimes it's harder, and I'll be honest, this year has been no doubt my biggest test as a coach, not just as a coach of Durham, but as a coach. Mate, when you have 12 players on the injury list and you've only got a squad of 22 and you've got your England players are injured as well, so you can't
the
call
majority of them in one suit as well.
Mate,
with the bowling stocks.
I met 3 players the day before Worcester for the first time.
Was that Ball, Blatherwick and Yusuf?
Yeah. Never experienced that in my 33 years of cricket. So that's the sort of to the depths that we've been. But
oof, lovely.
McKinney just walked across his stumps there a little bit. I'm not sure if Yusuf spotted that, but McKinney was up to the task and clipped it away for a couple. Interesting bit of cricket, that.
Yeah. But in saying that, I'm going to give my boss a big bloody rap here.
I'm sick of you making him sound like a good bloke.
He always skips into the office, pulls me in, looks at me and goes, how are we problem solving today? Isn't it great to be alive? And that's what we do. We problem solve, and that's why we are in our positions. Thankfully, hopefully the faith is still there. We work our way through it, and we come up with for instance, I'm sitting here watching this game, thinking things are going well and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully we can bat long, but I'm already thinking about next week and how we're going to get 4 fast bowlers up for next week, because something always happens.
Well, it nearly happened yesterday afternoon. Cody Youssef must have given you a heart attack with his hamstring.
Mate, I'll be honest. I don't know if Cast plays 2 games in a row with his England stuff. He's picked up the white ball now. So yeah, there's poor old Ben Rain hadn't slept yesterday. You might have thought he was fatigued. I reckon he was looking at the cushions of the boundary rope, wanting to put his head down because his little girl's sick.
Young fella. Yeah.
And she hadn't slept all night, so he hadn't slept all night. So, mate, there's little things going on behind the scenes that you just go, oh my God, how are we dealing with this today?
Where do you start that process of going, right, we've literally got one fast bowler available?
Yeah.
How do you look in? Is there an active loan market, or is there?
Well, there is loans. We obviously went there, and
how do you discover those loans? Do you have to contact clubs to go?
Yeah. So basically, we'll look at the other clubs.
Yeah.
Generally, you've got to go to a second division club because not many first division clubs will
want to help you out.
Absolutely. Because you are against them, which thankfully Somerset let Jake Ball play for us, which was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But then you got to go and you identify a player that you think, that guy could actually do a really good job for us. At the moment, it is a little bit about ball speed because we can't become too samey with our bowling attack.
I'll come back to that in a minute.
So you're trying to find the variety of what we need compared to what's out there. And again, you also, I don't want to cut off an opportunity for one of our kids, but we don't want to just throw them in to the buddy to slaughter. So you got to kind of, think about what do we need, what's out there, can we find someone else who could do a better job? At a point, you get to the thing where it's like, oh my God, I just need another body.
Yeah,
I need one more.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll be honest here. Like we played 4 fast bowlers here. We didn't have a 5th. We got Mitch Colleen, who, again, before people yell and
well, I was just going to mention Mitch around how close would he have been to getting the goal at Worcester.
Squad. Mitch is definitely, but again, I want Mitch to play as a batting all-rounder.
Okay. Because,
Mitch is a beautiful batter.
Agree.
And his bowling is awesome as well. But, he and Ben Rain are pretty much same, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Bass continuing and Lee's driving handsomely but can't beat Patterson White in the covers.
Especially when you look at the surface, if it's going to be, hard work.
Yeah.
You got to work out like I say, balance of squad. So then for instance, this week we're thinking, well, if Cast comes in, it gives us 1 extra week to get a couple of others up, and we thought we had them up. We thought Sam Connors would be ready for next game. We thought Daniel Hogg might be ready, and Luke Robinson. Yeah,
so Luke's playing today. I've just seen Hoggy running around the boundary, getting a bit of some miles in the legs.
Yeah, they're all working to try and, get ready, but things happen. And we'll find out what happens next week. We'll have to shuffle the deck again, I've no doubt.
Yeah, so coaching obviously is about a lot of it, your man management as well. So I can imagine it being quite a difficult conversation with somebody like Mitch a couple of weeks ago at Worcester when you've brought in a couple of players on loan.
100%. It's not something we're here to say, oh, well, Mitch, you're not good enough. Of course he is. But what we were trying to get in that squad, in that team, was ball speed.
Yep.
Jake Ball created tall, nipping conditions, going to seam it around.
Grabbed a 5 as well, didn't he?
Blatherwick ball speed is when we brought in. And then what it came down to was whether we were going to play Drizzle or Mitch. That's what it came down to, the all-rounders role. And because we had 4 quicks in the team, you think, plus Rhodes bowls.
Yeah.
Do you need one?
Can we get a spinner? And as it turned out, Driz batted beautifully.
He did. It was a huge influence on the game.
Took a wicket when he did get a chance to bowl, and luckily it worked out. Doesn't mean that won't change, and it might be Mitch. And I'm glad that he's taken some wickets against the Zimbabwe team. Again, he's one that people are going to talk about a lot, but the rest is us trying to get our youngsters up to a degree where they're not only just bowling, but they're hardy. They can get through more than one game in a row.
And having that positive influence in a game as well.
And this is the thing. At the moment, it's almost been one goes down. We're trying to rush another one back to get ready, and they're not quite ready. And then if you put him in, is he going to break down? You know, we've had 3 home games. First 2 home games, our bowling attack was bowling without one because they all broke down. And again, I'm not. The last thing I want is people sitting, "Oh, poor me" and "poor Durham." It's part of cricket. We just got to work through it. We just got to, as Northie always says to me, we just got to problem solve it, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll find a way.
Well, it seems to be working so far, mate. You always do. Big shout out to the Durham girls who look like they're heading on the road on the bus watching the live stream.
What a game that was.
How
last
good
night.
was that?
That's super over. Jeez, I was happy. The thing that you missed, I reckon, let's be honest, they were the comeback.
They were gone.
You know, they were only 5 for 90 or something.
I saw 88 for 4 was the last time I checked, and I thought game done. Then the next I checked, I was like, that's a tie. That's a tie. What's going on?
For those who are not aware, Susie Bates wasn't allowed to play in that because of the T20 FA Cup style comp. So, you know, and again, you talk about injuries. The poor old ladies have got, you know, they've had a heap of... I
don't know what you're whinging about. Danny be pulling her hair out as well.
Poor old Danny, her squad's smaller than mine, and she's had some pretty major injuries, to be honest.
Yeah. But no, huge week for the girls after the burst onto the scene with that win after all the kind of build up to that first game, and then reality struck, a couple of losses, and then they've bounced back really well this week. So dead proud of them. Well done, girls. Keep it up.
Done some miles too, eh?
Oh yeah, getting used to that. Hitting the road. Hopefully they keep hitting the road this week with another couple of wins.
The old bus trips, huh? Never thought England was as big until I started coaching the county cricket.
Yeah. It just takes forever to get anywhere in England. That's the problem.
God.
Not's going with McCann here first of the 2 spinners after lunch. He's going to dot that down to long on for a single. You mentioned the youngsters and man management. Me and Ash have spoken about it over this first day and a half. The temperament of the 2 guys, the 2 youngsters are in the team for this game, McKinney and Minto. Does that make your job just that tad bit easier? Knowing that those guys are pretty switched on?
2 different cats, let me tell you that. 2 very different cats. James, quiet, getting to know him.
There's an intensity behind those eyes, isn't there?
Yeah. And obviously, you know, I'll say it, has gone through
horrendous.
What no one, you know, no 17-year-old kid should go through, and we're trying to do everything we can.
That's a drag down, and that's 4.
It's almost baseballed back over the bowler's head with a straight bat from McKinney.
That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
So you know, we got to try and make sure that James has joy in the game, and he's watching and having fun. Because he has gone through, you know, to hell and back.
I bet you weren't saying that when he misfielded a couple yesterday afternoon.
No, it's pretty cool. I was thinking, don't get hit out there then.
Fair enough.
Or move him.
Fair enough.
Whatever. But, he'll be fine. Like I say, he's a different sort of intensity about him. He's still obviously so young and finding out about the game.
Yeah.
We've still got to, you know, we've got so much to work with him with his bowling. Like he does, I think, run in a little bit too sort of side on an angle, so to speak, which can get him into trouble. But again, mate, there's so much to work with. It's pretty cool. And then McKinney is just, how do I describe him?
He's the most laid-back kid I've ever worked with.
You know, the funny thing is, when I spoke to England about him, and, you know, Marcus and I sit there and talk to Freddie Flintoff before they go to the Lions strip. The one thing I wanted to make very clear to Flintoff was don't misplace Ben's character for he doesn't care.
Yeah, and like potentially laziness.
Yeah, and lazy. Because he's a laconic, you know, people will see him get out and he'll be smiling and people go, what's he smiling at? his nervous energy, that's just the way what he does.
That's just him.
You know, we talk a lot about Ben. Ben and I just sitting watching cricket like the coach, eh? You know, you must get bored watching it, sitting in with me.
He loves cricket, mate.
He does, and he wants to bat, and he wants to bat.
And that edges, you talked about edges carrying to slip. McKinney is fortunate that one dies. And maybe that's poor field placing there. Maybe if you're that wide at slip, you want to be level with your keeper. I don't know. Maybe I'm being harsh, but you don't want chances like that to go amiss.
It's a tough old place to field at slip in here when you're not, especially if you're not used to it. You notice our blokes are really close now.
Well, we talked about that yesterday. I don't know if you picked that up on the stream. They're really, obviously, because you're so close, and you go back to your playing days at the Wacker where you could pretty much stand wherever you wanted and have enough time to move.
Well, I'll go back to that Warwickshire game where, you know, the game was on the line and one went through wicketkeeper and first slip, literally because they were so close, but they actually hadn't come closer and closer together, and it was something that we had to point out.
Look where he's standing now at slip.
So look, Ben is... Mate, we know he's going to be an excellent player. Is he going to play for England? You would think so, if he can stack up the amount of runs that, you know, he needs to. I think you guys know me. I'm big on picking kids. I love the fact of giving opportunity to youngsters, but they have to earn it.
Yeah,
they have to be, you know, making runs, not just on potential. Not when you're talking about the next level. They need to understand their game, because there's going to be times when things happen and they're going to have to problem solve what's going on. And if they haven't got anything to fall back on, it makes it tough.
It's a tough arena, isn't it?
Look, if they picked Ben McKinney for the next 10 games for England to play India and Australia, I'd be the proudest person here. Probably behind you, of course.
I think his dad might jump ahead of that queue.
I think Neil might have something to say about that.
But
if
he doesn't get picked for those tests, good for me, because, you know, not only does he play for Durham, but more importantly, he gets to learn. And like every time he bats against,
oh my God,
someone like that, it can get frustrating. Like,
he gives me a heart attack. This kid. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to butter it anymore. Me and his dad, he kills us.
Well, this is the kid. This is you got to roll with the punches.
You do.
And on a wicket like this, where you can, if you get yourself out, that's probably the only way you're going to get out. You know, can he do that? Can he go through long periods of not scoring? You know, so
that's it.
It's a good test.
It's also a bit of a test. I didn't want the England thing to come too easy for him. So you talk about earning places for Durham. I didn't want him just to jump in and get that England opportunity without. I said to him last year, I says, imagine if you start scoring runs. Like, yeah, you're doing all right. But I said, like, England love you. I says, imagine you start scoring runs. And he's now starting to tick off. He's being a bit more consistent. Like, we're seeing less and less of what's just happened there, which, again, is... I need to take my heart medicine again. But he batted for a full day.
Yeah.
Like, and I said, that's a tick. That's a huge tick for you.
Mate, his 220s in Worcester.
Oh, how good.
Was probably the difference in the game, you know. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but the way he went about it.
Out, McKinney. Just playing away from his body. And Abbas, the experienced Pakistani overseas player, strikes. And McKinney will be very disappointed with that. He's gone for a pretty comfortable 28, but you just see those moments where you want him to work through that and just go, right, I've made a mistake there. I've got away with it. Can I just knuckle down here for the next 10 minutes and get through this? But he goes for 28 and Durham 156 for 2.
Yeah, a bit of a wasted opportunity there. Had got away to a good start, but just couldn't cash in his chips.
Be immediate Gay to walk out at number 4. Final one from me, Camber, before I have a break for Emily Windsor. You mentioned Minto there, and you've got stuff to work with. You mentioned the run-up specifically. Graham Onions obviously will look over that, we'd imagine. What sort of stuff is it? Is it the run-up to start with, and then you guys can start working on... maybe he'll get a bit faster with age, and as his body builds up, he already bowls pretty quick for his age. So what sort of stuff can we look forward to for Minto as Emilio Gay will walk out at number 4?
Again, I'm not the bowling coach, so Bunny knows way more than me. But just by straightening his run up a little bit, because I think at times he bowls around himself, which actually cuts himself off,
Yeah,
and
he gets closed off a little bit.
Yeah, and therefore he actually loses a bit of pace. So all of that will come with time. And again, you got to. I know everyone just says, "Oh, well, you should just do it now." It's like, well, he might have to play next week. Like the last thing we wanted to do.
You can't make that change in 3 days.
It takes time, and
he'd probably get injured.
because getting used to it and stuff like that. So, these things, a bit of tinkering when we do get a bit of time. I've no doubt we'll go through and work. And again, you got to remember, like, he didn't spend any time with us in the off season because he was away with the 19s, and the 19s were playing all the time. And no matter what they say, they're not going to do technique stuff when they're trying to play games and things. So you're trying to balance all that sort of stuff up. And at the end of the day, we'll work it out. And we'll get another version of Minto coming soon.
To continue, as always, Cumbo. Love having a chat with you.
Thanks, Rob. Good to be. Glad you've graced us with your presence back up in the northeast.
I've got my monthly appearance quota out the way now, so I'll sub out for a half hour or so, and I'll bring in Emily Windsor to join Ash and Ryan.
I thought, just going back to Minto and him probably being a little bit, I thought he was the only one to actually get any movement in the air yesterday.
He swung it nicely. I thought he put in some, was always continue to charge in and bowling some good balls and trying to ruffle a few feathers.
Yeah.
Again, mate, he's still a lot to love, isn't there?
It's just, mate, it's 17 years old. Incredible. Emily, welcome.
Good
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Yeah,
Emily's
really
been showing me a bloody finger that doesn't move.
What?
It's actually my party trick.
Oh, God. And Emilio Gay is underway. That's impressive. It is a right angle.
So the
great running from Alex Lees. We need to get that on the camera.
The knuckle,
what has happened there?
This knuckle here,
does not
very
move.
end doesn't move because
Can't do that.
Have you been pinned with a cricket ball, or is that just natural? Or
Initially, I was pinned with a cricket ball, but now I had surgery last year where they've drilled basically a nail in my finger it kept dislocating,
that'll
so
do
it stops it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It's the best thing I ever did.
That's what I said.
I'm not sure.
I said to Cassie, you better get that done to your
Oh,
toe,
I was
or
gonna
maybe
say,
just cut your toe off.
Well, you go no further than Stokes' old man. Comes to that in a second, as that's punched nicely with a beautiful straight back by Lees. He kept having problems dislocating and breaking a finger, so in true Stokes fashion, he went, well, if I can't play with it, it goes. So he just had it amputated. So if you ever see Ben celebrate like that with his ring finger collapsed, that's the reason why.
For his old man. That's I think there was a guy, Daniel Chick, famous AFL player. He same thing, kept dislocating his finger, so he take it off. Yeah, it's like, ooh, that's dedicated.
That was my fear when I had it done. You get the complications where you have to sign your life away. One was it could end up being chopped off. I feel like losing an index finger would be quite problematic, but
especially for a physio,
cricketer, all of the above probably wouldn't be ideal, really, would it? But it's good as gold now, and it's still there.
Bowling flat and at the stumps, McCann just trying to stop the scoring rate from this end, doing that holding roll and allowing the seamers to come down breeze.
What toe is it of Carsey's?
So it's the second toe, the one next to your big toe. Generally causes him all the troubles on his left foot.
Do you look at their toes?
Oh. Well, I've only started looking at his just because I think I got to ask him, how's your feet, mate?
I see this inner physio in you there.
I got to admit, last year there were times last year and the year before when I've watched and had a look and I thought, that's not pretty. Obviously, it got to a point when he was playing for England that was horrific and they had to stitch and
packet
repair.
And all sorts, didn't they? Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. It's hard to land on your front foot if you're always losing skin every time. But
yeah, absolutely.
The joys of being a fast bowler, I guess.
Absolutely.
Good one at that as well. So where's the game going here, Cambo? Come on.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you under the pump.
I think today, if we finish the day at around 4 for 370, that
That's
would
very
be an
specific.
amazing day. I'm just going to give you that. 4 for 360,
I'm gonna
370
write that down.
At most, 4 wickets would then set us up to obviously go big tomorrow, and hopefully put ourselves with 150, 160 lead at some point, and then only one team can win.
And would you, when you say go big, is there messaging from you about do you change the style you play? Do you go up, encourage the batters to go up a gear to score quicker with time left in the game?
I think you sum up the situation. You got to get yourself in. You got to set. That first 20 runs as a batter is always the toughest time. So if you can make sure you get yourself in, and then you got to absorb pressure at times. If someone's allowed to bowl well, but the one thing I'd say that at the Riverside, it is a very hard place to defend if you're in and you're scoring.
Yeah.
So, once you're in, you just got. I think if I looked at Nottingham's innings yesterday, I think there was a few dismissals there. It was a very clear ploy from them. They wanted to score.
Yep.
And hats off. They batted beautifully at times. But then amongst that, there was some dismissals that you thought, ooh, they've just given us a couple there, which is nice for us. But, I think if over my course of my time here, I would say if we were guilty of anything in our batting is maybe there's been a couple of softies that we've given away. So, hopefully we can put that aside and batters can be ruthless and don't leave it for anyone else. And if we do bat well, you're naturally going to score fast. I don't think in my time here, I've never actually said to anyone, we've got to go faster.
Okay.
I think that's just
Yeah.
They have the freedom. I'm trying to make it very clear there is a freedom that comes with it. But that's, I think if you put too much pressure on guys to score fast, it becomes sloggy.
Yeah.
And if it becomes sloggy, then it's
Ugly.
you're 50-50 at best,
Yeah.
So, these guys are beautiful players that they naturally score boundaries, Ollie Robinson is a guy that if he gets in, he has to score.
Yeah.
It's just the way he is. It's in his DNA. So, yeah, look.
And do you talk about looking at potentially like this attack, potentially obviously different batters have different strengths, but targeting specific bowlers, because I'm looking at Mo Abbas now, who I've watched for many years down at Hampshire, and one of his biggest strengths is his consistency. Is that shorter and pulled lovely into the onside by Emilio Gate. He'll pick up a single, a two. Good running from Lees and Emilio Gate. Do you talk about targeting specific bowlers? Because I just think for me, obviously, Mo Abbas is so brilliant. It just hits a good length all the time and it looks challenging.
Yeah, and he's done it for so many years now, but I guess the one thing that I did speak about before the game was getting overs into them.
Yep.
Making sure that they have to bowl the third spell and then the fourth spell, because I don't care if you're Superman, you start to run out of puff.
Yeah.
And, no disrespect to Mohammed Abbas, but
he's not getting any younger,
he's
is he?
not getting younger. You look at Hutton. Hutton's a big lad. Running into bowl, it's going to take it out of you. And especially when, they're picking a team. Lord hasn't played many games. So he's a guy that will come on and try and, make things happen. So that sometimes gives you opportunities to score. They've got two young spinners who, they didn't play Ahmed, who's probably their number one spinner, which, I love the look of that kid too. He looks a beautiful bowler.
Some good young spinners about, isn't there?
Which is exciting for England. Nothing away from Patterson White, but he's been a little in and out of the team.
Yep.
And it's not surprising they're trying to save him till the right-handers come in because his record against lefties isn't as great. So there are guys that you can naturally put under pressure without really trying, I think.
McCann will continue and is met with a full face of Alex Lees' bat, which we've seen a lot of today. He picks up another single.
So I don't know if you really have to target people. There'll be moments in this game where we'll go, okay, now it's time.
He's the man.
It could be, if we're batting extremely well, for instance, it might be a stage where I'll go in and go, you know what, Carsey, you might be up, and I won't tell him to go fast. I'll just say, you go bat.
Yeah.
You know what Cast does? Cast bats as Cast does. You know, so look, but again, we have to have the opportunity to do all that. You have to absorb all the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, that's what James Minto
Earn the
did
right.
for us this morning. He literally took it all in, and put them under pressure.
Yeah, you've got to earn that right to play with freedom. As Emilio Gay punches that off the back foot and will pick up another single.
We saw, didn't we, as well, from Nottinghamshire's innings. Obviously, that big one from Hamid, he sort of anchored that innings, didn't he? He sort of absorbed the pressure. Wickets fell at the other end, but obviously Alex Lees is playing really nicely here. If he can do that and go on and get that big one, if one player gets a big one, you're going to be in a good position.
And that's the thing. You know, your currency is hundreds. We need Alex to make a massive 100. You know, and sometimes Alex will admit he gets a bit bored himself. And he just, you know, I could hear him speaking to himself before he came back out. Okay, 2 hours of graph, let's go. 2 hours, don't get bored. 2 hours of graph, let's go. And, you know...
That's a man of experience as well, isn't it?
Mate, it is. It's, you know, he does it so often so well. It's, you know, and Emilio's another guy. They love batting. That's the whole thing.
Emilio loves batting.
They love batting. They want to be out there. And that's the thing that I'm trying to get through to Ben McKinney about watching cricket with me all the time. It's like, mate, this is not so much fun in here. Out there is where the fun thing is.
100%.
And no doubt he'll be sitting in there, bloody kicking himself and probably smiling. He's probably bloody playing PlayStation or something by now.
I'll go and kick him if he doesn't kick himself.
Trying to think of something to do. But, you know, that's the things of young players. Like, they have to understand that and go through it.
Yeah.
And he will. Like, they all will. They'll finally work it out. Unfortunately, if you don't stay a professional. That's the cold, hard facts of day, you know. We all love our job, and like I say to the guys quite often, mate, it's called elite sport for a reason. Yep. Only a few people can do it.
Mo Bass, quick single. Emilio Gay's going to have to hurry, and he does. Lees moves to 65.
We had this conversation yesterday, didn't we? He's a deceptive mover, Emilio Gay. He looks big and cumbersome, but he gets around.
I just told him what I call him on the field.
Did you?
I call him... do you know he always feels extra cover, and it's just the ball comes to him and it will either hit him or it stop it. I just call him the wall of Emilio Gay.
I call him deceptively slow.
See, you can get away with that. I don't think I can yet.
He thinks he looks a great athlete and he shows me his abs all the time. Like, you know, I'm the board. It's like, pity you run so slow. Too many slow twist fibres.
That's hard to change, that poor boy.
Yeah, that's in the DNA, that
there you
one.
go, I'll stick up for him from a sports science board.
What is humorous, though, is watching him play football and all the guys are into him and he thinks he's Maradona and basically people get out of his way because he's going to trip over someone.
He'll probably hate me for saying this, but what I found humorous this morning, just sat in the physio room and he went, I genuinely reckon if I got given the new ball, I'd take a fiver. I was like, surely not. And he was being deadly serious.
Love the self-belief.
I'll tell you what, I wish I had some of his self-belief.
I got to say, he has been an unbelievable acquisition to us.
Is he?
You know,
on field, off field,
both. Like, and that's the thing. There's some that
there's a warning, I think, from Mohamed Abbas running down the pitch.
Down the wicket.
It's all right if we get 600 and bring the spinners into play, mate.
You know, I'll be honest. There was a bit of talk about Northampton. You know, was he the right sort of person for them? And you know, ever since he's walked into this club, all we have found is this smiley, happy person. Wants to talk about the game.
I tell you what, I've never seen anybody hit as many cricket balls. Reminds me of Mike Hussey.
Mate, loves hitting balls. Loves to ask questions of the coaches. How do I get better? You know, generally he's got the answer.
Round the wicket, Abbas now to Lees,
which is fine, mate, and fit into our dressing room. He is literally, him and Alex sit next to each other, and I thought if he was going to upset anyone, it'd be Alex, like the gruff Yorkshire. But I knew we had him when Alex came in for one of our reviews or something in the off-season. He just said, that boy is going to be so good for us. We love him. And that's... It doesn't matter if he makes runs anymore, you know.
It's an endorsement of his character in the... Yeah, absolutely.
And
pulled away into the onside by Lees.
I got to say, how England don't talk about him as often as they talk about others still has got me a bit sort of... Because this boy is as talented as anyone I've ever seen.
How old is he?
24.
Out of interest. That's just still a baby.
He's a pup.
Like 24, 25, am I right? Before someone...
Should I look it up? Here we
Go on, you can go. You can
Famous
Google quicker than
Wikipedia.
me. I'm too busy keeping me on Chesley Street scores.
Um,
Paul Coughlin made 100 today for Hetton
Coggers.
Lions. Legend.
We were actually sending Bunny to go watch him bowl too, because he's on the comeback trail and going okay.
Well, Luke got through 5 overs.
Yeah.
Oh.
A thick outside edge. And that'll race away for 4. 2 slips are in play, but it's gone wider than that. Hands on head by Mohammed Abbas. He moves to 8, 170 for 2.
Yeah. Sorry, so it's just...
Yeah.
Lukey Robinson bowled 5 good overs, for Chesley Street. Fantastic.
Say no more.
How's your team doing?
Well, just top of the league, mate.
That's a
coached.
backdrop moment.
Well coached from a distance. I actually had to play last week, which was a bit of a disaster, but we won't go there.
I try and keep us up the best I can with the Premier League. Who's the team? Who won it last year?
Burnmore,
Burnmore,
and they're joint top with us.
Yeah, they're a good team, aren't they?
They are.
Okay.
Very good side.
I do find it a bit hard to keep up with all
There's lots
the
going on.
movements and the players.
Stewie Pointer's there.
Oh.
Where's where, who's where, and what's doing what.
Do you know what I absolutely love though? So obviously I've come up from Hampshire and got to know the lads and stuff. They never played club cricket, and that's a massive difference for me up here. Like I love to see that the professionals are wanting and going back to play and make a difference. And I just think that's so good because that allows you, I guess, from a talent point of view, seeing some of the best in the county against the best, but also puts on show what quality there is.
Yep, and so you've got to remember, we up here, we don't have the private school system as much as down south, I would have thought.
I think you're dead right.
So a lot of our players, I think we're one of the only counties, the percentage of players who play professionally who haven't been to private school. I think this is one that's a standout compared to down south. So it's interesting you say that because club cricket is so important to us and our structure. I was going to ask you, will the women's? Has everyone been assigned a club team, or is that part of the plan? No.
I hope it is because for me, I absolutely loved playing club cricket, and I love, to be honest, we actually weren't allowed, which just baffles me still. As Southern Vipers, we weren't allowed to go back and play club cricket a lot because of workloads and overs, which I found unbelievably frustrating. I actually did play one game last year. That was it. But I'm hoping up here eventually we will, because it's just the atmosphere of club cricket as well. I actually think sometimes cricket doesn't always go your way, and that's why I actually ended up playing and had to push to play. Is I was having a bit of a run of poor form and sort of losing the love of the game, if you like. And then I just went back, played club cricket, played with my mates, actually did all right. And then I was like, oh, you know what? I actually was like, oh, I am actually half decent at cricket. I'm not as bad as I think I am right now. But also, I love this game. And I think being around those type of people, your mates, that aren't necessarily, it's not always eyes on, high pressured situation. I think it's just... It's just a different feel, isn't it? Club cricket to.
We've had quite a lot of the Durham girls watching us at Chesley Street, with Kyle being involved,
King Carl,
and getting heckled by the girls and on the boundary is a bit of fun. But
I don't think
they were saying the same thing, that they would love to get involved and play some club cricket.
I would have thought that'll be part of the plan.
Step,
I think we've thrown you all together at the last possible minute to make a team, but obviously there'll be plans to go forward, because if you guys play in that, then suddenly our competition, I say our because I'm Durham, but, the club competition gets better, and then we can find new girls. And
role models are in the system.
Yep.
Change of bowling.
Actually getting to play with somebody like Emily as a club cricketer would be absolutely outstanding.
Oh, be awesome.
You know what it was like when we were growing up? We had the odd weeks where the Australian Test players would play club cricket, and I can remember playing a game for Scarborough where I think we had Langer and a few others, maybe 4 or 5 of the Shield players, and we played Midland Guildford, who had Joe Angel, Tim Zura, Brendan Julian, Tom Moody, Simon Catich. Like it was the craziest game of club cricket I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I'm going to see Lord into the attack.
Bowled a
Big,
good
tall,
first spell.
fast bowler,
Really
isn't
good
he?
first spell.
Not sure I'd like that running in at me for short.
He's a big human.
Maybe bowling to Lees. That's length delivery. Missed time back to him. Like his shirt number though, that can stay.
Is that yours, is it?
What was your shirt number, Ryan?
I was number 1.
Oh, of course he was.
Yeah. Why were you number 1? Was it because it literally...
No, I was number 1. Well, my first ever number was 14, I think, for WA. But then they gave me number 1. I used to play AFL and I was always number 1 when I played AFL. So I always wanted to be number 1.
Down the leg side, played out to deep back with a square for a single.
I was number 35 for Australia when I played my very few games.
Is it the same as England cricket where you don't get to choose your number, you get given
Well,
it for your first?
I was definitely just a fill-in, so I didn't get the luxury of demanding a number. So, they just gave me number 35. I think it wasn't. No one wanted that. So.
Do you know what though? If I was ever in a situation where I was given a number and it was odd, I don't think I'd be able to play.
Oh,
Odd.
really?
Yeah.
Could it be a 5?
Okay.
No, I got a funny story actually to tell you when we got our new Southern Vipers shirts one season.
I hope it was a refusal. Nah, I'm not playing.
Honestly, so our head coach, Charlotte Edwards, who's now actually the England head coach, she was like checking all the kit. She did everything, Lottie, because she just liked to be involved. That's classic what she was like. But she was unpacking all the kit, checking like names are spelt right. I've always been 4. Never anything other than 4. And she also knew my hate for odd numbers. She opened up the packet and it said Windsor 13. And I was like, I can't play in that. Like,
Ooh,
and
that's
Lottie,
the unlucky 13.
but I kid you not, when Lottie sat me down to tell me about this shirt, it was like I'd been dropped. She called me into her office. And I was sat there thinking, I didn't have a bad season last year. I was like,
what's going on?
what is going on? Like, I'm thinking of the selection in my head. Like, I was like, what have I done wrong? And she was like, out of everyone, it had to be you. And she literally just broke, and I just laughed. I was like, but I'm not playing in that. I had a blank shirt.
And what happened?
Did you?
How did you get 13? Why were you given 13?
Mistake from admin. But it soon quickly
Did somebody
got
else
changed.
have 4?
No.
Oh.
It was just a misprint apparently, but I played with a blank shirt because I was like, if you want me to get a
That's-
first ball,
That's big time, that.
well, I would have got a first ball. I'd have been useless. That's cut beautifully out to a deep backward a point by Gate. He's on to 14 now. Of 20 deliveries, he's playing nicely so far.
So are you the same with volumes on TVs and
Yeah,
that even?
always
Does
even.
5 not count as an even number though?
No.
No?
How
No.
does 5 count as
No,
an
I
even
don't
number?
know because it's halfway between. So I don't know. I was 25 as a squad number. I don't know why. But
5
if it's
is
on
an odd number.
if it's on volume,
Thanks.
if it's on volume, I can
No.
go with a 5.
No.
I can go with a 5. I don't know why. But I'm the same as you. If it was a 3 or a 7, it just wouldn't happen.
Just nothing odd.
I'm just trying to imagine being in your house, sitting watching TV, and you're like, no, that's an odd number, just the volume. But
Do you not just do it
It's like-
naturally?
surely you're not looking that close. You're just going, oh, that
100%.
sounds about right.
100%.
When I was at
Honestly,
home,
I will change
You
the volume.
definitely can't be around my house with my kids because they'd just be going, turn it up.
when I was at home for my period of rest following my surgery, when I was starting to get a bit better and I was winding my mum up, she just pressed the remote, like, because obviously I couldn't reach the remote because I was a cripple. She kept just pressing it up to an odd number and I'd get so
See,
annoyed.
she's the same. I'm the same. It's
But
just
5
habit
is
now.
odd.
Oh, I'm a bit odd, to
Wow.
be fair.
I've never even thought of that.
Oh, no, can't. Yeah, if it was 17, it would be either 16 or 18 changed immediately.
The only thing I'm not worried
There you
about
go.
odd numbers is the position I bat in a lineup. I had to get over that quite quickly.
Ooh.
I was going to say, you don't get a say in that bit.
Just run out before the number 4 goes in the back. That would be awesome. McCann's continuing here while we waffle on.
Waffle on about weird stuff.
Yeah.
Numbers.
All
Numbers
these
are important in cricket, though.
superstitions in cricket. Lovely drive from Amelia Gay.
I must admit, I was not that superstitious when it came to cricket.
Me either.
Like-
Nothing like pads,
Pad up
socks.
a set way.
No.
I
think you just get into
put
a
my
routine,
left
don't you?
pad on only because it was my routine. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I think I had too much else to worry about, let alone little
Oh.
things. Someone like you hear about Neil Mackenzie.
Oh, didn't
Some
he
of
used to tape his
day,
bat onto a roof?
had to all the toilet seats. I'm thinking, how can you concentrate on the game, bud?
How do
Maybe
you
that's a
control that?
tactic, though. Maybe he doesn't want to think about the game.
Yeah, true.
So he's thinking maybe that, flip it.
Stokesy's got the little thing, isn't he, where he has to brush his bat around the crease before he changes ends at the end of an over.
Right.
But those
David Warner went and stood right on the return crease, as you would expect, to try and stop that from happening. They just stood looking at each other.
are they superstitions or routines though? Because I also think they're different things.
Well, I think the fact that he stood there and waited for Warner to move was a superstition. I'm surprised he didn't just belt him with the bat, to be honest.
Like Rafael Nadal and his serve.
Yeah.
Like, is that fidgety or like it was unbelievable? Like it was.
Remember some of the Sri Lankan batters as well? One of them used to like lick the bat handle and weird
the
stuff.
bat.
Yeah,
Okay,
100%.
it's getting weirder
Yeah,
now.
no, 100%.
You just took us to a weird place.
Yeah. Have you
I thought I
watched
took us-
Verena bat when before he faces a ball, he like puts one of his gloves like against his forehead? Cricketers are weird people, really weird people. I'm probably one of them.
Gets us through the day, hey.
Something like that.
I feel like from a Durham perspective, the fact that we're able to sit here and talk about lots of weird and wonderful things just shows a nice partnership building between Gay and Lees. As Lord continues, and it's pushed into the offside.
Seen quite a lot of this field, haven't we? 2 slips in place and that deep backward point. Well, there's been a lot of runs scored in both innings.
Are you expecting this pitch to change much as we get to day 4, or do you think it's just going to stay a belter?
Well,
You can hope.
yeah. Well, the hope is always that day 4 becomes tougher and will go up and down.
Okay.
Because that's why we're trying to keep it so dry. Because it just doesn't spin like massive.
Oh, lovely,
Handy.
delicate and fine.
That's one of the things. It doesn't really spin massively here, so you can't scuff up the footholes. For instance, they're not going to rag out of the follow through marks and things like that. So you're hoping that it's going to go uneven bounce, because if you got ball speed, which is what we're hoping we have, and you can keep bowling, thumping it into the pitch, you're hoping just takes 1 or 2. To be on the stumps and go up and down, and you can get yourself a wicket. But again, haven't seen too much of it.
There's been some belting pitches, isn't there? Around flat pitches down at Hampshire. That was probably the flattest I've ever seen. That Lord in again, pushed into the offside. Good running.
Well, we were up to about day 27 on the pitch as it was, because they'd played on it so often. I reckon you could play another 30 days on that one. It was,
Yeah.
Not sure what.
There's a
Was
lot
it a
for the
hybrid?
bowlers.
Was it?
No.
No, just a regulation.
It was just flat.
They were expecting it to turn, weren't they?
Yeah, but I think what had happened there was they wanted a used wicket so it would turn, because we had left-handers. But then I think the groundsman watered it just because he was not really happy with the pitch. And then it became very docile in all directions.
And that can quite happen, to be fair.
Yeah.
Down there, defended by Lees.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Renowned for it almost gets flatter and slower.
Yeah.
As the
And let me just
Similar to
say,
here.
before anyone rings up, their groundsman is one of the great groundsmen.
Oh, I love him.
He's an absolute ripper of a person, and his skill set is obviously very, very good. Man, the amount of work those blokes do, like the next door wicket,
Yep.
ground, as well as all the training facilities and all the amount of cricket they have there with the hundreds and the
They never say no,
international
I'll
matches.
tell you that as
No.
well. They've been always so supportive of the women's game.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Us as coaches can sit here and go, playing at first game was at Notts on the side wicket, and last year we had to play Warwickshire on a side wicket, and you get a bit of the grumpy face on, but then you kind of have to think the big picture, and you think, yeah, okay, I get it, I understand. I'm still going to be grumpy, but I get it.
But also, I guess it's like any job, isn't it? Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong, and there's, I guess, the weather conditions we've had early season is probably something that they're completely not used to. We've never seen probably a dry summer like this, or for a little while. That's a flash outside the off stump by Alex Lees, and he ends up almost signalling a
Nearly
six.
a prayer, wasn't it?
Signalling a 6, but gone after the wide one, but 5 from that over still. Lees is on 67, Gay on 20.
Yeah, in all my time in cricket, I've never met a groundsman who actually went out of his way to make a bad wicket or a boring wicket or anything like that. They're just doing their best to try and make the best surface that they can for either the team when they're asked or the, for the public to get to watch a good game of cricket on. So, like I say, some years I reckon they've got an unbelievably tough job, like last year with all the rain and the cold, where you can't grow grass.
It was just so wet, wasn't it, that winter?
I actually remember the groundsman telling me, and I could not believe this, that there was a bit of a storm down south, and he was genuinely at the ground at 3 a.m. because the covers had blown off on his own, trying to get this massive cover back on the wicket. And I'm literally like, all that goes unnoticed, doesn't it? Because they're probably one of the first people here every day, last to leave, got to lock up the nets.
Ours lives here, so he's never away. But
lucky he does.
I remember, I think my first year I came and the push-on covers were actually up in the grandstand.
Yeah, end up in the stand,
they were blown off, and that destroyed not only the covers, but about 70 seats or something.
So I think that there was a game, was it here that was the wind, or wasn't it? Well, there was definitely one at Edgbaston where they just the groundsman refused to take the covers off through health and safety.
Well, that was I've been in that situation where they've literally said, if we put the covers on, we can't get them off.
Yeah.
So it's up to the umpires. You got to make sure if you want them on.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere.
Another tidy start to this over. 4 dots for McCann. And Gay pushes this one firmly back down the pitch. Alex, did you see Leesy backing up last night at the end? He was stood next to the umpire.
He was very clear before we walked out to bat to tell James that we are only running if there's a clear 2 or 4.
How do you pick your night watchman? Did James volunteer or pre-planned?
No, he had no idea.
Because Potts usually does it, doesn't he?
Potts usually does it. Alex Lees actually said to me, let's put Drizzle in, and then he can bat tomorrow, go on with it. And I'm going to say it was me who said, no, it'll be James Minto who
he launched up the stairs as well. It didn't look like he was refusing
our lad.
that. Yeah.
He's an opener for his club, and he'll do it for us.
There's Vic and the crew enjoying a bit of sunshine.
I better get out of your way, huh? I better go back and do some work.
No worries, mate.
Sounded like I did something. I don't know.
No worries. Keep up the good work, mate.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Enjoy the game.
Take it easy. Thanks to Ryan Campbell for joining us here in the comms. As always, his views much appreciated.
Good insight.
Always. He just loves to talk, doesn't he, really?
It's Australian, that is.
No comment.
Snored defends by Gay. Really nice partnership, though, between these two. Building for Durham.
I think you bang on about the partnership side. We saw yesterday, I think 7 wickets fell in 2 different clumps. So it's important that once you get that start, that you don't, you got to cash in there. That's why Ben McKinney will be up there he'd probably not be disappointed at the moment. He'll have been disappointed and probably got over it by now. I'm not. But Emilio Gay started off nicely as well. 21 from 32.
Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Gay. It's driven up to mid-off by him. Yeah, do you know what, though? I think as a batter, I don't know if this happened with age. I used to, when I was young, be really disappointed and I'd go home grumpy and all those things. Whereas now I just think cricket has its highs and its lows, and I just think you got to try, especially when you're playing as a playing as as a batter bowler, to stay as level as possible.
Yeah,
because
100%.
I think, especially as a batter, you fail probably more than you succeed.
You do. Emotion's not a great thing in the game, is it, really? You can take the pleasure out of doing it, but getting too low about a failure.
Play and miss outside the off stump. Booming drive by Gay.
I've liked Lord. I think he's run in and bowled really nicely.
Yeah, he hits that hard length, doesn't he? But I always know, I just if I get out, I'm like, it'll come good. Trust your skills. I can't do anything about it now. I'm in the pavilion.
Most of the time, as I got older, I felt like that, but every now and then I'd just have that little blow up. you learn as you get older as well not to throw bats. You throw a glove or something like that isn't breakable. I see the amount of bats and helmets that get flung around a change room, and I'm like, man, that's expensive. Not too bad if you're getting that kit for free, I guess.
Punched beautifully that by Gay, out to deep back with a point. He'll move to 22. 185 for 2 Durham. Yeah, do you know what I do now as well is I just pack my cricket bag. That's what I do, because there's nothing more annoying than at the end of the day, whether you've won or lost, having to pack all your stuff. So I'm like, that'll just give me like 5 minutes to just compose myself, let it go. But I've been through all sorts of phases, I'm sure. Angry, throwing gloves.
I got run out one game and I literally I'll let him bowl this ball first. It's so embarrassing.
Lees tucks that nicely off his pads to deep back with a square. He'll move to 68, 185 for 2.
Yeah, so I've walked off absolutely spewing, and the bat has just gone, launched the bat up in the air, and as I've gone to catch it, I've realised it's stuck in a tree.
Oh, no.
So I've got this beautiful, it was a kookaburra bat, and it's stuck in halfway up this tree.
Actually.
Yeah, no, I just couldn't help but laugh, so it kind of took all the heat out of the moment. I thought, what an idiot. But yeah, just every now and then, a little blow up.
Lord to Gay and defended. I'll tell you what, I do quite enjoy, there's someone at the Vipers, I won't mention their name, but often when she got out, it was always me that was padding up, and she was a thrower of things, and I just always remember this time she comes in, and I try not to laugh because she gets so angry, but I'm padding up and she's launched a glove meant to go in her space and just hit me in the back of the head. So then every time she comes in, that when she got out and I'd be padding up, I'd just like put my helmet on and run over for a joke, lighten the mood.
That should take the heat out of it. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a change of spin from the Finkel end. It's going to be Patterson White into the attack. But yeah, there are those certain people in your team that you almost kind of just want to keep an eye on the change rooms and just an ear to see, because you know what's going to happen. You anticipate that blow up. I love it. You just don't mention it at the moment. You just bring it up when they're slightly over it. A few hours later,
100%.
Relive that moment. Just looking at the Surrey versus Hampshire Hawks women in the Women's T20 County Cup, because the winner of that will be playing Durham women after that fantastic super over win yesterday
by the left-handed Bam.
Oh, that was cool as ice.
I said that to Dunny last night. Maybe she should just bat left-handed.
She actually does have nets left-handed.
Does she?
Full nets left-handed.
Fantastic.
But I was really happy for her to see us home. But I think it was a real good team effort all the way around.
Absolutely.
I think both Levick and Villiers bowled beautifully in the actual game. So that's hip.
Straight back to Patterson White. What have we got on the scoreboard, Em?
Surrey are batting first. It's Beckenham, so it's a road.
Ooh.
9 overs in. 125 for 1.
Damn.
Looks like Surrey.
That is a push out into the covers for 1. Okie dokes. You never know.
Kira Chatley is currently 86 off 40 balls.
Wow.
I'm just going to watch some of this to see if it's a ridiculously short boundary.
I mean, Beckenham are ground renowned for fast scoring, but that is going at a real rate there. Sorry.
The boundaries do look pretty short.
Oh, and that beats the outside edge, not turning back in, as Emilio Gay expected. It's a good challenging line, that. I think from there you can challenge both edges.
This is some impressive hit. I'm just looking at ball by ball, and it's literally...
I can see a lot of blue.
Yeah. 464.44.
It's a good over.
It's
a good over. Have a spell.
Wow.
Oh, not quite as exciting as this. It is a gripping game of first-class cricket. 187 for 2, Durham. But yeah, a lot of action happening down there at Beckenham.
It's interesting how this County Cup's going to play out. I'm going to look at the score of the Blaze versus Oxfordshire. That's the sort of talk of the nature of it. It's playing a Tier 1, playing a Tier 3 team. Oxfordshire, you know what? 53 for 3 off 9 overs, batting first.
Good effort. Oh, Fulham wide and tempted, but Emilio Gay says no, not today.
That's a good effort, that, so far.
No, nice.
From Oxfordshire against a strong Blaze side from Tier 1.
Emilio Gay defending that one. Tidy start to Patterson White's spell. Just the one from the over. Durham 187 for 2. Emilio Gay 22. Skipper Alex Lee still there on 69.
Yeah, he's just played nicely, hasn't he, Alex Lee, so far? It's just what we're so used to seeing from him, mature innings, captain's innings. But it's about going on from this position. A beautiful day out there to bat. Nice blue skies again.
Yeah,
Bit of a breeze
started
still.
off an awful, well, not an awful morning. I mean, geez, it wasn't raining or anything like that, but it was really overcast and it was a bit nippy. And I thought, actually, this looks a really good morning to bowl. And as soon as it got to 11 o'clock, those clouds just started to break off. And as you can see from our pictures there, it's nothing but blue sky. Certainly to the north of us, we can't see what's behind. And we frankly don't care because that's where the wind's coming from anyway.
That's driven nicely by Lees. Quick single. Good bit of fielding from the Notts fielder. Lees moves to 70. 188 for 2. Just 141 off 10 overs.
Get on with it.
It's almost like every ball's going to the boundary.
Oh, little collision there on the boundary. Looks brown as well, the outfield, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Desperate need of a drink.
It's just been so dry, hasn't it? It's just
Yeah.
so great. All this cricket being played. There's Lord in, left
It's always
below.
like that up here, you know.
It is definitely drier.
It is?
I swear by it. This when I go back to the south,
Yeah.
they think that I'm lying, but I've had so much less rain up here than we usually
I
get
think
at home.
I mean, it has been a really dry winter, but statistically, I think it is one of the driest grounds in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know what? There's that reputation that it's like I always thought that Durham was renowned for being rained off.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Wow.
Manchester, I'll give you that.
Yeah. I've had a few rained off there. Lord, tall, quick bowler into gate.
It might be cold, but it's genuinely dry. Bet it's nice and warm up there, Stevie, isn't it? Up on the balcony, looking on the gantry with the camera.
Surely that's breezy. I hope he hasn't got a hat on.
Well, Ross is all right. Ross is only 3 foot tall, so the wind just goes straight over Ross's head. But Stevie up there's a little bit taller. He's copping it all. It's a great view from up there. I don't know if, well, at the moment you'll not be able to get up there, but if you ever get the chance, then jump upstairs. It's an incredible view.
Left alone again. It's a
temper.
good line, this, isn't it?
He's bowled well.
It's just pushing it across the left-hander, 2 slips of weight, but Gay's being disciplined so far. Loves back.
Hits so many balls.
I said today, I was like, how well Minty played, didn't he? James Minto opening the bat. And I was like, when Ben McKinney sent him in last night, I was like, would he be sat there now this morning when obviously Minto just kept going? Would he be like, oh, I just want to get out there?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird thing being an opener as well, having to wait around to bat. So he got quite lucky that he got the lunch break where he could switch off for a little bit, and then literally Minto was out maybe the first over after lunch. It wasn't long after lunch anyway.
Left alone again, that probing line hitting the deck hard. What Ryan Campbell talked about earlier, hoping for his seamers when they take to the field again.
How did your float in the pool go yesterday?
Oh, don't ask.
Oh, God.
Apparently floating in the pool makes your hip hurt, so don't bother doing it. It's
Julie?
basically my advice to you.
Duly noted.
So yeah, I'm avoiding that for a little while now, unfortunately. Everything I try just doesn't work at the moment, but we'll get there.
You're trying to get ahead of the game, aren't you?
You know me. Watching cricket and watching the girls do so well at the moment, I'm just so itching to be part of it. But I'll get there, slowly but steady.
Not be long. Be here before you know it. A bit of hard work and a bit of pain, and you'll be back out there. Unfortunately, that's what it takes.
It's part of professional sport, isn't it? That's what I just keep trying to tell myself. But for me personally, I've never missed a game of cricket in the season.
Oh, really?
No, for injury. I've had injuries, but they've all I've always played through them and then had the surgery or the period of rest, whatever it is, over the winter.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's particularly challenging to be missing cricket. And just, that competitive nature that I just seem to naturally have.
Yeah, 100%. Patterson White to continue. Nicely tossed up and driven back to the left arm spinner.
2 wickets have fell back-to-back deliveries at Beckenham.
Collapses on.
Already on 142
Probably just got another international to bring in, have they?
Do you know what, though? We actually saw that, didn't we? For those that followed the Durham versus Somerset game that was played yesterday, Somerset looked like they were cruising.
Yeah.
I think they were 50-odd for none after the power play, then collapsed to 124 for nine. Credit to Durham spinners.
Lees punches this one down to long on to pick up another single. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I saw that they were 88 for 4 with plenty of overs left, and I thought, that's a shame we've been knocked out of the cup kind of early. So to get it to the super over, we obviously had a lot of momentum going into that. And
So
sad there wasn't a stream. It was the worst. I was so nervous watching.
Following up ball by ball on NV Play, if I'm honest. And then that would freeze a little bit, and I was just saying, what is happening? And then I was watching it, commentating to my son who works here as well in the shop, and I was like, I've got a wicket. That's a 4. We're chasing 9 to win, and then all of a sudden, I think the 2 4s pretty much, that's an interesting leave, but hasn't spun enough to trouble Emilio Gay.
For me, something's happening here. Emilio Gay's on 22, and he's been around that for a period, not so bowling well to him.
It's just tightened up, hasn't it?
He hasn't allowed them to score. Lees has been getting off strike.
There's been a lot of dots.
Something's happening.
What you don't want is to maiden over there to Emilio Gay. Yeah, there has been a bit of a pattern, hasn't there? Kind of a dot of 1 and then a lot of dot balls to finish the over. So tight start from this spell with just the 1 run off it from Patterson White. But absolutely bang on.
It's just about now, isn't it? Obviously, Alex Lees, his captain's out there. I'm sure we'll be having good conversations. But it's about riding through that period, which is obviously evident more in 4-day cricket. But if he can stay there with his partner and you don't want to get that start and get out, he'll eventually find ways to score runs.
Well, the seamers have genuinely leaked the runs. The spinners, especially the spinners in this game, have the best economy rate.
And I tell you what,
Lord's only gone at 2.5, so he's been the best seamer for nuts as well.
Yeah, you can see Emilio Gay chatting to the umpire because he's not happy because the wrong batter was on strike on the board, so he is well aware of what's going on the scoreboard. As Lord in, that's a play and miss outside the off stump. Lee's just flashing at that one as he's going to walk up the pitch and probably say to himself, bat long, as Ryan Campbell was saying to us how he was at lunch. He's on 71 though. Durham captain's playing nicely. Deficit in the first innings currently still at 218. So still got a lot of work to do, Durham, in their first innings.
Yeah, 22 off 49 gain. He actually got off to quite a decent start.
That's driven beautifully by Lees. Mid-off was very wide. Hamid chases after it, and they come back for 2. Lees moves to 73, and the score 191 for 2.
Yeah, just serenely going about his work, the skipper.
What another great word.
Thank you so
serenely.
much.
I love
what
a
did
serene
I say
bar
yesterday?
as well. Healthy
edge.
I just still want to know what an unhealthy edge looks like.
I don't know.
You need to come back to me on that.
I think Hamid yesterday, a couple of unhealthy edges that didn't hit the stumps from a Durham point of view.
So you think an unhealthy edge is like a lucky edge? Is that where you're going?
I'm just talking rubbish, Em, if I'm honest with you.
That's pushed off the back foot by Lees, a call of weight. Double. I visualise like an unhealthy edge being, I feel like a healthy edge is one that just looks like the bowler's in control. It's just pretty.
Just like that one yesterday, that was a healthy edge.
Yeah, whereas the unhealthy edge, I'm thinking like a big flash at it and it like flies over the top. But I could be very wrong.
No, well, we're just making it up as we go along.
That's just where my head's at with the whole edge situation.
I don't think there's any dictionary description of an unhealthy edge, so
Well,
we
we're
can just make
making
it up. Yeah.
As Lord. And that's pulled lovely into the onside. That's going to race away for 4.
It's not the first time a ball hasn't been picked up by the fielder out in the deep there. I'm not sure
I
Lyndon
didn't pick
James
it
would
up
have
either,
stopped
to
it.
be
Yeah.
fair.
It is. I think this. Have you found? Oh, this is going to sound really horrible. You haven't played here yet, have you? I find the Riverside so glary as a cricket
Do you know
ground.
what? I've had
Sorry, that was really cruel.
and this is the one ground I've played at every single ground across the country, and I've never played it.
Oh, seriously? Wow.
Tough
Oh,
that.
well.
Don't worry about it.
Won't be long, mate. Won't be long. Then you can go, Ash, you were right. It is really glary out there.
I'll probably be out there
Yeah.
not see one.
Especially the T20s. I think you guys maybe have the earliest starts, but once it starts to get towards sunset, the sun sets right over the Dunrobson
Oh, does
Pavilion. Yeah.
So you want to field
Yeah,
under
stay
the
pavilion side. Yeah,
okay,
100%.
that is noted.
So you can use that.
Pulled again into the onside. This time will be fielded, so it will be a single. Lees moves himself to 78. A deficit down to 211 in this first innings. Gay, he's just going through a bit of a quiet period, struggling to find a way to keep his scoreboard ticking. He'll face strike for the first time this over. One ball remains. There's a heavy breeze in the distance. That's the sight screen. I'm glad it's pegged down.
Billowing. There's another word for you.
Gay defends. I say depends. That's not a good word. That's the end of the over. We're having a change.
Yeah, Rob Rush is back. He's been. I don't. Where have you been? I don't actually.
It's best not to
I
ask,
don't
I
want to
don't
know. And do you know what it is? I actually don't care. Rob Rush is going to join them for the next little stint.
196 for 2 then, Durham, in this first innings. Fantastic innings. Opening up as the night watchman, James Minto, sent him overnight by his captain. He played beautifully got his first 50. Some of the boys upstairs are almost like it's almost a 300 in terms of the partnership, as that's pushed off the back foot. By the way he played, but it was lovely innings, wasn't it? I bet you enjoyed that from here.
Oh, absolutely. He's been the only batter today that's really found the boundary consistently. I think 11 he crunched in that morning session. Just the poise he showed as well for 16-year-old, no doubt. Ryan talked about it. Just it's a 17-year-old who's, as we said, not had the easiest time of it over the last 6 months. To come in and play that sort of knock is a testament to him, really. And
Special talent, isn't he?
absolutely.
So that's defended. Pressure on Gay again.
Yeah, it was 20 off 26. He's just been restricted to 2 more.
There's a stag do here today, and
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that is the
yeah,
stag do.
yeah. If you could hear that, yeah.
Was that where you went? To be part
No,
of that?
no. I'm professional. I'll stick clear. I actually went up onto. I like going up onto the gantry and
Yeah, do you?
having a look on out the top. It's an amazing view you get when on days like this where it's not a cloud in the sky now. A lovely change from 11 o'clock this morning when it was grey and overcast. I was wondering, are we going to have to put the lights on? So I quite like going up on the gantry and having a look as that one's pushed.
Just finding the fielders, isn't he, Gate? It's
Yeah.
one of those where he's timing a few of them, but every time it's to the fielders, and you just feel like something's happening. Whether that be he finds a way, but this is credit to their bowling.
That's the first real sign, I guess, of frustration from you. It's probably not there to be cut. It's probably not short enough, but maybe just a little bit of that is creeping into the back of his mind of, okay, I've not been able to get a few away, but as you say, it's a testament to how Notts have bowled. They have been pretty tight this afternoon. Picked up 2 wickets. Going to see Lyndon James into the attack for the first time since lunch break. Slightly surprised he's not been brought in earlier. He looked pretty good in that opening spell that he bowled of 4 overs, none for 18. So maybe slightly expensive, but I potentially would have gone to him ahead of Freddie McCann if I was a captain, but I'm not. Hasib Hamid has a unbeaten double ton to his name and I'm sat in the commentary box, so...
Yeah, it just seems. I feel like the spin's been harder to score off. I feel like knots have restricted well.
Well, they've had the sweepers out pretty much constantly. You know, we've got sweepers out again, one on each side, and with the spin from the Finkel end, they have pretty much they've had long on back ever since that first over of Freddie McCann's bowling, and Liam Patterson-White's got it as well. So, yeah, they're just not going to gift Durham 3 runs there as Lee's faces up for the first time since lunch to James. So, yeah, the kind of a little bit of slightly defensive fields, which I know some Notts fans on the live stream earlier were a little bit annoyed about, especially with that night watching. You would have thought maybe get a few extra in around the bat. We did see that edge that flew through 4th slip early on from Minto. But yeah, overall, I think they'll be quite happy with how the afternoon's gone in terms of picking up those 2 wickets. Lees, I think, has only scored 4 or 5 boundaries in his innings total so far.
Yeah, I think it's interestingly poised, isn't it, at the moment? I talked about when I was on yesterday that if Durham picked up a few wickets, they were in a good position, and I always find it at this time of day. But I'd say Ryan Campbell and his men are going to be pretty relaxed and calm in this dressing room, but there's still a 210-run deficit, which is, when you look at that as an amount of runs, is still a lot of runs.
Exactly, that one's a thick inside edge.
It's always the way when a team batting first puts on a big score in front of you. You almost have to earn the right in the game to get yourself back into a position, and credit to the batters so far, Alex Lees and James Minto particularly, both getting half centuries. Lees still out there on his 80.
I think, to put it this way, Durham wouldn't want to go to tea 3 down. They'd want these 2 to see out these next 6.5 overs before tea to say they can still had their rub of the green in this session. You know, they have put on a fair few runs. I think lunch was 107 without loss.
Something's happening.
That one,
I need Gay to get a boundary.
that one zips past the outside. But this is, I just think back to the Warwickshire knock that Emilio played that he got the century for. How many times, or was it, no, it was Yorkshire. It was Yorkshire he got the century against. But how many times Ben Sears ripped one past out there? It's getting through it. If you can come out the other side, you get so much more confidence, and you almost have you'll have a bit of blind faith that there will be a ball that allows you to kind of free the arms a little bit at some point.
And he's someone that we've mentioned it loads, that loves batting, so he's probably not that phased out there, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a very confident guy as well. If you do end up speaking to him and being around him, you know, that's partly why he was recruited from Northants to come up, is that, you know, Ryan and Marcus always talk about, well, if we're signing you to play, you also need to add something to our dressing room, and what is kind of your calling card in a way. He's up on the back foot defending. And Emilio, I guess, one thing I would say about him, his calling card is probably his confidence. Just 1 off the over, 198 for 2. You spend any sort of time around him, you talk to him, you ask him about his batting and his demeanour, his approach. Even as it was at the start of the season, a lot of people probably preeminently saying, "Oh, does he need a stint out the side because he can't buy runs?" It's just, I think everyone as a top order batter knows in April and May in these sort of in England, you're going to get good balls and they're going to get you out. You are going to get a few low scores. And so for Emilio, it was just that bigger picture which he's able to keep in the back of his mind.
Patterson-White, left arm spin continues.
It's also been tight fielding from Notts. There's not been very many, maybe a few out towards the Daffabet stand that just haven't been picked up. But apart from that, it has been very good fielding from the visitors.
He bowls to Lees. Cry of catch it. But they've got long on out to him, Lees. So happy for him to get up the other end. 2 sweepers either side as well. Otherwise, that ring field was left arm round the wicket as Lees drives, but only finds mid-off. Good captaincy as well from Hamid. I'm impressed with him so far, not just with the bat, but his leadership. As he's in again, that's driven and finds Hamid the captain at mid-wicket. 198 for 2 Durham. Let's use just resets. That's defended into the offside. Surrey are piling on the runs at Beckenham. The winner of this Surrey versus Hampshire women game played Durham in the quarter-final of the Women's County Cup. As that's played up to long on for a single to finish the over. Lees will keep the strike. He's on to 81. 176 for 4 of 14 overs.
That's ridiculous. That is some batting display.
Well, it's at Beckenham, so it's always... So the other day, I think it's like 340 chased 3, and they ended up tying. It was 340 for 9 plays, 340 for 9. So, and I think that was the highest, one of the highest ever like list day scores across list day. Domestic score, like chase.
Yeah.
A tie. So it is always a great ground to bat on, and it's one that if you get in as a batter, you want to cash in, but that is a big total. Takes some chasing.
So we've got here, Freddie McCann is asking his captain for instructions. Looks like he was just standing at a first slip, but Joe Clark's going to go in there. You can see the gap there. It's more so second and third slip for those two. Lyndon James continues, and Alex Lees meets him on drive. Not perfectly timed, and good fielding from Nott's captain. So yeah, Joe Clark and the CP meters, the 200 comes up for Durham just after 60 overs and 1 ball. So got Joe Clark and Freddie McCann in the cordon. As I mentioned, there's a sweeper kind of on the boundary at backward point. Rob Lord is in the covers. Mid on and mid off, slightly deep, so there could be a single. I'd say definitely to Hamid at mid off. You've got a Bass at mid on. There's a man at mid wicket as well. Let's go watchful. And then there's a man at deep backward square, and Brett Hutton has got long leg duties.
And Will Goodman, the batting coach, is backstop. Having a look what's happening behind the pitch, as you can, from this end.
I think I'd always feel anxious about doing that in case I got the end wrong, and I end up getting shouted at by the umpires.
That would be embarrassing as a coach, wouldn't it?
It's like, leave me out of it. I don't want to get in trouble. 200 for 2.
Shot.
There you go, Emilio. Hadn't scored for a while, but frees the arms slightly too wide from Lyndon James. He's trying to push it across Gay and bring that slip cordon into play, but this pitch hasn't really offered a lot. And
enjoyed that one, over pitched and punished.
While you can say Emilio Gay hasn't scored a lot of runs, he has faced a lot of balls, so he's got his eye in.
But he's battled, hasn't he? He's earned the right for a loose delivery to come at him, because he's had some good bowling, tight bowling, good field set, and he found it hard to just score for a period. We're going to get the ball checked by the umpires.
I mean, say pleading, please. I think they're going to have a look. Is he going to go through the ring?
I always get to a point where, do you know when a team's not picking up wickets regularly, I always are like, are they trying their luck here, or is the ball actually misshaped?
Looks like Hamid's going to get his wish.
Alex Lees would like drink too, a well-deserved drink at 82 not out.
I imagine he's probably. You see it with Joe Root all the time for England. He's always going. He's waving. He's asking for a set of gloves. So it's like, how many pairs do you have, like, in your kit bag? There's got to be some inordinate amount of gloves that you've got. So we are going to have a ball change here. Not really doing a lot for the visitors. Picked up James Minto. Second ball he faced after lunch. They went with a short ball ploy with Brett Hutton. He picked out square leg with unfortunately a bit of bit of a tame dismissal, but that takes nothing away from the innings he played. And then Ben McKinney, I think, got checked first ball by a bouncer from Hutton, pulled the second one away for 4, played some nice shots, looked like he could go through the gears, but unfortunately feathered one behind for 28. And since then, Alex Lees, it's kind of, ever since this morning, he's just gently accumulated runs. He's not really looked to be overly aggressive, maybe because of that scoreboard. You know, as we mentioned, 407 is a hefty total first up. So he's just gently accumulated at the non-strikers end, and Emilio Gay, having just crunched one through the covers for 4, moves himself to 26. Be Colin Ackerman, first right-hander of the innings at number 5 for Durham, with the night watchman. Going to be then a run of right-handers. Colin Ackerman at 5, Ollie Robinson at 6. You'd imagine Graham Clark at 7. Imagine Bryden Cast will probably bat 8. George Giselle 9. It's a good batting lineup when you've got Ben Rain at number 10.
Very good batting lineup.
And then Cody Yusuf's no slouch with the bat either.
No, he played a lovely knock, actually. I enjoyed watching him play down at the Utilita Bowl. I enjoyed watching him bowl as well yesterday.
Very quickly endearing himself to the Durham fans. I think a lot of them are asking, can he stay? Can he just not go back? And I guess the joy with South Africa having a different time for their domestic season. Obviously, we're used to it with Bedingham going away pretty much as soon as our season ends. He's flying straight back to South Africa to take part. As Emilio Gay is watchful for this change of ball. Pretty much, I think, the last few years, it's literally been the games finish on a Sunday or something, and Beddingham's flown out on a Tuesday to go back and play a game on the Friday. So, you know, I think Ryan mentioned it, I think against Yorkshire, about can you try and delay the start of the season by a couple of weeks so that overseas are not conflicted with having to finish off seasons in South Africa, Australia and New Zealand. They can come over and be ready to play straight away for the clubs over here. Something else as well, the 28-day visas, I think the counties are trying to ask the Home Office to have a look at changing some of the regs around that, because from Knox's point of view, Fergus O'Neill got off to a cracking start, and you're kind of thinking, if he's around the entire season, he could be a fantastic addition. Then you find out, after 1 month he's done. So, you know, we'll see if that has any change over the
interesting
coming
rule,
months.
that one, isn't it? There's just so much cricket, though, around, the world to cater for different competitions. It's just becoming harder and harder, especially with the IPL looking to extend again.
Don't start me on that. We'll be here a while. Emilio Gay will retain the strike for the next over. 205 for 2, deficit now 202, and Durham got 4 overs left before a 20-minute break for tea. And then they'll be looking at notching up some batting bonus points in the evening session if all goes to plan.
You can see on Patterson's white trousers that red stripe where they've been aggressively shining the ball.
He's designated ball shiner, isn't he?
Left arm spin. Reverse sweep by Gate. And he finds the fielder at backward point.
See, that's such a lovely shot and you get nothing for it.
And I bet Notts, from a Notts perspective, they won't mind seeing him play that.
Absolutely not. You bring in a top edge, you bring in LBW.
Patterson white in again as Hamid's lost his hat. That's played into the gap. Gay will move to 28, 206 for 2. Hamid actually does the fielding after losing his floppy. And his teammate doesn't actually pick it up for him. They just put it on a length. That's a 50 partnership between Lees and Gate. Double up will be screened from the dressing room, I'm sure. The crowd enjoying this one. Deficit at 201 now. So Durham just accumulating nicely.
I almost wonder from Notts, is it probably too close to tee to change the plans, but thinking for after the break, do they go back to some of that short stuff?
It's hard, isn't it? I always think short stuff comes with that risk and reward, because often that's where it leaks runs, and then all of a sudden if Durham have 4 or 5 big overs, then that deficit just creeps down that ever more. So, but they do need wickets, Notts, to be in with a shout, as that's defended by Lees.
Yeah, so Notts know what Durham's game plan is from here. The only way Durham can force the victory, as Ryan Campbell always says, is batting once and batting long. So if Notts want to try and get a positive result out of this game for themselves, they need to find a way of taking these 8 wickets and having a first innings lead.
Yeah, that's fielded nicely off his own bowling.
So I just wonder, I probably wouldn't go with Brett Hutton, even though he did pick up the wicket. It's probably not the best suited bowler. You probably are looking at Rob Lord or Lyndon James to try and do that role, but as everyone knows, it does take an awful lot out of you as a bowler, just one off that over. And as you pointed out, if Durham are able to get those shots away and get those runs flowing, you're then left thinking, now what? How do you move on from that? So probably too close to tee to try anything different. Probably just want to get through to that interval and have a quick regroup. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did come out after the break with some of that stuff. They got the reward directly with Minto, and I think probably a little bit of roughening up McKinney very, very quickly, just got him a little bit jumping around. But
yeah, Patterson White's bowled really nicely. 6 overs for just 5 runs.
Lovely from Emilio Gay. Clip through. Fielder's going to run round. Pick up Ben Slater, who's been riding the boundary out there. They'll pick up a couple. And that's the thing for Notts. If they can plug in Patterson White or Freddie McCann at one end, it allows Haseeb Mead that little bit more flexibility to give bowlers just a little bit extra
sharp spells.
Short, sharp spells, a little bit of an extra break in between because you have that spinner at one end. But I wouldn't expect Alex Lees or Emilio Gay to allow Patterson White to settle for too much longer. You know, they want to put the pressure back on the bowler, and they want to dictate that matchup. So
yeah, it does. I do think it's looked easier to score with the extra pace on the ball. Obviously, if you get that slightly wrong, it flies away here. But Patterson White has done a very good job for his team so far.
I say it's probably a little bit of breeze coming across. You don't really want to take that massive risk going against the breeze. And as Ryan Campbell pointed out, it's a big square here and big boundaries for this game. I don't think got the measurement from Vic, as Verena has a bit of difficulty with that one. I didn't quite get the measurements from Vic about the boundary dimensions, but I think they are slightly longer than the Yorkshire game that was played here almost a month ago now.
Yeah, we're very central on the square, probably just slightly to the right.
Yeah, I think 24 pitches, pitch 15, so does leave shorter boundary away to Daffabet stand, which pretty soon will be full of people. First T20 Blast evenings, not in use for the County Championship. Got a couple of internationals as well, so we'll see some temporary stands put up to connect the Daffabet stand and the pavilion round near Bannatynes as well.
Lots of people in. Lots of people expected. I saw one of those pitch maps put on social media where they highlight the areas of red, and there was quite a lot of red stands.
Yeah, act fast if you want to get some tickets. Edged. Big opportunity for Notts. Emilio Gay flashing at one on 30. Think it's Joe Clark at first slip.
He was sort of at that 1.5, wasn't he? Because he had to dive to his right. He had it and then landed, and it's popped out. Would have been a good catch, but he should have taken it.
Yeah, it's as he's gone to ground, isn't it? He's gone to ground, and maybe that kind of is just the momentum of hitting the ground and everything kind of stopping. It's knocked the ball out. So Emilio gets a life on 30.
cash in, Emilio. Gets right across that time, doesn't he? Makes an effort to get that front foot over. But from a Notts perspective, dropping that one just before tee, that would have been their in. But
I think
from a Durham perspective, thank you.
I guess it stings a bit harder as well because this is the pitch where it's shown it's a good batting surface and chances are very hard to create and come by. So, you know, from a coach's point of view, you don't want to have to create more than your 20 chances. You want to create 20 chances. You want to take 20 chances. You don't want to have to create 26, 27 to get them. So that's a big opportunity missed for the visitors. Alex Lees on 82.
Patterson White continues, and that's him gone. A faint edge through to the wicketkeeper. Patterson White just holds the outside off stump. And they don't miss out this time, Notts. Lees has to go for a very nicely played 82. And Durham, 208 for 3.
Yeah, you'd mentioned that Patterson White was holding up an end nicely for Asib Hamid. Alex Lees just having... He wasn't looking to score, he was just playing a forward defensive and just clipped his outside edge. So he has to make the long walk back for 82. Notts pick up their first bowling bonus point. Deficit 199 for Durham, as we will now see a right-hander at the crease. Conor Ackerman will join Amelia Gay. Nice, like I said, just gently accumulated runs. Lees, definitely in that morning session, he allowed Minto to be the more aggressive player, the more flashy. He offered leadership down at the other end and a calming voice definitely at times, but unfortunately he's not able to reach 3 figures. Conor Ackerman, who reached 3 figures on both occasions against Notts down at Trent Bridge, back on that opening round in April, thought he'd probably done enough second innings. Him and Graham Clark looked to be steering Durham towards safety on the final day of the opening round, but Josh Tongue had other ideas and found some reverse swing to kind of rip open that lower middle order and allow Notts to grab those 16 points for a win. Surely you can't be asking to change the ball again, Hasib. You've just taken a wicket.
It's an interesting conversation. Hamid's over there, as is another player.
Yeah, Jack Haynes having a word. So
But the bowler's got the ball in his hand and he's ready to bowl.
Yeah.
So a reminder, the previous over, Amelia Gay was dropped on 30. That first slip by Joe Clark, but they've picked up the big wicket. The Durham captain, Alex Lees.
I like this field as well, going slip and leg slip. Target both inside, outside edge, can bring that LBW into play straight away. Looks like someone...
Short
looks like or is he getting the equipment for leg slip?
Oh yeah, this is the new rule.
He's going to have pads.
And a helmet.
So, Notts looking to strike while the iron's hot just before tee on day 2. So you'd think they're probably the happier of the two sides now, picking up those 3 wickets. Not really allowed the run rate to climb.
Joining us again with a Fanta Lemon. What a choice.
It's the best flavour in my opinion.
I'm a Fanta Orange fan, but that's making me very envious of a fizzy drink right now.
Thanks.
You bring back custard creams and not for me. And now you brought a Fanta
I brought that
Lemon
from home,
back.
actually.
Oh, okay, I'll let you off then.
Yeah.
The custard creams were from upstairs. And
I
I'm
have-
still not forgiving you for that, by the way.
I have just had an ice cream as well. It's a beautiful day for an ice cream.
You can't be telling me that.
What do you think about, like,
I had one at lunch.
controversial? I've gone for the 99, but I had caramel sauce on rather than the
sauce.
strawberry or the monkey's blood, as it's known in the northeast.
No sauce, just a
No
99
sauce?
and a flake for me. It's a spinner into Ackerman. He's going to bowl an aggressive line, isn't he? Left arm spin to the right-hander.
Not a great combination with a beard, if I'm honest. At least it's a white beard, so I'm probably getting away with a little bit.
208 for 3 at Durham. Ackerman plays off the back foot, but only to backward a point. Patterson White has bowled 6.3 overs, 1 maiden, just the 5 runs and the 1 wicket. So he's been brilliant for not so far this innings.
I thought I was going to get away with the custard cream gate.
No, I'm surprised it's gone, to be fair. So that's defended. You'd have bought me one down,
Of course I would. Was that in the lock cupboard upstairs? Is that where the biscuits are stashed?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I've got yours marked. Don't
I think
worry.
actually...
Emily, I'll look after... Are you in tomorrow, Em?
Yeah.
I'll look after you
tomorrow,
mate.
Thank you.
I think we looked at the cupboard yesterday. There wasn't any. So I think maybe there's been a visit from a certain Joe Rushworth.
That's defended nicely. A few oohs and ahs from the Notts team, but a great over that. A wicket maiden for Patterson White. Quiet applause of this Durham crowd.
I'm not going to lie, I had a tactical chat with the scorers just after lunch. You have your lunch and you just need something a little bit sweet to finish it off. And there's a little stash in the cupboard there. I was like, "Oh, William, is there any biscuits knocking around?" He was like, "Absolutely." Little couple of little chocolate digestives.
I don't think
guys know all these tricks.
You'll
You've got to
learn.
remember I'm new.
I don't think I'd have that same luck. I think it's Ash's charisma.
To be fair,
I just walk in, probably where I'm unwanted. Story of my
maybe
life.
I'm meant to have some like bananas or something.
Yeah,
not
you're in
custard
rehab,
creams.
aren't you? Yeah, come on.
Final
I should
over.
have some lettuce leaves.
Final over for tea. Lyndon James, Amelia Gay. It's watchful in defence.
Some ice cubes and lettuce leaves.
That's the rehab diet. Don't like either.
You should be drinking lots of milk and I don't know. I'm just making stuff up now.
As
no,
always.
I'll follow your recommended diet, Ash. Come on, tell me what I need to do.
Ice cream. Yeah.
Custard cream.
Yeah, custard. There's a lot of dairy involved.
Just not from me.
Bring your own custard cream.
Duly noted.
Slips in play. Amelia Gay leaving that. Like you say, Emily, it's more so of a 1.5. Really, more so that second and third slip rather than your traditional first. Also got faith in Carl Verena. I think I'd have pretty decent faith in Carl Verena to cover that ground as well.
It's also the angle that he's bowling. He's obviously right arm over the wicket to a left-hander, so he's pushing it across. There's obviously not much lateral movement, so because of that angle, potentially the slips do go that slightly wider because he's bowling an aggressive line.
Cut into the surface, but straight to backward point. What do you reckon, Ash? For who's going to be happier at tea here?
Oh, I think Notts picked up a couple of 3 wickets in the session after Durham went without loss before lunch. They've kept the handbrake on a little bit. Like I thought this session would really move Durham along a little bit and maybe look to be maybe 240, 250, being greedy. But I think Notts will be the happier. 100 for 3 in the session. What are your thoughts, Em?
I agree. I think I said we're at a game that's interestingly poised. The deficit of 199 is still a lot of runs in the first innings.
Yep.
And Durham obviously mindful of that, but it was interesting talking to Ryan Campbell earlier. He illustrated the importance of the first 20 balls, and then once you get to that, going on to make a big one. And what Notts did so well in order to get that big score was Hamid got a big double 100.
I think the importance of not having to bat last as well on this pitch is really key. Again, Ryan touched on, ideally you make your score big enough so Notts are taking the chunk of day 4 batting.
And it just puts them back under pressure, doesn't it?
Of course it
Like
does.
Obviously sounds very obvious, but having a lead in the game puts you in a position where you have the control. At the moment, Notts have control in that sense. I do think Durham would have frustrated them though, because I think they've done well to only be 3 wickets down at this point.
Tucked away leg side. It's going to be at least 2. Probably will just be 2. Slip cordon did get reinforced there. Patterson White just coming in to make it 3 slips. And that was the final ball of an afternoon session that will read Durham going to tee on 210 for 3. 107 without loss at lunch, so 103 for 3 that session. As Ash and Emily mentioned, the handbrake still being applied by Asibami, picking up James Minto very quickly after lunch with a short ball ploy from Brett Hutton. Ben McKinney came and went for a nice looking 28, but had some scares in there, wasn't able to kick on. And then second to last over before the break, Alex Lee's gentle feather through to Carl Verena from Liam Patterson-White, who has very good figures right now of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. Ackerman will return after tee without scoring so far. He'll have strike. Amelia Gay, 32 on 77, given a life on 30. Dropped by Joe Clark off the bowling of Lyndon James. And we'll be back with you just before 4:15.
Welcome back to the evening session here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Nottinghamshire. Durham resuming on 210 for 3. In reply to Nottinghamshire's 407 all out. Big session this one. Last session, 3 wickets for 103 runs. Nottinghamshire did really well to keep the scoring rate down. Liam Patterson-White being particularly miserly with his left arm spin at the end of that session and picking up the key wicket of Alex Lees. Let's have a little roundup of Premier League action across the northeast. Felling made 265 for 8 and Ashington had 32 for 1 from 8 overs in reply. Burnetfield made 241 for 8 off their 45 and Burnmore off to a bit of a flyer, 65 for 2 after 13. Newcastle made 238 all out, Castle leading to 34 for 2 in reply. Tynemouth 198 for 5, Chesley Street 60 for 3 in reply. Shotley Bridge versus Hetton Lions. Hetton Lions led by a century from Durham's Coghlan. Paul Coghlan, that is. 298 for 8. And Shotley Bridge of 53 for 3 in reply. And an early result is that South Northumberland have won by 10 wickets away to Sunderland. Sunderland were 114 all out. South Northumberland knocked it off without loss in just 14.2 overs.
Quick game's a good game.
Yeah, nice afternoon for an early beer. Not be an early beer for you and me, Rob, as we have at least a couple of hours in store for this last session. 32 overs remaining in the day. Probably be about a 6:30 finish you would look at. Although we do have spin in Liam Patterson-White. Has started pretty well.
Looks like he's going to start things after the tea break. Got 15 overs till that second new ball for the visitors. Imagine he get taken pretty quickly.
Yeah, almost immediately you would think, unless the spin really comes into play. But Liam Patterson-White really put the brakes on Durham's scoring there. He has fantastic figures going into tea of 1 for 5 from 7 overs. Let's say picking up that key wicket of Alex Lees.
Bit of a happy hunting ground for...
He likes it up here, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he picked up a 5 for a few years ago. In a resounding win, 4 knots, 2022, I think, as Colin Ackerman gets his innings back underway. It's a bit of an awkward time when you lose a wicket, kind of 11 balls before tea, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no real time to get your eye in. It's just almost a bit like James Minto last night as a night watcher. Just survive until the break, and then you can get going. As mentioned just before, T could probably do with a bit of time out in the middle, bit of few runs. Scored those twin tons on that opening round, but hasn't quite found the same consistency since. But form is temporary, class is permanent.
It's a classy player, no doubt about it.
Get off the mark with a punch up to Freddie McCann. Just too full from Patterson-White. Emilio Gay was given a life if you're just joining us after tea. Dropped by Joe Clark off the bowling of Lyndon James on 30. He'll get back underway. Just have a couple of balls from Liam Patterson-White. Took a guard of middle and off there. Ash, what would that say to you as a coach?
I think he's just wanting to make sure his head's in line with off stump.
So just knowing exactly where his outside edge is?
Yeah, and just with the ball spinning into him, he knows exactly where he's at on the crease.
Allows him to do that as well. Shuffle across.
100%.
And whip away through the leg side. Just 2 singles to get going after tea. It's going to be Lyndon James to continue from the Lumley end.
Yeah, jumpers are off real quick there from James. Just in case there was any doubt as to who was going to bowl from the Lumley end after tea. What have we got there? Is that somebody's birthday, isn't it? Somebody who's... Sam was mentioning we've got some guys from Durham University, somebody celebrating their 21st birthday today. Happy birthday to that crew. who are no doubt listening and watching on their phones whilst being here at the ground. 212 for 3. Emilio Gay retaining the strike. Just can he up the tempo a little bit. Colin Ackerman usually scores at a pretty brisk rate.
I think this sort of situation is almost tailor-made for Emilio Gay, in a way.
It's in behind that first ball from James nice and solidly. Just having a look at Verena and Clark having a chat at slip around Clark's positioning. Normally at first slip you're a couple of yards behind the wicketkeeper so the keeper can dive across. However, with the ball not carrying through to the slips as much, he's kind of level with Verena. And just discussing what happens if a ball kind of goes in between them. You can really hear the breeze has picked up after tea. Ross is back upstairs. Got the morning and the evening shift. Stevie nice and cosy in his little studio next door to us. Having a snack or two by the look of it as well. Did the hard work yesterday, mate, didn't you? That's cut away nicely by Emilio Gay, but there is a sweeper out on the offside. It's Jack Haynes down there in the deep. Will do the fielding. That's what they want to do as well now with Durham having a left-hander, right-hander, and just keep rotating the strike. Keep making the Notts fielders move around and adjust in the field, and also make the Notts bowlers have to adjust their lines and lengths. Be changed to Ackerman. Oh, that one. In the words of Marnus, is a lowie. That one goes through to Verena behind the stumps. Great to see the ground staff out after tea, basking in the afternoon sunshine. Away over to the old scoreboard. I'm sure Ross will get a shot of that after this ball. That one beats the outside edge, and more of the crowd migrating across from the Don Robson Pavilion over into the LNER stand, a bit like yesterday. It's a chilly day in the shade. That breeze, still that nip in the air with the wind being from the north. But as soon as you're out of the breeze, it's a beautiful day here. Ackerman tucks that away out into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single to keep that scoreboard moving along. Moves him on to 2. Durham on to 214 for 3 with Emilio Gay at 34 not out.
Ask and you shall receive, Ash.
There you go, Ross. You're a good human. Stevie, you're a good human. Stevie's giving him directions there. Cut to the crowd. Cut to the ground staff. Good work, Steve and Ross, the men behind the scenes making this stream all happen. The great pictures that you see. Oh, a bit of bounce.
Yeah, almost off the splice of the bat there. Got the man under the lid. Jack Haynes has been given the task of being at short leg for Ackerman, who's new to the crease. You ever done short leg, Ash?
Yeah, I used to love it. You're involved in the game. A little bit of a nice chat with the batter while you're in. It's all good. be a bit brave, a bit stupid to get in there, but very important part of the fielding to have somebody in there that's good, grab that half chance. Oh, just like that, brilliant work from Haynes under there. I think I was feeling there these days, I just hope the ball hit me or missed me, because there's no chance of me being able to move towards the ball as like Haynes has just done there. It was an excellent piece of fielding.
Another maiden from Patterson White, his third.
Bowling a nice attacking line there, Patterson White. 1 for 7 from 9. Very tidy work from the left arm spinner.
Let's have a look around the rest of the ground. Sussex all out for 152, and Somerset have said, you can carry on, fellas. You can come straight back out. We're going to go at you. So they are 20 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 166, but it's going to be a tall order for them to come away with any sort of positive result. No batting bonus points, just a 3 bowling bonus points for them. Surrey have now gone into the lead against Yorkshire down at the Oval. Surrey 265 for 4. They lead by 10, so that was a half stop. Allows to come through for a single. Hampshire are batting again, dismissing Warwickshire for 194, so they pick up maximum bowling bonus points there. Currently 44 for 1, second time around. They lead, it's 150. Essex are struggling against Worcestershire. Robin Dast, the only batter to make over 20 for them. 147 for 8, still trailing by 211 on first innings. What's the county championship follow on? Is it 150?
Yeah.
On test, it's 200.
Yep.
Glamorgan are in a healthy position. 190 run lead for them. 375 for 6 against Northamptonshire down at Cardiff. Gloucestershire in a little bit of trouble. 156 for 4 in reply to Kent's 424 all out. Lancashire were dismissed for 458 against Derbyshire, and Derbyshire are 52 for 2 in reply. And I'll give you one guess as to who's got one of the wickets.
Jimmy.
Absolutely, he's back in the side after a bit of a calf problem. And the final game in Division 2, Middlesex, 232 all out, but they've fought back well with the ball. Leicestershire, top of the table in Division 2. They're 185 for 6. Still trailing by 47, and Middlesex will have a second new cherry to go at them with in just 9 overs time.
Just over 11 overs till the second new ball here for Notts. Doing a good job, these two, after tea. Keeping it nice and tight. Nicely punched down the ground by Ackerman. Good fielding there at mid-off. By young Mohammed Abbas, diving away to his right. And a big round of applause from his teammates. Just offering some advice to Lyndon James as he goes back to his mark. It's punched off the back foot this time to Abbas. Again, no run, just the one from that over. So a good start from James and Patterson White, keeping it very tight after tea. Durham 215 for 3. Scored just the 5 runs since the resumption of play.
Gay rocks on to back foot. Slater out there. So it's been a lonely day for Ben Slater out there.
Yeah, he might have upset somebody. Spent a lot of day grazing in front of the Daffabet stand, doesn't he? Building some pressure on Ackerman here. 2 from 24.
Short
I like this, yeah. Gone to the offside.
Steady mid off.
Incredible running between the wickets. That was never a run there. And the bowler will be disappointed that Ackerman's got off strike. Reminder, if you want to get in touch with us, we've got the comments on the live stream. If you want to email us, it's streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. Some nice comments coming in from Sue as well on Twitter. Or X, whatever it's called these days. Hope you're well, Sue.
Whipped away by Ackerman. He'll have the strike for the next over. 2:19 for 3. Wouldn't mind spin from both ends leading up to this second new ball.
I think Rob Lord bowled probably the best of the not seamers from the Lumley end. And then James has started off tidily without looking particularly threatening. You were saying while I was stuffing my face with an ice cream before tea that he found Emilio Gay's outside edge, so they're probably persevering with him for a little bit. Maybe saving the other quicks for the new ball. I think Mohammed Abbas will have a lock in at that end. It is James to continue, and Ackerman is on the front foot. Still Holden padding in the game. George Hewitt's just commented saying that the runs are drying up a bit. You're absolutely right, mate. It's a pretty docile start after the tea break. Game almost just in a holding pattern, waiting for that second new ball. This one is clipped away by Ackerman as he looks to get his innings underway. And it's a no ball, so it'll be 3 runs to the total. Little boost there for Durham.
I'm with you. I don't understand why a no ball is 2.
Yeah, it's the only competition in the world, I think. Definitely the only country in the world that has 2 for a no ball. Weird. Not the weirdest thing that's been discussed on this commentary today, but it is a bit weird. James in again to Gay, who allows that one through to Carl Verena behind the stumps. Who's that getting loose? Is it Rob Lord getting loose? I might just be getting loose in general after tea. Ryan Campbell talked earlier about making these bowlers go into multiple spells, testing their resolve. Oh, and Gay has a little flirt at that one as it goes through to the keeper, trying to run it down to third man. That is the temptation. with the sweeper being out of backward point. If he gets that fine enough, it will go away for 4. But there is risk and reward involved, because if he gets it too fine, there's 2 slips waiting for that mistake. Solid from Emilio Gate.
Looks like a good game down at Beckenham.
74 for 1. What's that in the power play still?
Yeah, got one more over.
Mm.
They are chasing a big score.
Yeah.
Need 238 to win.
Ends another tidy-ish over. Just a 3 from it from Lyndon James. 222 for 3. How long is it till Ackerman goes big here?
Might be what it might be what he needs.
Yeah.
Try and free the arms a little bit.
It's good pressure being built up here by Patterson White. Ackerman likes to score, likes to be free flowing. But Patterson White doing an excellent job here, restricting him. Tosses that one up beautifully, and Ackerman drives it down the ground for 4. So his patience paying off.
Yeah, slightly overpitched from the left-hand spinner, and Ackerman gets his first boundary of the innings as Ash Thorpe finishes off his Fanta Lemon.
It is finished as well. Devastating.
Back on it though for the final ball of Liver. That boundary, the only runs from it. Deficit is 181 for the hosts. 24 away from a first batting bonus point.
James will continue from the Lumley end. Gay again trying to run that down to third man. Plays and misses, but some interest from the slips behind. But nothing from in front of the wicket. Bit more watchful this time from Gate. This time Gay does get it down to the sweeper, and Jack Haynes out there in the deep. Pick up another single. Moves on to 38. Solid in defence, Ackerman. Slow going here for Durham, but patience. Attempting just about once in this game, trying to set up a score that gets ahead of Nottingham. Ackerman drives but can't beat cover. That ends another over from Lyndon James. Just again, another one coming from that over. As we creep just 7 overs away from the second new ball. 227 for 3. Emilio Gay's on 38. Colin Ackerman on 9.
It's clear to see why Notts are at the top of the table watching their bowling performance so far. Just very disciplined with the ball and also not giving away runs in the field either.
Yeah, they have been disciplined. Made it hard for Durham to score through certain periods of this game. Patterson White being a real catalyst for that. Nicely played by Emilio Gay, getting another single. 228 now for 3.
Yeah, another single there. That's kind of just what Durham have to keep doing. Like, they just have to keep taking what's on offer for them. If Notts aren't going to give away many boundaries with loose balls or misfields, then you got to try and take the singles where they present themselves.
That one does turn and bounces and somehow trickles through Emilio Gay's legs and avoids the leg stump. Thankfully, from a Durham point of view.
Drop and run. talented. Like so, as well. Ash, this is the first right-left combo that Durham have had. So if they are able to keep working singles, you just have the extra annoyance for the Notts fielders having to run round and change. Driven firmly by Ackerman. He'll keep the strike. 4 singles from the over. The other thing, of course, that this is allowing Notts to do is just really try to sniff out any chance of conceding more than 1 or 2 batting bonus points. If Durham can't get the boundaries away, they can't rack up the score like they'd love to do.
See a change of bowling from the Lumley end. It's going to be Rob Lord, who's been impressive so far today. Yet to pick up a wicket. Wicket takers so far are Hutton, Abbas and Patterson White. Still 0-0 in the FA Cup final between Crystal Palace and Manchester City. Coming on strike to Lord. It's a floaty half volley that Ackerman will be disappointed he hasn't put away. Lyndon James diving away to his right to prevent any runs. This time Ackerman does find the gap and drives beautifully through the covers. Where Slater, the man in the deep, does the work. Keeps that down to 2 runs. Does very well. Moves Ackerman on to 13. Durham under 233 for 3. Yeah, bonus points. Going to be important. Can only gain bonus points in the first 110 overs of the first innings. Lord back on his line and length, as he has been for much in the day. Two men still out on the hook. It's been a pretty standard field all day for Notts. This one is banged in and nicely in behind it and riding the bounce is Ackerman as he pushes that one away out into the offside and will pick up another single. Moves him on to 14. 234 for 3. This one's clipped away and clipped away fine by Emilio Gate. There's a dive. And the dive is to no avail as that one runs away for 4. And Durham pick up a boundary. Slater just looking at his hand there as he's dived away on the ground. Not sure if he's got his fingers stuck in the turf. He doesn't look particularly pleased with life at the moment. Gay ticking along nicely, moves on to 44. Scored 238 now for 3. Solidly in behind that one, Emilio Gate. Ends the over. Productive one for Durham, 7 from it. 238 for 3. Gay on 44, Ackerman on 14. Just 5 overs now to the second new ball here. The evening session, day 2 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Rothesay County Championship match. Durham versus Nottinghamshire. Just having a look at the crowd. There's a few celebrating a Crystal Palace goal. Crystal Palace have gone 1-0 in front over Manchester City. I think if Crystal Palace win the FA Cup, they should take all Manchester City's points off them in the league, just to make sure Newcastle get a Champions League spot. 'Cause I'm a bit nervous now going into the last couple of games. Villa and Chelsea winning last night, of course, massively putting the pressure on.
Don't need to talk about the Chelsea result.
Oh, you're one of them, aren't you? I forgot. What an incredible... You could end up with Champions League football and finish like 15th or something. You never look like... Well, you got the offside goal, didn't you, which was tight. But then apart from that, it's a lovely goal from Palace as well, by the way.
Ackerman rocks off the back foot. Ends up being a tight single. Good work from Mead running round to his left. Fire that in at the striker's end.
I've got Rufus Hawir Palace on the stream comments.
Shout for LBW as Amelia again, not for the first time, tries a reverse sweep. Doesn't make any connection. Just maybe trying to put the foot down a little bit ahead of that second new ball, although that new cherry in itself will probably run away to the boundary a little bit easier. Just 2 singles off the over, 240 for 3. Gay on 45 and Ackerman on 15.
He's been miserly, hasn't he, Patterson White?
Economy of 1.6.
Stand up and stretch the old bones. Emilio Gay retaining the strike there. Moves on. 45. Partnership standing at 32 between these two. Ackerman on 15. Rob Lord will continue from the Lumley end. Chases after a wide one and again doesn't get any contact.
That's probably the 3rd or 4th time
Yeah.
he's gone chasing.
That one looked like it hit the seam and kept really going away from the the left-handed Emilio Gate. This time he does get it down to 3rd man and he'll look for 2 as he touches, and immediate caller Noah's Haynes races around and picks it up and fields well. He gets the ball back into Carvarena behind the stumps. Yeah, Man United Spurs. What a final. They called it Barcelona Real Madrid's the El Clasico. How do you describe the Spurs Man United final in? I think it's in Spain as well, isn't it? It's in Bilbao. Oh, I tell you what isn't in Spain is that pull shot. The ball might end up in Spain as that is absolutely clattered by Colin Ackerman. Short and pulled away for 4. Glorious shot. El Tragico. Very good, Tim. I like that.
Good. Very good.
We'll stick with that. That's a winner. Instant winner.
Very good. Who said that?
Tim on the live stream.
Yeah.
Very good.
Fair play, Tim. You can have that one, mate.
Oh, good reply from Lord. This gets a thick inside edge. And Ackerman looks at coming back, but Patterson White does well out in the deep.
The only other thing maybe is trying to turn those 1s into 2s. Just try and... I know Notts have been very good in the field, but if you can, just try and put a bit of pressure on them by running that first one really hard and looking to come back for that second.
Yeah, it's a deep pocket out there as well. Probably just hit a little bit too hard.
It's also running around nicely to the left-hander.
Yeah. This outfield is so quick. Oh, Emilio Gay tempted again to try and get that ball down behind square on the offside. Allows this one through to Verena. 6 runs so far off this over. That'll make the Durham pair feel a little bit better about life. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. Always nice when you can hit boundaries. We saw a lot of boundaries yesterday. A lot of big overs, a lot of maidens, a lot of big overs. It was a crazy day of... Probably the craziest day of first-class cricket I've seen. Tell you what isn't crazy, this sky, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's beautiful.
It's quite the change from 11 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Emilio Gay solidly behind that one. And as you can see there, all around us is blue sky in Chesley Street. 246 for 3. Durham in pursuit of Nottinghamshire's 407 all out.
Somerset is enforcing the follow-on. Sussex are choosing to attack it. They are 65 without loss off just 12 overs. So that lead whittled to 121. Still a healthy lead for Somerset, but Sussex looking to take the initiative. Surrey 279 for 5 against Yorkshire, lead up to 24. Warwickshire, as I mentioned, 194 all out. They've picked up a second Hampshire wicket. Ethan Bamber's had a very good start to the season. Very good move up to the West Midlands for him. Hampshire lead by 176. Essex were bowled all out for 157 off just 60 overs, but Worcestershire have not enforced the follow-on. They're going to go and have another bat. So they currently lead by 201. As they start again, giving the bowlers a bit of a break, really trying to take that any chance of an Essex win out the equation. You reckon there, Ash?
Yeah, interesting one, mate. Just going to bat. What do you want to give yourself? Probably 4 sessions, maybe, to knock them over. But yeah, that's maybe they have an injury or something that you don't know.
I don't mind them not enforcing the follow-on.
Yeah. It was Steve Waugh was a huge advocate of grinding his team into the dirt and basically making sure that the only result possible was that you win or it's a draw. And I think that's where you're heading with that.
Glamorgan look like they're going to get a win or a draw against Northamptonshire. They lead by 222 on first inning. Still got 2 wickets left as well. As Patterson White gets another maiden, just so solid for his captain today. Economy of 1.5 for him, his 4th maiden. Gloucestershire 190 for 4 against Kent, still trading by just over 230. Lancashire have picked up their first bowling bonus point, 75 for 3. Derbyshire are at Old Trafford. I think Jimmy Anderson's got 2 at Old Trafford. He's not bad, is he?
Somebody should sign him up. Youngster on the rise.
Middlesex have picked up a 7th.
Oh, I tell you what, there's an interesting situation in the FA Cup final. Looks like the keeper's handballed it outside the box. But I'm not sure VAR can get involved in that.
Middlesex 232 all out. Leicestershire are 220 for 7, still trading by 12. And have just taken that second new ball at Lords, and it will be spin from both ends.
Yeah, a couple of overs remaining until that new ball is available here as well, Rob. Just giving their seam bowlers a rest. McCann right on the money. They've been good, the not spinners. Really kept it tight. Put the Durham batters under pressure. Patterson White with the big wicket of Alex Lees. He shouts of yeah, Freddie. It's a good start from him. That one's tucked away nicely by Emilio Gate. You'll get at least 2. And good work from Hutton. Getting to the ball as quick as he can and releasing it as quick as he can. Solid there again, Emilio Gate. Oh, it's driven, it's aerial. It doesn't quite carry to the man in the covers. Scrambling away. Prevents any runs. Emilio Gate tempted to get that through, looking for his 50. This time he does clip it to mid-on and runs. So 3 off the McCann over. Moves Emilio Gate to 49. And Durham onto 249 for 3. So a couple of milestones in the offing. Emilio Gate's half century and Durham's first batting point. While the new ball is just 1 over away, Rob.
Is indeed. You'd imagine it gets taken straight away. Would have minimum of 17 overs left afterwards, as it actually makes its way out to the middle. He's umpiring down at this end.
Got O'Shaughnessy at this end, Peter Hartley at the other.
See, Brett can see some fast bowlers loosening up. Tells you what you need to know.
It looks like Hutton warming up, and you assume Mohammed Abbas would take the one with the breeze.
Before that, we're going to have an Emilio Gate 50. 3rd in a Durham shirt for him. 4 4s for him. He'll be looking to go big like he did against Yorkshire last time out here at Banks Homes Riverside. Got a little bit bogged down in the 20s, but you got to give credit where it's due. It was very good bowling from Nottinghamshire, and that brings up the 250 as well for Durham. First batting bonus point for them. You know, getting through that tough period and able to raise the bat.
Some hearty stalls still over to the western side of the ground.
Look at that sight screen.
Yeah.
Ross, if you're listening. That's a nice punch from Ackerman. 2 balls left of the over.
Yeah, the wind is really strong. And if you're in the shade, there's that real nip in the air. So you'd have to say the Sun Seekers over in the LNER stand, where the majority of the crowd, a bit closer to the game as well. Pitch 15, a bit over to the eastern side of the ground. Oh, that could be close. It's a big shout.
Two noises, you reckon?
Just outside the line, I think, by the look of it. Just having a look on the little replay there. It's definitely keep you interested. But it was flatter and quicker. Not inviting that shot with no sweeper out on the leg side. Yeah, great bowling. Really good bowling from Patterson White. Might just end his spell. You can see there, good work from our cameraman Ross upstairs. He probably sleeps under there at night. You can see that cover is billowing in the breeze. Very, very strong coming from the north. Not enough to put the batsman off. 251 for 3, Durham. Miloge just getting to his half century, and they're going to take the new ball. And of course it will be Mohammed Abbas from his favoured Lumley end. Oh, Rob's trying to keep himself alive with a monster. Goodness me.
Long days these, Ash.
They are long days.
I don't want any judgment, Stephen. Don't want any judgment.
It's the vodka in his bag that I'm worried about. And put straight in the top. Getting a head start on the night out, these youngsters. It was me thinking I was a hardcore criminal with my lemon Fanta. It's gone straight vodka monster. Got Banana Brooks that said not as ineffectual as I had feared. I think it's a pretty good batting surface, this. I think they've tried to change it up. They've tried to go with bouncers. They've tried spin. The spins look pretty effective without massively threatening, although Patterson White did pick up the wicket of Alex Lees. And yeah, maybe Farhan Ahmed might have been a good option. New ball in hand, Mohammed Abbas from the Lumley end. You immediately see a little bit more energy and a little bit more spark out there in the field. Who's going to have to run up into the breeze is the question to join Abbas with the new ball. Will it be Hutton? Hutton's bowled a few spells from this end. Rob Lord tends to follow Mohammed Abbas's spells. And Abbas, as you would expect, right on the money. Similar field. Rather than a deep point, we have third man in place. We still have our sweeper out on the leg side also. Fine leg. 2 slips. We have a man at point, cover and mid-off and a mid-on. Skipper Hasib Hamid. Be pretty happy with life with 206 not out under his belt in the first innings. And that one gets a bit of bounce with the new ball and hits the splice. Colin Ackerman's bat as he rips the bottom hand away.
It's not a bad score to add to your average. 206 is not out.
Yeah, useful. Looks like a penalty for Manchester City in the FA Cup final. Getting nods from Steve. Steve must be ahead of me. Henderson in goal, keeping Manchester City players waiting. And while he's waiting, Colin Ackerman drives off the back foot. He'll get a couple. Not perfectly timed, as Jack Haynes does the fielding.
Yeah, a couple of sub-fielders on for Notts. Matt Montgomery is in the slip cordon. He's at first slip. Farron Ahmed is at long leg. So I would say Joe Clark is off the field. Can't quite make out who else.
Great way to pull rank that. If I'm coming on a sub, I'm going to first slip. Ackerman again finds the middle of his bat. And Henderson saves the penalty. Much to the delight of the Raji Crystal Palace fans that are in Wembley. Good strong hand down low to his right, keeping that one out. This time Ackerman gets more of that and hits it a lot straighter through. Extra cover, normally associated with a front foot drive. This one off the back foot, and it races away for 4. And hopefully from a Durham point of view, the new ball will just accelerate that run rate as Notts look to take wickets. That's 6 from that over. Durham 257 for 3. Ackerman moves on to 27. Emilio Gay still on 50.
I think Matt Montgomery's fun's about to end. Joe Clark trudging back on. Or is he gonna pull rank even more? Say, no, we'll have 3 slips.
Ahmed's gone off.
It looks like Montgomery's gonna set in it on the leg side. Will be Brett Hutton to take the new ball from the Finkel end.
Tim's just asked who we think is good at white ball cricket for Durham.
So you're trying to get a head start on the T20 Blast.
Not sure. Paul's come back with Ackerman. Yeah, he's been a big part of our one-day side since his arrival.
Edge.
I don't know if that was back hip. It just died, didn't it?
Yeah, nowhere near second slip. From a bowling perspective, Nathan Salter.
Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he? Really, really good. One of the highest ranked. Callum Parkinson's also been really good with the ball. Potts burst onto the scene as white ball as well, but probably won't see a lot of him.
Ooh, that one kept low. Starting to see a bit of variable bounce out of this pitch. Gay moves himself off 50.
No Ashton Turner this year as he oversees. 50 partnership between these two. Miller Gay contributing 21, Ackerman 27. Zach Folkes, the New Zealander, is a very, very handy bowling all-rounder. Big, strapping lad. Gives it a whack and bowls quite quick. There are rumours flying around of another overseas acquisition, but we can't confirm that as of yet, so we'll just tease you a little bit.
Don't think you'll be waiting too long.
No, I think you'll find out early next week if it doesn't get leaked earlier. It's a very high-profile white ball cricketer. It's franchised all around the world. Really exciting news.
Ooh.
From what I'm led to believe. I may be wrong.
Good line and length from Hutton. Graham Clark.
Yeah, love Clarkey at the top of the order. One of my favourites to watch.
Rocket ship. We'll wait and see on David Beddingham's availability.
Yeah.
For the Blast. You're going to see Cody Youssef as well. He's sticking around for the entirety of the Blast group stages. That is nothing more than a defensive prod.
It's a pretty good forward defence, that, wasn't it?
From Colin Ackerman. He's able to get a single from it.
It probably would have gone for 4 if it wasn't for Hamid scrambling away at mid-off.
So I'm trying to... I mean, Alex Lees is probably a little bit underrated in the white ball formats.
Who's that, sorry?
Alex Leesy.
Yeah, he's been a good leader. Be interesting to see his role.
I think those
I'm
are
not
the
sure
real...
the pitch is dire, Sam. I think that's a bit harsh, mate. She's a floodie. But we saw that there was wickets and runs flying yesterday. So Durham took 10 wickets yesterday. Notts got 400, so it can't be that bad a pitch.
As we said it before, you put the ball in the right areas, you'll get rewards. But as a batter, if you just survive your first 20, 30, you can cash in.
.259 for 3, Durham. Okay, 51 Ackerman, 28.
I am looking forward to seeing Zach Folks. come
Yeah,
over.
I only saw him. I think it was a New Zealand series against Sri Lanka where he kind of burst onto the scene. Very impressive. Good signing.
So Colin Ackerman talks a lot about trigger movements and back lifts and stuff. He's just gone through about 10 or 12. And another one. Taps on the back foot.
So he waits for Mohammed Abbas. This one's short and punched away. Will it get through? It does get through. Not sure if there's a little hand on that one. Slater's not a happy man out there. He keeps wringing his hand. But he'll pick up another couple, Ackerman. He's just starting to build now into this innings. Jumps on to 30 after a pretty slow start. Starting to catch up a little bit. That scoreboard starting to accelerate with the new ball. Left fields tend to be a little bit more attacking. That new ball comes off the bat just a little bit better, a little bit harder. Maybe Ackerman's intent is just a little bit clearer here as well. It's a good leave. It's a good ball, that. Watched Ackerman hit a lot of balls last winter, and I don't think I've seen anybody hit the ball harder. Absolutely smashes them when he gets going.
I had this talk before, but like in a range hitting contest, it's fair for you to put your money on.
We should do that.
Sam, if you're listening.
So that's a great idea. Before the blast, I reckon. Let's film it. We've got the little machine, or we can get somebody to lob some throwdowns. Obviously, with when you give the throwdowns now, you've got these almost like baseball nets where you can hide behind after you throw it, just in case it comes back at you. But yeah, that would be good fun. Maybe just make sure the car park down towards the Lumley end's empty, and get Vic to prepare a pitch for us and bombs away. Love that.
Show it as a competition.
Bit like a home run derby in the All-Stars.
Pick teams. I'll tell you who my first pick would be.
Go on then.
Clarkey.
Clarkey, would it? Whew. I think we should pick. Let's do this. Let's dance. Right, you've gone Clark. Can we have, like, full squad, so internationals?
I'll give you that.
Righto, let's dance.
I have a feeling I know where you're going now.
Well, you're going to get a shotgun. I'm going to go Cars first.
I was half expecting that. How many are we going for here?
So no, let's go till we've got no more players. Straight from Abbas and nicely played by Colin Ackerman. Definitely not in range hitting mode at the moment.
Ooh, okay. This is purely so you can't have him. Bedders. David
You've gone
Bedingham.
Bedders?
Bedingham. I'm feeling quite happy already with those two.
I'm going for the skinny Ben Stokes.
Ah, okay. Now I see why.
Yes.
He was out doing some running this morning.
Yeah, he looks so fit.
When
Not
you-
in that way, guys. Not in that way. It's actually the slimmest I've seen him look since he was a kid.
261 for 3. There is a Red Bull game going on. While me and Ash
Where?
while me and Ash are hypothesizing.
They can see that. That's fine. They can see that.
So I've got Clark. I've got
Got the
Clark.
scores and everything there. Don't worry about us.
I've got Clark and Bedingham.
Yeah.
And you've got Carson Stokes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to take McKinney.
Big Ben. Can't hit it off the square, him. Big Ben. Just going to have a little think about my next pick. This is where we're probably going to upset people. We're probably, if they're listening in there, they're going to walk past us, give us nothing. Bit of swing. Clark, Bedingham, Big Ben. It's a good top three. Do you know who hits a big ball? And this might be controversial, but I'm going to go Ben Rain.
That's a good pick.
Thanks, mate. Often pinch hitting's probably a bad way to look at it, but he definitely
I think he's got
played at the top of the order for a couple of roles for Leicestershire.
a very quick century for Durham as well,
Yeah,
I think.
Solid, good areas that from Hutton.
I'm torn for my next one. Based on I've just seen him play T20 more often,
Yeah.
I'm going to take Ackerman.
Yeah, decent. He would have been my next, to be fair. Oh, Ackerman uses all of his Keeley out there. Running that one, third man for 4. Must have heard you.
Is John out there?
Inspired.
Is John Bland out there?
John will be thrilled. That's the 4 runs to Durham down to third man. I'm going to go the pocket rocket, Ollie Robinson.
Ah, he was on my board. He was on my board next couple picks. Oh, lovely drive. It's going to be at least 2. And that'll be it. But 7 already off the first 4 off this over.
I tell you what, I'm pleased the Notts coaching staff is the energy they've showed in chasing in the field, because Durham have hit a lot of balls into the outfield that have been chased and probably kept to 2s rather than 3s and 1s rather than 2s. So I think that's a big tick in the box for the energy they've shown in the field today. Bit of swing.
Sensibly left alone. I'm going to have the skipper. I'm going to have Alex Lees.
Going lazy. Just trying to think who's left on the board.
Ooh, good line. And Lakes to finish from Hutton, 268 for 3, deficit 139. Have I got you stumped?
No, not at all. The wife's just checking up on me, seeing if I'm still alive.
He's had his Fanta Lemon. He's all good.
Yeah. I'm going to go Coggers.
Yeah? That's a good.
Little and large. The last 2.
I'm going to take this. I'm going to take him now because he's still available. I'm going to take Emilio Gay.
Go for it.
I was debating someone else.
Well, I'm going to go Zach Folks.
See, if we'd announced...
Yeah. Keep that one to yourself, because I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Nice drop and run.
That's an excellent run, mate. Good call. Good call from you, and great call from Emilio Gay, and great backing up from Colin Ackerman. You looking at a squad list here going through.
Yeah.
You're money balling.
I am indeed.
What a guy.
Yeah, this is proper stuff.
Yeah, man.
No messing around.
I can hear you thinking.
See, all the quote unquote big names are pretty much off the board. So now it's really testing the knowledge. I'm going to go for Hayden Mustard.
Oh, good shout.
Got that stunning knock of 90 odd a couple of pre-seasons ago.
Talented lad. Very talented ball striker. Ooh, good from Abbas, targeting the stumps. I'm going to follow the leader. I'm going to go for Bus.
Damn it! He was. Do you want to call it one more pick?
Go for it, mate.
You've
got it in mind already, haven't you?
I don't actually. But I was thinking, I've wanted if you didn't take Bass there, I was gonna have him as my final one. You know what? Stick with the youth movement. Dan Hogg.
Going for Hogg. I'm going to go the big strong man. I'm going to go Potts to finish. My finisher. My boy Potsy. I opened the batting with Potsy as a 13-year-old, and I have every faith in him that he can bring home the bacon for me there. Some good lineups. If you're watching and listening, you've got Rob's team of Clark, Beddingham, McKinney, Ackerman, Alex Lees, Emilio Gay, Hayden Mustard, and Daniel Hogg. This is a pure 6-hitting competition, range hitting. My side is Bryden Cast, Ben Stokes, Ben Rain, Ollie Robinson, Paul Coughlin, Zach Folks, Buster Lader, and Matthew Potts. Where's your money?
I think match up pretty well.
I'm confident. I'm confident with that. Make it happen, Cambo, if you're listening. I'm not sure we'd get them all in the same place at the same time. To Parky, mate, Parky, if you're listening, I considered you many, many times. Just didn't quite find the right slot for you in the roster. There's a happy birthday ringing out around the ground.
That's all going on.
It's good from Abbas. A little bit of zip and a little bit of nip. But a good lead from Ackerman. 269 for 3, Durham. Emilio going 53. Colin Ackerman on 36.
I really want this to happen now.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I want this range hitting contest. Like
So
I say,
excited.
I think we're going to have a bit of logistic.
Yeah.
We're going to have a few logistical
Can we do
problems.
a virtual one? Like a
The thing is, I might actually be okay on my front because I think I've got everyone here right now.
Oh.
I think.
Yep, you got Clarkey, the toe man Beddingham is here as well. Big Ben, Ackers, Alex Lees. Yep, you're pretty good.
Whereas you've got folks who's still yet to fire. You've got Deleda who's playing for the Dutch.
Mine's a not here lineup really.
Brilliant
Wow.
suggestion, Stevie.
Then definitely a few of them definitely won't speak to me if we go through the staff.
Yeah, I think I might try to. I want to keep those relationships intact.
Oh my goodness.
Lovely looking flamingo shot.
Yeah, that was pretty for one.
For me to go. You've seen Dan Lawrence play that so many times. He's the kind of one that sticks out to me as kind of the chief of that flamingo shot. Oh, I'll back my boys. I'd back my boys on that one.
That's all right. What to come second?
I just don't see how you're going to get past Clark and Bedingham at the top, to be honest.
Oh my goodness. Carson Stokes. Oh my God.
I need Hoggy to not let me down.
I know Potsy would bring it home for me. He's my boy. Got every faith in him.
Sam, if you were listening to that, you have your social media idea. Get to work.
Get it out there on a poll, Sam, on X or whatever it's called. Who would win a range hitting comp between them two teams? We can't, Rob, you can't vote 14 times from your various profiles.
Same goes for you.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't
Nah.
manipulate such a competition.
Definitely not. I look forward to heading round at the end of the day and just getting a few stern looks from people. I want a few questions. Why the hell didn't you pick me?
Yeah. Solid in defence. Will Gidman would be the perfect man to throw them. Throws thousands of cricket balls, that human.
He's Ben Stokes' personal batting coach, isn't he?
I think he's that to a few of them, mate. He's a good man. Good communicator.
Tucked away
Wow.
by Emilio Gay. That is raced to the square leg fence. He picks up another boundary. 11 overs left in the day. Durham 275 for 3. Deficit now 132.
Beautiful timing. Very elegant from Emilio Gay, picking that one up with his legs, whipping it away through square leg for 4. .271 for 3 now. Emilio Gay 54. Colin Ackerman 37. Sorry, 58. I think it is for Gay. Yeah, 58. 275 for 3. Fall behind there. A little bit of momentum in this partnership now. Late into the day, not to have been in the field all day. Toiling, picked up the 3 wickets. Abbas still bowling good areas, as you would expect from the veteran. Such a good operator, such a good signing for Notts. After Fergus O'Neill got the season off to the perfect start, really, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, leading them to be top of the table. I've lost Rob. He's had his monster and disappeared. Ackerman guides this one away, but gully in place. Not often you see a gully these days in first-class cricket. Lyndon James, the man, plugging the gateway to third man. I think Rob's disappeared to run a couple of laps around the ground after supping his monster. That one thuds into Ackerman's pad. Half a shout. Trucking down leg side. That was quick. Definitely 2 laps. He's back. Monsters kicked in and worked well.
Snorter.
Peach. Snorter. But that is Mohammed Abbas. Puts the ball in good areas. Second new ball. Doing the trick. Ackerman outside edge goes for 37. Another catch behind the wicket caught for Rayner. Bold Abbas goes for 37. And just what they wanted with that second new ball.
Yeah, breaks open a good partnership that was developing with these two. Partnership worth 67.
And here comes my pocket rocket, Ollie Robinson.
He's got a bit of confidence behind him after that knock down at Hampshire. First time, I think, all season you could say Ollie looked like himself. Had a bit of a torrid time at the start. Not really able to get runs on the board, but down at the utility bowl on that used strip, able to find some fluency, and that was the Ollie that everyone in the North East has come to know and love over the last 2 years since making the move up from Kent. He'll join Media Gay, and the umpire just wants to have a quick check. His bat isn't too big. Durham obviously fallen foul of that before.
Thank you, Nick Madison.
I was going to take middle and off. Him, if you were looking for someone to maybe try and push the strike rate a little bit, Ollie's probably a decent candidate.
Yeah, he's busy, isn't he? He'll face his first ball from Mohammed Abbas. And he edges this one, but it goes almost off the toe of the bat and all the way along the floor. Interesting.
It's half expecting you to turn to the dressing room and say, "New one, please."
Yeah.
Nah, not doing it.
Up and about a little bit now, the Notts fielders. Buoyed by that wicket. It's been a tough day for them. 10 overs still remaining in the day's play after this ball. Ollie Robinson solidly in line with that, but that's another good over from Mohammed Abbas. Wicket maiden for him, picking up his second.
Had any comments about who would win?
Yeah, my team. Everybody said my team.
For some reason, Ash, I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any comments. Everybody's switched off or put us on mute, probably.
Can't.
Stevie has. Stevie's not having it.
Stevie always has us on mute.
Stevie's backing me, I reckon. Just because I bring in sweets. Bribery's definitely the way to go.
Emilio Gay lets that one go.
As we said, 10 overs remaining in the day.
What was the score at T?
The score at T was 210 for 3.
So
65 for 1. Ryan Campbell wanted to be 370 for 4. It's quite a way off at the moment. It's going to be a very entertaining last 10 overs if his score comes to fruition.
I was wondering what that circle was in your notebook.
Always like to keep him on his toes.
Big shouts.
Did he
Height?
get outside the line? Was it too high? Let's have a look.
I think umpire said height.
Yeah, a bit high. Good shout. A little bit of swing. Hutton's found. Disappointed as he walks back to his mark. Wholehearted performer, Hutton. Picked up the first wicket of the day. Looks like he's found some good rhythm here into the wind. Hitting the pitch hard and getting a little bit of shape back into the left-hander.
Another low one there.
All effort here from Hutton, as you can tell by the grunts and the groans on his release. Maiden over. Working well together, this Nottinghamshire pair with the new ball. Hutton now has one for 68. From 13. It's his second maiden of the day. A little bit expensive, but he did go that short ball policy where he did leak a few runs. Giving his all for his captain. Doing well. Robinson up tall in defence. Durham 25 away from a second batting point. That one down the leg side. Lorena tumbles away. Robinson still yet to get off the mark.
Lyndon James is going to move over into mid-wicket because Jack Haynes is going to reinforce the cordon.
Yep, 3 slips in place. As you can see, all eagerly waiting, and Robinson in behind that one. The Bassett really attacking the stumps. It's the first time in a long time where we've really had no sweepers. Out. Got 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. A man in between square leg and mid-wicket. And a long leg. Just looking forward to seeing an Ollie Robinson cover drive. He's stoic in defence there. That one from Abbas. Four dots, building that pressure up again, Nottinghamshire. And Robinson works across his stumps and tucks that away, and you'll get a couple. As Lord does the fielding down there. Gets a bit of grief, I think, from a couple of spectators there, and he has a little turn around and a look. Maybe a little bit of cramp there as well for the big fella. Nice on drive, but won't beat mid on. Ends another over, just the 2 off that. 277 for 4. Emilio Gay on 58. Ollie Robinson off the mark in that over with 8 overs left in the day, Rob.
Yeah, you'd imagine there'd be another stint each, I guess, from Lyndon James and Rob Lord before the day's done. Would be an awful lot to ask Hutton and Abbas to go to the end. They've bowled, well, Abbas has bowled 5 with this second new ball. Hutton's about to start his 5th.
Still getting some swing.
How many more would you give this pair?
As long as they could possibly go. I think they've both bowled really well. Abbas is getting the ball to nip off the seam a little bit and really challenging, and Hutton's found some good swing, bowling the ball hard into the pitch. This is their last spell of the day, so it's literally how long can they keep going for.
Tucked nicely off the hip by Gay. He'll move to 59.
That one looked a bit tired there. There wasn't as much on that one. So this might be the last one from Hutton. Might see a change into the wind. Always tougher bowling into the wind.
Robinson marking out middle and off. Robinson tucks this one off his hips. Ticks over. Another one. Another day with a good crowd here at Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, Ellen Niar stand is still got a good little crowd in. A little bit less over towards the Don Robson Pavilion. Understandable, as that is in shade and probably the furthest part of the ground away from the cricket.
Yeah,
We've
same
got a few
for
down in front of us as well in the sun, I would have thought. Yeah, a couple.
yeah, still a few over towards Bannatynes as well. Do you reckon one day one of the pavilions gets renamed?
Not at the moment, I don't think. But Don Robson, huge influence on Durham becoming what they are and what we are.
Nice. From Robinson will at least be 2.
You have the Paul Collingwood Pavilion next to it. Maybe when the ground becomes complete, you might rename it after a few legends of Durham. You've got the Jeff Cook Suite, which is the members' lounge. Got one of the North East's famous cricket sons in Colin Milburn, one of the lounges named after him, upstairs in the corporate hospitality area.
Should be another couple. It won't be. It'll be 1. Robinson will keep the strike. Hutton gets very close to the umpire as well as he runs by him. Very similar to, we see it a lot with Jofra Archer. He's very tight to the umpire with his run up. I think this might be a pat on the back from Nasib Hamid to his senior bowler. 14 overs, 1 for 74 for him.
Abbas will continue. .283 for 4. Gay 60. Robinson 6. Abbas will start his 22nd over. 2 for 68 to his name. This one down to John Bland's favourite fielding position. And we'll run away for 4. Thick outside edge, guided all the way along the floor. No real danger for Robinson, as that boundary moves him into double figures. And Durham on to 287 for 4. A second goal in the FA Cup final goes to Crystal Palace. They are 2-0 up. As big as upset as last year's cup final. Don't look at me like that.
How about the Carabao Cup final the year before that?
Oh, you worthy winners. Absolutely worthy winners. Better team on the day. Unlike all the games we've played since.
We've reached that stage, have we?
Yeah, that's tired banter, that, isn't it? My team's better than your team. My dad's bigger than your dad.
One apiece. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ooh. Fizzed in down the leg side.
.287 for 4. Next target for Durham is to get to that 300 mark. Realistically, can they push tomorrow morning towards that 350 and get that extra batting point?
Yeah, 300 should be attainable by end of day.
You would think so. 6 overs remaining. Where the current run rate is going. Robinson solidly in behind that one.
That second goal in the FA Cup final has been overturned.
He looked offside to me. And that,
Lovely.
Talking of offside, Ollie Robinson punches this one through the offside. little bit low on the bat. He'll just get a couple. Checking the toe of his butt as we speak. But nice intent.
Some interesting scenes going on at Wembley. Medical staff on both sides getting a bit close for comfort.
Solidly again in behind that one. 6 runs off the over. 289 for 4. Robinson 12. Emilio Gay on 60.
Will be a change from the Finkel end. Lyndon James, 12 overs, none for 36 for him so far. He's going to have a chance to add, you'd think, 3 more overs from this end. 6 left in the day. Still going with the 2 slips. Look, he's going to come over the wicket. To Emilio Gay. Liam Patterson White just in your shot there. Short extra cover.
These are big overs in the day here. This is where you do all your work for, all your fitness. You come back and give everything for your last spell of the day. Thought the Bass and Hutton were excellent there. Only picked up the 1 wicket, but thought they bowled really well. And then James looking to carry that on, taking over from Hutton.
Opens the face. Does Emilio Gay will pick up a couple?
Yeah, great running, good intent from Emilio Gay. Tried to do that
Always
quite a lot of times from this end, hasn't he? He's played and missed.
Straight away, just wanted to.
He knew it was 2.
Moves Durham onto 291. Who's that in the Daffabet stand?
I don't know how they've got in there.
Is it Will Gidman potentially?
I'm not sure. I need binoculars, mate. My eyes are not that good.
So do I for that.
I can't even read the scoreboard.
Should have gone to Specsavers.
Yeah. Other glasses and prescriptions are available. Sam will have binoculars up there. Sam, tell us who's in the Daffabet stand, mate. If it's one of the staff or one of the crowd.
I think it looks. I think he's got Durham gear on, so that would narrow it down.
Oh.
No ball overstep Lyndon James, but probably stopped 4 because that was a lovely looking straight drive from Emilio Gay.
Yeah, it was. Not sure if that hit the outside of the foot or the ankle there. Tends to walk with a bit of a limp anyway, Lyndon James, so you would never know.
Changing angle round the wicket. Fuller will be a single. Good tumbling stop from Brett Hutton. I think that's the most company Ben Slater's had all day. Down there on the fence.
Yeah. Must have upset somebody.
Ross, do us a favour, mate. Ooh.
Another no ball. Those 2 runs are helping Durham get towards that 300.
Yeah, bit of swing there as well, away from Ollie Robinson.
We'll have to get Stevie, get Ross to see who's sat on his own in the stand down the bottom there under that floodlight. Zoom right in so we can squint at the monitor. A lonely figure. Just trying to sneak a preview of your monitor, Stevie. See if we can pick it up. He's concentrate on the cricket, he says. Oh, what
That's
a shot.
why. That's why you need to concentrate on the cricket. Ash, Ollie Robinson's crashing it through the covers for Durham's 300s. A second batting bonus point for the host, and Ollie Robinson moves himself to 16.
I do like that shot from Ollie Robinson.
It's almost his trademark.
Yeah, so elegant through the offside.
Will Goodman?
Keep zooming. It is Giddo, isn't it? Yeah.
He's heard us, obviously.
Get out of there. Security. Good work.
Change of ends for Brett Hutton.
Yeah, he was getting the ball to swing, so he's probably thought skip. But I've trucked all day into the wind. At least give me a couple down breeze to finish off. 300 for 4, as you mentioned. That second batting point coming up for Durham.
I feel like the Energizer Bunny now.
I'm not surprised. I think I'd go into defib if I had the monster. Taking their time getting through these last few overs here, lads. Come on.
I think Ryan Campbell said for the Yorkshire game, whenever there's a new PB that gets set.
Beers.
So how does that work for Minto? Because he's 17.
Well, he'll have to give his money to somebody else to buy the beers. All part of grown up. Or Cokes or whatever. Yeah, yeah. Nice. I believe you're going to have a little chat with him after the game. Be nice to get his thoughts. See if you can get more than 2 words out of him. But and that'll be on our YouTube channel later on. So Rob catches up with James Minto. It's the youngster, certainly star of the show in session 1. Highest first class score of 67.
How are your nerves, Ash?
All good, mate. Keep an eye on the Chesley Street score.
Should we have one last roundup?
Yeah, we'll have a butcher's, eh?
6 o'clock. Instead of your 6 o'clock news, it's a 6 o'clock
Oof.
roundup.
Marty Emerson would be all over that. There's a few results already in. Looks like Hetton Lions. We'll come to that in a second. Some good finishes in store. Ashington 196 for 5 with 9 overs left, chasing Fellings 265. Burnmore 212 for 8, chasing 241 at Burnett Field. Castle Eden on the brink of defeat, 198 for 9, chasing Newcastle's 238. That one's clipped nicely by Emilio Gay to mid-on. Chesley Street are 187 for 6 and need 12 to win off the last 3 overs in pursuit of Tynemouth's 198. Hetton Lions have bowled Shotley Bridge all out for 163. They posted 298, and we already mentioned that South Northumberland beat Sunderland by 10 wickets. So some tight games there in the Premier League. We'll keep our eye on those. One in particular for me up at Ropery Lane. Nice from Hutton. Good energy from him. He might have had some monster as well.
Got someone down just in front of us, Ash, who's very keen on the scoring.
Oh, I've got literally a scorer. I'm not sure Ross can get that. He's got his full coloured pens out. Think you can get a shot of that? Nah. Ross will fall off the... Might be worth the effort. Get him to abseil down.
For the cause, Ross. For the cause. Ash is going to try his best. Trying to get an angle. You can see there on your right hand side. Oh well, Ash, there's another career for you if you fancy it.
Don't like the ones I've got.
Gonna see spin again. And no surprise, it's Liam Patterson-White. It's just one over for Lyndon James to facilitate that change of ends. Short and wide to start, but Rob Lord is sweeping, so just a single. That's crunched. But again, protection out there means it will just be 2. Three and a half overs left of the day. Ash, how would you go about summing it up from the Durham perspective?
It's a bit more of a standard day than yesterday. It was a bit crazy, wasn't it? We saw lots of maidens, lots of runs and lots of wickets yesterday. Today's been a little bit more attritional. Knots have been made to work really hard for their 4 wickets. Durham 303 for 4 have been made to work hard for their runs. So I think both sets of players and both sets of coaches will be happy with the efforts that their teams have put in today. Durham really are setting themselves up for a big total tomorrow and trying to make Nottinghamshire bat last on this pitch. There has been a little bit more variation in the bounce that's come, so let's see if that comes into play. It hasn't really spun as of yet. So yeah, I think the game's still pretty evenly poised. That Durham would feel that only 4 down at the moment, that they are probably just ahead of the game. It's been an intriguing day with all the crush, bang and wallop of yesterday. Like I say, it's been a bit more of a standard day.
Glorious sight in Chesterley Street.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful day again, hasn't it? We've been blessed with some serious weather all season, really.
Yeah, a bit of bad light disrupting things against Yorkshire, but that's basically the only blot.
There's not a cloud in the sky here. Not one.
Long may it continue. Because we could have a pretty good finish to this game in sight.
Hutton to continue. Robinson tucks this away again off his hip nicely. He'll pick up a single. As the shadow's starting to lengthen. The crossing Carverena is not happy with that throw from Rob Lord at all.
At least give it to him on the full.
I think maybe even a couple of bounces in, that sun is really low. We talked about that actually with Emily Windsor and gave her a couple of pointers that Ben Slater will be looking directly into the sun on that eastern side of the ground. So good luck picking that up.
Going to send Liam Patterson-White out leg side now as well. Should have Emily back with us tomorrow for a stint as well.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Still waiting for Scott Borthwick's first commentary appearance of the season. I wonder how he's gone on today for Hartlepool.
See if we can find out.
Soft hands.
Yeah, thick outside edge, but nicely guided. And a bit of a teaser for the fielder. Your man, Mr. Slater.
I've liked how Ollie's gone about it today since coming in. It's just how he is a little bit higher on confidence after that knock at Hampshire. After, as I mentioned, it's been a bit of a dry spell for him to start the year. Hadn't got the runs he wanted.
.29 today for Scott. Robinson drives away but can't beat Patterson-White. Be disappointed with that. He's made good contact. It's clipped nicely off his pads out into the deep. He'll pick up another single and keep the strike. Ollie Robinson's been busy. Moves on to 21, Durham 308 for 4.
Final over for Patterson-White. Inarguably pick of the bowlers today. 16 overs. About to start his 17th. 4 maidens, 1 for 26.
Certainly been miserly, hasn't he?
beauty.
That was a great delivery, that.
Tad straight. Be one more for Robinson.
Hutton was like, I can't bend down to pick that up. It's yours.
Another boundary for Emilio Gay. Cut away. Not the most convincing shot, but will go down as a 4. Right along the carpet. No chance for Clark as the only slip. He moves himself on to 70. Deficit now under 100 for the hosts.
Edge. Pad outside the line. Not a lot going for that one. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. Emilio Gay.
That is how you end Patterson White's spell for the day. A lovely, lovely straight drive from Durham's number 3. 9 off Patterson White's final over. And Brett Hutton will have the final 6 balls of what has been an absorbing day 2 here at Banks Homes Riverside.
Last over of the day. Robinson on strike to Hutton. As you mentioned, he's getting very, very tight to umpire Peter Hartley. Robinson punching off the back foot, not timed. Finds mid-off. Robinson punching, but can't beat Patterson White again in the covers. Three balls remaining. Or maybe he said 317 for 4, not 370 for 4. Ryan Campbell earlier.
Someone's happy in the com box.
Happy coach. Chelsea Street have snuck to a win with 2 balls to spare. chasing down Tynemouth's 198. Luke Robinson, unfortunately, has picked up a little niggle there, and Durham have stopped him from batting, so we were a batter light. And we've got home by the, in the words of Ian Smith, by the barest of margins. It's 5 wins from 5. It's Robinson in behind that one. We have 1 ball remaining in the day. It's been a good day's cricket. Not as quite as exciting as yesterday, but 317 for 4, 315 for 4 in the day. Some solid contributions through, and Ollie Robinson says, I think I'm going to finish the day in a lovely, lovely manner, as he pushes that one out towards the cover boundary, and he'll pick up 3. And if you like even numbers, 324. 4 ends day number 2 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Stars of the day, James Minto. You have to go back to the young fella. Put in as night watchman last night. Finished with 67. Put on an opening stand of 111 with Alex Lees. Ben McKinney looked brilliant for his 28. Came and went. He was caught by Verena off the bowling of Abbas. Alex Lees went for 82, caught behind off the bowling of Patterson White. Colin Ackerman was caught again by Verena off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas when that second new ball was taken. And Durham will close on 320 for 4, a deficit of 87. And the game's well set up, Rob.
Is indeed. Both sides currently have 5 bonus points in the bank. Durham 30 away from another batting bonus point. Good bowling performances from Mohammed Abbas and Liam Patterson-White today for the visitors, who will still feel like they are in this game. They would have liked to have grabbed another wicket in that afternoon, well, in the evening session, excuse me, but they did pick up Colin Ackerman, Mohammed Abbas with a snorter to dismiss him. But Durham will also feel very happy about their work. Alex Lees top scoring with 82, 74 currently not out for Emilio Gay. James Minto with 67. That first session tomorrow morning might go a fair way to deciding how this game will play out over the last 48 hours.
Yeah, you'd like to think that Durham will look to try and get that 30 as a minimum to make sure they get, whether they've got 13 overs to get that, I think, to get that next batting point.
I mean, Ryan Campbell will not be writing off 400 yet.
What, in 13 overs? 80 in 13? You never know. You never know.
Never say never with a
But
Ryan Campbell side.
Yeah, they're going to try and set this game up, that is for sure, and making a big first innings total and making sure that they put Nottinghamshire under pressure in their third innings. So we'll be back here tomorrow morning with an 11 o'clock start. Durham trailing by 87 with 6 wickets in hand. From Rob and myself, from Ross and Stevie, good evening. Have a great Saturday night, and we'll see you bright and early.